do what you want to say, baby. When you alone into that gas night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes inside. You're listening. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes inside.
the YMCA. No, it's not. Oh no, everything is Trump. It's a fever dream, chat. It's time to mambo. Yeah, that's right. What is going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, or whatever mambo time it is in your part of the universe. It is May the 4th. What? Did I said... I'm having deja vu, chat. It feels like we've done today already. What are we talking about today? Destiny? That sounds really familiar. What is this song? Persona Mambo? Oh my god, chat. The days are starting to blend together. No, it's May the 4th for you. May the 4th. You know what it is? I know. I started so late. Yesterday's stream, I started so late and I forgot that I had Thai class. So it's kind of like starts late, ends early, begins again 2 hours later. It was crazy. But yeah, I said may the 4th be with you. You know, truly, may the 4th be with you and also with you, whatever. Anyway, it is the 4th of May, May the 4th, 2026. There's construction down below, so if it sounds like I'm playing Persona 2 already, and then I've got Tatsuya doing the imitation of construction sounds. What a weird game, chat. I mean, I like the fact that there's an option to try to talk to the monsters instead of always fighting them, because it's more realistic. You know, if you fight everybody that you come into conflict with, you're gonna have a bad time. And you're not going to get enough tarot cards to go to the Velvet Room to get a new persona from Igor. You know? Yeah, more importantly, right? You'll never get new personas to, learn new skills and stuff. Anyway, this is NCC TV coming at you live from a construction zone in Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Mambo. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my Mambo weasels out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day. Whoever, whatever, wherever and however you are, in Lakesh, Alaken. Right, we're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, and I don't know, maybe coming soon, a third platform. I've been thinking about it, chat. Dual streaming is fun, but what about tri-streaming? That sounds like you got to adapt your brain into another dimension to be able to do that. Yeah, we might be adding an animal as well. You know, we got weasels. We got. Oh my God, that's. I talked through the mambo. How did you? How did I possibly talk through the mambo? Anyway, like I said, we're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, and coming soon, maybe another platform. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Yeah, the mambo. I know nothing of mambo. I gotta say, this could be not a mambo and I would still be like mambo. You know what I mean? It could be a samba or a, God, I know other names. Chat, I've done Zumba. I know other beats. That's a real. So Sunday's brag is like, don't fuck with me. I watch Columbo. I think that's it. Columbo's a detective show from I don't know, the 70s, maybe the 80s, sometime many years ago before Sunday was born. Mine is don't fuck with me. I am. Don't cross the streams. Try stream to kick. Bulgarian gambling streamer. I don't know. Is kick unethical? I kind of feel. Wait. So wait. His is don't fuck with me. I'm Columbo. Wait. What was I saying? Oh my god. We need a sky creature. Oh, I didn't think of that. I was thinking of some way to work in a like a possum because possums are kind of awesome. You know what would be awesome too is if I had auto replay and could like rewind to like just what I was talking about before I said something embarrassing, and then I'm like, that's like my Columbo and I had to explain that Columbo is a President Sunday thing, and we're not talking about President Sunday today though, chat. President Sunday's not that interesting right now. I don't know, maybe he is. Some people have been telling me he actually is very interesting, but it's it's I don't know, some interesting stuff going on in his community. Maybe we're not covering Sunday's community. We're covering what looks like the end of Destiny. What I mean is like the end of any credibility that this guy is going to have. I mean, I don't know. Is he going to stream until he is gray in the face? Is he going to do LolCow live with Nick Fuentes and Nathan someday? And Tom Green? Why would Tom Green be there? I don't know. Didn't Tom Green do something silly on the internet? I just feel like Tom Green belongs there on LolCow Live with Keemstar, and Keemstar would be really old at this point. Everybody, chat, would be really old. Oh my god. Am I gonna have to actually go to my phone and rewind? I can't. I don't know, chat, but whole thing I was trying to say, LolCow Live seems best. It includes detectives, but Columbo is like less of a bastard than most. Yeah, I haven't you know, he's big in France. Columbo has a big French following, right? It's still you see. I think I saw Columbo on like a billboard when I was in France, and he was like advertising insurance or something. And like I don't know what's the Columbo catchphrase in English, chat? Because I think in French it was like, oh my god, I can't remember. Is it pas de problème? Is that what Columbo says in French? I can't remember, chat. Any French speakers in the chat? Are we at a good time for France, chat? What time is it if you are in the EU? I haven't done that math yet, right? I've just barely, god damn, this beat goes hard. I've just barely got down the ability to keep the America time and the Thai time in my brain at the same time. I can't even remember what the fuck. I'm so embarrassed that I screwed up my own thing by comparing it to President Sunday. Omelette du fromage? C'est vrai? It's 5 or 6 a.m. Okay, so we are on the early side of things. Yeah, I wouldn't expect the French audience. They're just getting up. Wait, do French people? No, I don't think they get up early. Do they? I think they sleep in. I would too if I was in France. I would sleep the fuck in. So Columba is about 3'2", so he's not doing any brutality, and he arrests rich people 90%. Oh wait, sorry. He's 3'2"? Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not 30. No. Is he short? Is Columbo incredibly short? He's not 3'2", says Amanda Panda Sensei. It's just 11 a.m. Yeah, Thai time. That's correct, I think. Yeah. We're right at 11. We're right at 11. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know. What does my stream time say? My stream's time says I'm supposed to be on at, is it this time? No, it would be like, chat, we need to update the stream time, and I need to set that in stone, and I need to get more, like, you notice how, like, I don't miss the gaming streams, because that's like a commitment. I think we need more commitments. And a commitment means a topic for that stream, like a certain stream. And also that's really good too, because if people, like some people don't want to see Donald Trump. If Donald Trump's involved in anything I'm talking about, they dip out. They can't stand to see the man. They've seen too much of of Donald Trump and the YMCA and all. This is what he would do though to the song. He'd be like, I'm pretty sure it would work with the double jerk. As he does. Speaking of double jerks, anybody seen Richard Dawkins jerking it to a feminized Claude on Twitter, on twitter.com? Anybody seen that? Richard Dawkins thinks that AI it might as well be sentient. After all, what is consciousness if an AI can do the same? He's like amazed. This fucking atheist douchebag boomer is amazed that the AI can sound like a person. That it's like if you kind of figure out the pattern of what words occur in what order by scraping the entire internet, all intellectual property along with it, and processing it, that yeah, it can like a parrot can talk to you. You know, I don't know. Would a parrot be able? Can a parrot ask you when it's hungry? Do birds ever get to the point where they don't just like, you know, parrot language, where they don't just parrot language, but they also will, you know, use it? Like they'll be like, wait, I just imagined a bird. I just imagined a bird saying like, I need to take a crap. And like you let the bird outside. I don't think birds work like that though. You let the bird outside, that bird's gonna get eaten by a hawk or an eagle or something, right? You don't do that. The birds don't go outside to use anybody ever have a bird? Any bird owners in chat, right? Parrots are better than AI. Yeah, pretty much. Parrots are good. Parrots are friends. Parrots are real. Look, the problem I have with AI, and this was, you know, when I saw Taylor getting into it on Twitter, right? What did she get into it over? I think her initial statement that triggered people was that like, oh, sometimes I use AI to look up recipes. And it's like, Taylor, AI can't taste. It can't taste. There's no, look, I get it in concept, you know, it'd be awesome if it could scrape all the data on the internet and find the yummiest recipe, or maybe even combine. That's what it does actually, is it like averages the recipes, right? There's probably a good recipe out there on the internet somewhere, but I don't think it is the average of all recipes. Yeah, because there's just no way it can analyze. Like, how is it going to analyze this was a good recipe, this was a bad recipe, maybe this is a recipe made by AI and no one's tasted it? You got to taste food. I worked as a cook, and the one thing that I learned is that if you aren't tasting food, right, you are potentially posting cringe. You gotta always taste the food. You can never assume that, like, you know, that ingredients are like fungible, because they're not, right? You gotta adjust it just like anything else. Just like, you know, like, oh my God, this was Emily Hopkins, the harpist, on YouTube, was talking about this exact thing with I guess they tried to get her to promote a AI pedal that you put in a prompt to the guitar pedal, and you say David Bowie, you know, Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars or something like that, right? And it tries to give, you know, turn your guitar sound into that as much as it can, right? I mean, I'm guessing that's how it goes, but yeah, you've got like a limited number of prompts that you can do, and then you got to re-up. They turned a guitar pedal chat into, you know, freaking loot box shit, right? It's not just everything's getting fucked up, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Bad Empanada, apparently the one person standing by Taylor Lorenz now and saying, actually, AI is not so bad. I mean, sometimes when I'm late at night, when I'm doing research, sometimes I can't find a source, and I hit up the old chat GPT. Is that a Bad Empanada impression? I don't know, chat. That's what he sounds like in my head. Yeah, because he lives there. Oh my God. Rent-free, chat. I'm triggered. I'm perma-triggered. He's called me out as a Western leftist, and not a real one. Anyway, no, sorry, not me personally, chat. Just Western. You know, if you're in the United States and you consider yourself a leftist, no, you're not. No, you're not. Bad Empanada can explain it all to you. If you want to do this. What? AI was trying to get people to eat poisonous mushrooms? That is... I did not see that. I did not see that. I do know that AI cannot tell you how many letters are in strawberry, because in spite of it scraping all of the internet, including, I don't know how many billions of instances of the word strawberry, a concept like the number of letters in a word is just not something that it processes, right? But yeah, you know, we got Richard Dawkins, you know, doing cum tributes to Claudine. Is that seriously? They just like, this is like an Elon Musk thing?
Super chatted $5. Carrot equals times equals carrot. Do did I do caramel dancing?
Whoa. Carrot equals times. Wait. Carrot equals times equals carrot. Fuck. Oh my god, that's a secret to the universe. Oh my god. I'm actually impressed. I am actually impressed. See, could an AI do that? I think not. Carrot equals times equals carrot. Yes. Hard agree. Hard agree. Okay, so we've got the poll going on. Let's get started with a super chat goal. I'm gonna count that last one. Thanks for reminding me to do this. I'm gonna count that last one towards that, because we're gonna try to put a Waluigi sticker on screen. Screen. How many E's does screen have? Probably 2. See, an AI wouldn't know that. I do. I mean, not. I did actually type 3 E's, but I corrected it, right? An AI doesn't correct it. That's the other thing, right? If you're even gonna use AI, you got to be its babysitter, right? Too many people treat AI like a parent, right? I mean, I'm just talking about the use case. I'm not even talking about like the morality. You want to get into the industry that you're feeding, or the energy or water use. That's another argument. Just as far as pragmatically what an LLM can do, too many people are looking at it like it's magic, it's God, it's genius. It is your older sibling or your parent, right? And you got to look at it like it's your kid, because it is. It doesn't know what it's saying. There's nothing there to know that what it's saying, right? So you kind of got to go behind it and be like, oops, gonna fix all those little smudge marks everywhere, because it's gonna leave smudge marks everywhere. And then you start to wonder, like, did I actually create more work for myself by using AI for this project? Maybe I did. It's an interesting question. It's an interesting question, but we're not going to get into Taylor Owens today. It's a whole mess, and I'm a little surprised at the response from everybody. But yeah, just given the kind of I guess her stand against generalized shitification, a lot of her audience was surprised to see her using AI. I was surprised to see Bad Empanada cop to that. It's like, well, you know, you can't find a source, maybe use Chat GPT. Okay, but he at least said, and then you check, you know, you make sure you don't just like take it as like the AI is going to give you like a first draft, right? You're gonna have to do all kinds of like quality control and editing and, you know, whatever, if you're gonna make it good at all. But yeah, I think Bad Empanada at least realizes that. Taylor Lorenz, on the other hand, thinks that AI can tell you what's a yummy food. Oh my god. See, like, this is the whole thing. We know that shit is botted, and that everybody that's selling food wants you to think theirs is the yummiest, right? So, or even people that are just trying to get a recipe blog to get attention, right? So yeah, you know, you're gonna... Anyway, sorry, I'm getting... what is this called? Put a Waluigi sticker on screen. Okay, it says... No! Fuck me. Okay, let's try that again. I fucked it up. I'm sorry, chat. My bad. Oh, I was not paying I was paying attention to too many things at once. That's a problem. Remove goal. What? Okay. That's making it like, are you sure you want to remove the goal? Your audience will cry tears of blood if you're out of I don't know, chat. I don't want you to cry tears of blood. Okay. That's not what it says, chat. No, my computer is not haunted. Put a Waluigi sticker on screen. 5 super chats, not 10. Okay. 5 super chats, and one of them is already done. Okay, there we go. 5 super chats, and one of them is already done. So we need 4 more super chats to put the Waluigi on the screen. And the next thing I do is pop out the chat. And also this Mambo beat is just going too hard in the background. Do I have it turned up too loud maybe? Maybe that's what's bothering me. I can't tell, chat. Why am I bothered? What is my irritation? No, yeah, I don't know, chat. I'm drinking more of that coffee from yesterday, right? It's called honey processed, right? Which, just to go over again, there's no honey in here. They leave the residue of the fruit on the coffee bean, and I think it gets you high. Caffeinated, whatever coffee does for you, I think that this stuff does more for you. Are we gonna call CPS over Waluigi? Anyway, we got the Waluigi goal up there. I'm trying to get the... Oh yeah, now I can put super chats on screen. Let's make that... Okay. Nothing is working the way that I expect it to, chat. It feels like... There we go. This is what I'm talking about, chat. Do you get it? Look. I mean, in the context of 2 slash marks and parentheses, right? Within that, we could call that a limit, maybe? I don't know if mathematically that's what it would be. But yeah, caret equals times equals caret. That explains the... Does that not explain the entire universe? Do you not feel a sense of peace and understanding after reading caret equals times equals caret? It's like the whole transformation of existence, right? You get it. Yeah, there we go. But anyway, what I want you to get about this is that anytime you do a super chat, in addition to helping the super chat goal, which will get us stickers on screen right now, I'm working on it, chat. There'll be more cool rewards. It takes too long. I wish there was like an easy way to do it, or like to auto set it or something, but there's not. But yeah, anytime you donate, whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I'm crowdfunding for the Vietnam trip. I got to go to Vietnam in order to renew my education visa, which, yeah, things are I feel like I was a little braggy last night, right? After class, but I don't know. I just feel really confident. My Thai understanding, reading, and pronunciation actually has massively improved, right? The teacher, like, you know, she's always kind of repeating what you say to correct you. And if you, at first I couldn't hear it. I was like, yeah, you're repeating what I said, right? I was like, no, she's actually, you know, saying it right. But yeah, I got to the point where I could hear where I was saying it wrong. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now I have the song stuck in my head. I know, I'm gonna have the song stuck in my head too if I'm not careful. This is a danger. We're gonna have something else stuck in our head instead. There we go. Game music. When in doubt. When in doubt, use game music. Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you for helping me clear my head. Yeah, I was a little too... I was getting too hyped up on the Mambo. All right, but yeah, like I said, you know, any way that you support the stream, it will... well, let's get this started, right? We got 3 hours on the clock here. I'm gonna try to go fast and not waste your time. Okay, what are we doing? Open control panel and then reset timer, and then it's gonna freak me. Oh no, it usually says 24 hours just to freak me out for a second before changing to 3 hours. All right, 3 hours is on the clock. And look at this. Every time somebody does something like that, I go sub add time 5M, and we are turning back time, right? Time that never existed in the stream before has been added simply by somebody supporting the stream. And you can do this actually on Twitch for free at no cost to you. Did you know that? There's a thing called a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can hook Amazon up to Twitch, connected on Twitch, and then you'll be able to have a free sub to use on the channel of your choice. You'll get the emotes. You'll get the ability to turn back time on the VOD, which is a sub exclusive, I guess, and so much more that we got coming up. We got the Persona 2 badges right now. I see an Aikichi and a June in chat. Oh, the June is me. Oh my god, chat. And we're gonna add Maya soon, because we have people that have been subs for a very long time, and that's what happens. Your sub badge advances. It's like a rank or so. Oh my god, chat. I don't want to rank the chatters. I'm not trying to rank you, chatters. You're all special to me. Anyway, put my bits on Ben, says Omega Star. Yeah, that's the other thing that you can do when you support the stream. So in addition to turning back time, and in this case, working up to a Waluigi sticker, you can also change the amount of... so you see the poll is on YouTube right now. If you're on YouTube, you can see it. If you're not on YouTube, you can sneak over in a separate tab or something over to youtube.com/nocommentchick, click on the stream, and you'll be able to vote too. You will also be able to vote, believe it or not. And what Omega Star just did was say, put my bits on Ben. So what that means is that at the end of the day, or whenever we switch topics, right, Ben Shapiro is going to have 1% extra, like, added to the poll, right? So yeah, that's your special ability. Also, you can create new laws of the universe, like caret equals x equals caret. Seriously, I don't know. I want to get this on a t-shirt, because like it's totally original thought here. But I don't know. Did you know it was caret equals x equals caret? I mean, before the TTS read it, right? I don't think you did. I didn't know. I did not know. But what I do know is that Narwhal by Nature just gifted 5 memberships. So 5 people just got weaseled. Let me read them off. Life in the Big City, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Jamel Martin, I'm saying your name, Jamel Martin. Yeah, I can speak English. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Leah Rhodes, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Lessons, less Ness. Loch Ness? No. Lessons, less Ness. You just got weaseled. And Christopher Tablante, in addition to coming up with a... Oh my god, there's the construction sound. I hope it's not... Can you hear it, chat? You hearing the construction? There's nothing that can be done. They got to do this today. They're going to be doing this. But yeah, those bits go to Ben Shapiro, right? And then Narwhal by Nature just added, look at this, 15 minutes. Oh yeah, and when this happens, right? Let's see, sub add time. I'm gonna try to just like ignore the drilling. It's, because it's gotta be done. It's gotta be done. All right, sub add time, 15 minutes. Returning back time, boom. That is not 15 minutes though. I don't understand. You saw that, right? Do I have to go sub add time 4 minutes? This thing is buggy, isn't it? We add 4 minutes? Okay, there we go. There's your 15. Those are 15 minutes added to the time. So yeah, in addition to making the stream, giving me more time to cover. Yeah, so this is how it works now, right? In the past, I did a thing where I was like, okay, if we get to 100, we can do an extra topic. If we get to 200, we can do 2 extra topics, right? The problem with that is topics take different amounts of time. So what I'm doing is every single dono that happens, it extends the time in the stream. Right, it makes there more time, and that means I can cover more of these things, so that when I get done with the topic, or in this case, chat, if the chat decides Destiny is boring. I don't want to see any more of Destiny. You got the remote. You got the ability through donations and through voting to change the channel on Destiny. And wow, that sounds very cosmic, very philosophical, very something.
7409 super chatted $5. Vox Populi, Vox Day.
Oh God, you see, look at this. The chat is like helping me do it today. All right, let me add this sub ad time 5M, and also when we do sub ad time, like right when somebody donates, and you also get this sound. So let me, and that's how you know that time just got turned back. Okay, so there we go. Murphy's Law, is that like a comic, or am I thinking of something else? I'm probably thinking of something else, chat. If you know what it is, say it down in chat. But yeah, thank you, Norwell, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Will and Christopher, for the super chats. We're at 2 out of 5 right now. It says 1 out of 5. It's really 2 out of 5. When we get to 4 out of 5, oh my God, I'm making it confusing again. When we get to 4 out of 5, I will put Waluigi on screen, because 4 out of 5 is really 5 out of 5, right? The number is n+1. Anyway, that's not confusing at all, right? And the drill is totally, I'm totally chill. I'm meditating to this drill sound, right? It's very relaxing, actually. It's kind of like getting a dental, drilling or something. No, it's nothing like that. There's no pain. There's no pain. It's just, it's just sound, chat, and sound has never hurt anyone, right? Ask the victims of Havana syndrome. Haha. Anyway, Dr. Hubs, that is a 15 stream streak. Congrats on that. Tabula Pasta had a 55 stream streak. That's amazing. Joel Silverwood with an 80 stream streak. I think no, Tabula Pasta, that's from today. Oh my God, I'm so glad that I actually caught that. And Magenta with the 7 stream streak. It's letting me know, chat. It's letting me know who's in chat consistently on Twitch. So but anyway, so yeah, like I said, you have the ability to vote. The vote is on youtube.com on any of these 4 topics, or Vox Populi, which is what Will just said, which is going to help me illustrate that concept too, because it's not confusing enough. So Vox Populi, right? And so you can, when you donate, you can say, like, I want to see Destiny, I want to see Piers, I want to see Sam Seder, I want to see Ben Shapiro, and I'll add a percentage to those scores, right? But if you say Vox Populi, what you're really saying is, like, I will have what the chat is having, right? You're reinforcing whatever the chat is voting for. So that's what Vox Populi does. You can also say video games, right? We do a video game stream usually every week here, and whenever it's at 100, that's when I do a video game stream. So yeah, if we get to 100 again, we're gonna be doing another one next week. I have a feeling, chat. I have a feeling that's gonna happen, because we're making some progress in Persona 2. At last, we finally beat the boss that I did not know was hard, because it was easy on the PSP. Everything's easy on the PSP, chat. Apparently, Japanese gamers in the 90s, they were made of different stuff, right? They were stronger, more durable than your American JRPG handheld fans from the 2010s, if you will. Right? But yeah, hopefully that explains all of that. You can, Twitch subs do cost twice as much as YouTube subs, but you get animated emojis for that. People seem to like that, and they like being able to turn back the VOD. So those are 2 things that you get by becoming a sub yourself. And if that's impossible for you, and you don't have Prime, worry not, because just by virtue of your presence in chat and contributing to the conversation, you too may be gifted you may be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. So there is a non-perverse incentive. Okay, I think I've explained everything. It is time now to shout out my Patreons, because I do that once every day. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. We're near the beginning of the stream. Let me Oh, looks like I got some intel. Hey, another great thing that you can do on Patreon is send me DMs when if there's some content you want me to keep an eye out for, right? I just saw that some of you have messaged me with some suggestions, which I'll be looking at when I get a chance. But I'm gonna shout everybody out now. Shouts out go to Neopergos, yeah. JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Orals Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out... Oh no. That's a fire alarm. But I don't think it's a real fire alarm. I think that there's dust coming from the construction downstairs, and that the dust has set off the fire alarm, and that if I wait for a few seconds, they will stop, the alarm will stop alarming, because it is not truly a fire, it is dust, which I guess, triggers smoke. We're having an interesting day, chat, right in the middle of shouting out Patreons. Who's the last one I shouted out? Shouts out to Moino, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zera Xerox. All right, chat, with that being said, it is time to get into the stream. Is Cloud Comet R3? Wait, gonna be visible in Thailand this week? I mean, if it is, there's a mountain that I should check out. Direful, I don't know why your super chat is not making noise. Usually it would read it out by TTS, but since it's not reading it out by TPS, I will do so. Love the energy in the intro. Also, Taylor was on Lib and Learn. Direful, yes, that does sound like primo content. You can't take Hutch anywhere. More gaming. Hell yeah, look at that. I knew the gaming frogs would do it. Like, some people think the gaming frogs are few and far between. I'm a political streamer. I'm not good at video games. I don't have hand-eye coordination. I don't know. I didn't grow up like playing, I don't know, every video game that everybody else did, apparently, right? I don't know half of the video games that some of you know. But I like a good retro video game made by occult-obsessed weirdos, psychedelic weirdos from the 1990s, and that teaches you how to defeat Hitler with the power of friendship and a little bit of insanity as well. Anyway, it's like what do they say? It's a spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine. Is insanity the sugar? Or is insanity the medicine? I think it's the medicine. What's the sugar? The friendship. There we go. The friendship is the sugar. Of course. The power of friendship, right? But speaking of the power of friendship, if I'm any kind of good friend of you, I'm going to be conscious and cognizant of your time here. Let me do these sub ad time. Oh, not 2 words, 1 word. Time 5M. So yeah, we're adding Darful's. Don't know. Did I add Will's? I think, yeah, I did. Okay. And so, we're up on, the time. Oh yeah, let me make the sound. There's a few of these I missed, just so you know what the sound's like. Whenever you hear that sound, that means somebody has supported the stream in some way. I won't say necessarily donated, because again, the Twitch Primes don't take any money out of your pocket, right? But supported the stream, you get this sound. And since there's been a few people that have done that, and I haven't played the sound for that, I just thought that maybe, yeah, it would make up for lost time. I think I got like 1 more to cover everybody. There we go. All right, so yeah, you'll know now when you hear that sound what that means. Anyway, we gotta jump into it here, chat, because again, I started way earlier today than yesterday. I don't have Thai class, but I do have, like everyone else, I have a limited battery. Oh my god, especially when it comes to... Does anybody hear the noise? I'm curious. Okay, Amanda Panda Sensei, I do not. You might hear it more when I'm talking. I would guess, like, if you heard it at all, it would be while I was talking, because I do have a noise gate, and what that'll tend to do is shut out. Oh yeah, the other thing I gotta shut out is this. Oh, the fan is so nice though. I don't know, chat. Since if they're gonna drill, I might as well leave my fan on. As long as it doesn't vibrate off the table, I think we'll be okay. I'm getting a tinny what? Feedback. Yeah, it'll sound like that. It will sound like that. Yeah, I apologize for that. But yeah, they got to do this construction today and tomorrow. It sounds like they're maybe up on the floor below me. So maybe they'll do that floor today and the floor 2 floors below me tomorrow. I can hear I can't hear the noise, but I have fans too. The fan did not change anything. Yeah, I'm thinking normally I wouldn't have it on because you would hear what Direful is describing as a tinny distortion. But yeah, if there's noise anyway, I might as well be comfortable. Even anyway, what are we doing? We're switching to this mode. Yeah, so again, on the right, Ken Martin, chair of the DNC, embattled chair. Why is he embattled? Because he made a big deal about this post-mortem that he was going to do of the 2024 election, right? And then when it finally was finished and ready to be released, he said, oh, release it? I didn't say I was going to release it. I said we're going to do it, and we're going to learn a lot from it, and it's going to be important. But you don't actually get to see what's in it. You don't get to see the data. I don't want to release this. Nobody gets to see this. We're going to do a strategy guide, which to me, yeah, sounds like, I could use a Persona 2 strategy guide right now, chat. Do you think that they exist? If they did, I'd probably have to pay like several $100s on eBay for one, right? It's that kind of thing. It's like, it's probably a collectible by now. Even if your little brother threw up on it and it smells bad, right? It's probably worth several $100s. I don't know. But yeah, strategy guides for the Democrats. In other words, he's like, you don't need to see this. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. So Jon Favreau, Obama speechwriter, he was definitely part of Obama's team, his political, consultants, and as are a lot of the Pod Johns. The ones that aren't are from the Hillary campaign. So they came back together, I think, after the Trump election to kind of, do a show with Democratic consultants, and it's become pretty popular. You might have heard of it. Pod Save America is a pretty popular podcast. So he is, I guess he's been talking some shit about Ken Martin for not releasing this shit. Now, look, the big beef is between Ken Martin and the left flank, as Hasan calls it, of the Democratic Party, right? And that beef is that the left flank strongly suspects, and I suspect too, I guess I am part of that left flank, that there is, at least something in there that they don't want to address because it's inconvenient for voters. I think was it Destiny that proposed maybe, or somebody? No, actually it was J-Stalk. J-Stalk had the idea that it could also be something like mistakes made by Kamala Harris that would, if released, hurt her campaign. And since she does seem to be running, and yeah, is the front runner, yoicks. Chat, what does Scooby-Doo say? Rutro? Yeah, Rutro. That's a big Rutro. Kamala Harris is leading the pack right now. Oh no. Yeah, so it could be just something that reflects badly on Kamala. It could be something about, pointing towards the effect of Biden's policy on Israel-Palestine and Kamala Harris's silence on that policy. But yeah, we don't know. That's the point. He was gung-ho about releasing this. He looked at it and he says, whoa, you're not seeing this. It's just like, isn't it just like Pam Bondi and the Epstein files, right? Oh, we're going to release those Epstein files. Get ready. They're coming out. And then, oh yeah, never mind. No, they're on my desk. They're ready to release. They're ready to go, right? Get those Epstein files. And then it's like, never mind. Actually, there are no Epstein files. So yeah, who knew? Dareful Pot with the membership to Ari Kitsuragi. Ari Kitsuragi, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And I gotta do sub ad time again, don't I? All right. Whoa, and Kayla La 7. Kayla La, you just got wait, weaseled. Yes, it is weaseled. Sub ad time. 6M. All right, look at that. It should add 6. Let's make sure it does. Yeah, because that freaked me out before when it didn't add the number that I put in. We've also seen with Twitch subs. I noticed that I think a few days ago that Twitch subs, sometimes it only gives you credit for 1 if you gift subs. So I will keep an eye on that and try to make sure that you get the full credit and the full time. And like I said, we can go kind of long today. No Thai class. I got started early. Destiny, streamer Destiny. You may or may not know who this guy is. You may wish you didn't know who he was. You might wish you could wipe his greasy stain off of the inner recesses of your mind, right? But here he is, and yeah, first political streamer, got all kinds of credibility for debating the alt-right back in the day, and now he is, well, he's serving up takes like this, right? Because Hasan surpassed him in terms of viewership. Because Vosh surpassed him in terms of intellect, right? Because people that have come up in his community, in his orbit, have outdone him, even though he was the first actor on the stage, as far as this kind of political streaming. He is obsessed. And I guess, I mean, he did do a video about Vosh recently, so I won't say he does. I was about to say Vosh is too boring to talk about, but no, he has done Vosh Tent quite recently. But then Hasan, well, this is his obsession. This is his white whale. He is Ahab. And he wants to plunge his his harpoon into Hasan's fatty I don't know, blubber, I guess, if he has any body fat. Anyway, chat, never mind. What am I saying? We're not talking about Hasan's body composition, chat. We're talking about Sex Pestiny. Yes, correct, Omega Star. This is the lol cow of Sex Pestiny. And why is he a lol cow? Because he's so obsessed with Hasan that his every move is defined by Hasan. And if you gotta big up everybody that Hasan, thumbs downs, you're gonna be posting cringe. And that's what we got here today, chat. We're in the middle of him. We watched this, ourselves to kind of just get a, sense of the conversation. Now, oh my God, I ran out of battery. It's so little battery, chat. So little battery. It was so nice while it lasted. Anyway, I'm not gonna sweat it. Maybe I will sweat it though, because it's a fan. Anyway, bad joke. Okay. I'll try not to sweat. I'll use my oh God, chat. I'm trying to remember. I learned a word in Thai for why did my pizza guy leave me a tip? Left $1 under my pizza, didn't knock, and then drove away. They might have overcharged you, Tanner dude, man. They might, maybe that sometimes that happens if they accidentally overcharge you.
There's just such a weird point. Like, don't you have debt? Don't you have debt? I mean,
did you?
The question is whether or not it's a good allocation of resources, right? There's a reason why people borrow money.
Okay, so now they're in the part where they're talking. Yeah, like, so we kind of got I don't know. I'm half tempted to I don't want to recover ground. But I know that some of you are probably watching this for the first time. Fuck. For the record, the part that I'm interested in, the part that I know about, the part that that this guy's fucking lying to us about, is the part about releasing the report, releasing the autopsy, right? That one is pretty fucking clear. He's gonna get into the weeds with John about spending and assert that he has some facts that John is not privy to. it's hard to tell. He's being dishonest in the beginning, so it makes you less trustworthy of what he said. Like it's kind of like, I mean, it would have been nice if Jon had that information in front of him or had looked at it. But who's not looking at any of the information? Who's not curious about any of the information? When this guy mentions a website that he set up, who didn't pull up the website? Destiny, right? He's not interested in checking any of Ken Martin's facts. He's interested in defending this guy and making sure the Democratic Party keeps on dealing with this mediocrity. Even if you are not, a left flank, even if you are not on the left flank of the Democratic Party, you're like, Destiny, you should want more competency in your Democratic Party, the chair of the fucking Democratic Party than this guy, right? But he does kind of change the topic somewhat successfully later on. So I don't know, chat. Maybe we'll just watch the important part again, because we were getting into the weeds, and the weeds is where he wants to drag this conversation, and this is what Destiny's counting on. Look, in kickboxing, okay, judges count points. I think they do it in boxing too, right? But in Muay Thai judges, they pay attention to that stuff, but they're also looking for a narrative, right? And I think that's what Destiny's doing. He's like the Muay Thai judge here that is like, okay, well, even though Favreau just completely exposed him as a liar in the very beginning of the debate, this guy came back strong. So let's give it to him on points. That's what Destiny's trying to tell you, right? I know, like, I don't know. I'm not going to tell, Muay Thai judges how to score fights. Okay. That's their business. But I can definitely tell you that applying that sort of logic, to a debate, but that's what they do. That's why these assholes, when I've debated these pieces of shit, right? They go on for 2 hours and then are surprised that I'm like, all right, this is all I'm giving you, right? They try to wear you down. They try to persistence hunt you, right? They don't have good arguments, but they think that if they wear you down, if they bore you to death, that eventually you're going to slip up and they can catch it and be like, aha. So you do support blackface. Yeah, thanks a lot, Relly. Thanks a lot for that one. Only Riley freaking Grace Rochong believed that one.
But I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does.
The time machine. Oh my God, this guy. Yeah, so he's like claiming, like, look, I would love to release the report, and I said I was going to release the report, but we can't go back in time and change the 2024 election. We got to worry about this election. I couldn't remember Mayuri's name from. I said, like, we don't have a time machine. This isn't Steins Gate. I'm not Okabe. Oh wait, what the fuck? Rentaro? Fuck, I'm trying to remember his actual name. I just remember Hyonan Kyoma, his alter ego. But yeah, it's Mayuri. It's Mayuri-chan that he's trying to save. In that anime. It's been a long time, chat, since I've seen Steins Gate.
Their fundraising list for $6.5 million was additive.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. He's got like somebody said it was like a Deftones track in his intro, in his sizzle reel.
Yeah, thanks for having me back on, Jon. It was great to see you the other night at the Grinder party of all parties. It was amazing.
I know. I wish they hadn't run out of alcohol by the time I arrived, but that's neither here nor there. Quick bit of context for listeners. This all came about because you expressed some frustration about criticism of the DNC coming from our direction. So I appreciate you coming on to talk about it directly. I'll just say up front, we share the goal of making sure Democrats win everywhere, especially the White House in 2028. I also very much understand you've got one of the hardest jobs in politics that you took at an especially tough time for the party. But I do want to press you on some specific things because I think the stakes are too high not to. Does that sound fair?
Sounds great, Jon. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, was there any utility in doing that? And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, of course.
Wow. Oh, so this guy does know how to do an actual challenging interview. Where the fuck was
so convenient for him to get for the Vivant streamer to get distracted, for him to pivot, for him to like I mean, this is like he's weaponizing his ADHD now, right? Like, oh, but I remember when you talked to Hasan. So yeah, I think this was the, let's see, Pod Save America, Hasan. Was that even Favreau? 3 weeks ago?
Capable of...
My memory of this is this, right? That Favreau was pointing out a lot of things that he disagrees with Hasan on, right? And the thing about Favreau is he doesn't go hard enough. I agree with Destiny on that. Now, he's going to say he didn't go hard enough on Hasan, but he went too hard on Ken Martin. I disagree. I don't think he went hard enough on either of them. The thing about it is, Ken Martin is a fucking... He's like a jelly. He's like a jello. He's wiggling around there. And Hasan is like, you know, Hasan is Hasan, right? He's formidable. You're not going to get him off his game. You know, and he generally has an answer for any sort of, you know, complaint you're going to have about something that he said, right? He does not have a tough time defending himself. The way that's the difference that Destiny doesn't get is that Hasan, come on there, Hasan here is just doing better in the interview than Ken Martin. And also Hasan's not trying to hide a fucking body or a smoking gun in Ken Martin's case.
This is the primary focus.
Central to the discourse.
Yeah.
Just a quick recap to set the table for people who, lucky for them, maybe, haven't been following along. A few weeks ago, Third Way, centrist Democratic think tank, published a Wall Street Journal op-ed calling on Democrats to stop engaging with you. They describe you as anti-American, anti-woman, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. Their evidence is a long list of things you've said, which we'll get into. They also specifically singled out a few Democrats, us, for inviting you to Crooked Con last year, Ro Khanna, and Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, also a former Crooked host who a few of us have donated to, and who...
The other thing about this is that John disagrees with Hasan about a lot, but he doesn't agree with the witch hunt, right? John's attitude is if you've got people in the party like Hasan and they come in and they say, you know, what he said about Hamas or what he said about 9/11, you should say, no, actually that's wrong. And that's not what we stand for here. But that, you know, you're not kicking, you know, the person out of the party. And also I think points out the hypocrisy of so many of these people that are trying to kick out Hasan are the ones that were like, oh, but Sev Moulton, just because he's transphobic doesn't mean that, you know, he's not a cool guy. You know, that these are the same people that call every pointing out of hypocrisy or of right-wing tendencies in a Democratic, you know, official, call that a purity test, right? And here they are purity testing Hasan. So that's John's whole thing. It's like, look, we got the big tent. We'll be the tent pole, and you know, I could reach to my left and tap Hasan on the shoulder when I think that he's gone too far on something, and I could reach out to the right. And well, I mean, really, what he's trying to do with Ken Martin, I mean, I hope this is what everybody rational should be trying to do, is put pressure on him to resign, put pressure on the Democratic Party to fire him, like this, and everybody involved in the fucking Kamala campaign. These people fail their way up, and that needs to stop, right? The consultants and yes, the candidate, also Kamala Harris's campaign, right? That can't fucking go on. And same thing with Gavin, right? We gotta fight this time to make sure that we don't get a fucked up compromised candidate that's got all kinds of hypocrisies for the Republicans to point out, even if we're too afraid to point them out, elected again. We cannot go through this again, right? So anyway.
Who you campaigned with this week, which fueled even more controversy. Now, you and I scheduled this conversation weeks ago. I'm sure some people have had enough Hasan Piker discourse, but I do think it's an important conversation to have because, like, you know, even though you and I have different politics, we've actually debated our disagreements on this show. I think there's value in doing that in person in a format that's not mediated by algorithms or a fucking 5-minute cable hit. So with all that said, here's where I want to start. I think the rallies with...
Okay, that's kind of funny. I vaguely remember the last time that Favreau talked to Hasan. Actually, do I? Do I? Maybe I'm fooling myself here, chat. Do you remember the last time Favreau talked to Hasan? I don't think Favreau's been on the Hasanabi Piker show. Hasan Jon Favreau. My favorite. Oh, this one. Oh, look at this, chat. These are veneers. Wait, was it his teeth that I was... Wait, maybe he just doesn't show his top teeth. Anyway, chat, it doesn't matter. I actually think that a tooth gap is cute. It makes you look like Madonna from the 80s. That's cute, actually. I'm not even kidding. Sorry, it sounds like I'm kidding. I'm not. I that's my aesthetic.
The output from like video game essayists and commentators were like,
so yeah, a lot of this is Hasan complaining, I guess, about, I'm guessing stuff like people saying, why are you playing the J.K. Rowling turf game? Why are you playing Hogwarts, Hasan? So the left is scolding. How long ago? It's 3 years ago. Ooh. Chat, is that's hard to tell. It could be around the time of the Potter controversy. It could be other controversies, but yeah, this is mostly Hasan actually kind of sounding, I forgot about this, but I think he comes off, well, he talks about Fox News. He talks about ad break, talks about the left, right? Yeah, I feel like he kind of comes off like, and then Biden and Trump. I feel like it's this part, right? He kind of comes off like Vosh or something, like complaining about the purity testing and the like he is not immune to that shit either. He does not punch left nearly as much as Vosh, and certainly not anything like Destiny, right? But yeah, it's actually, it's kind of funny for the way that they've made Hasan like the paragon for a leftism that he doesn't entirely like represent, and he kind of chafes under the under the criticism of from time to time. I mean, from time to time you see crash outs of Hasan, of somebody like not an ultra, but somebody like legitimately pointing out, like, I don't know. So why are you putting money in J.K. Rowling's pocket again? I don't know. Well, because I could do a trans charity stream. Oh my god, that was the worst. I forgot all about this, right? His answer was like, listen, I'm going to play the Hogwarts game, but we're going to make fun of J.K. Rowling, and I'm going to do a charity stream and raise a bunch of money for trans people. That's like raising, oh my God, I'm trying to imagine like Gal Gadot movie marathon to raise money for children in Palestine. I don't know. This is not, there's something a little bit gruesome about that. And the fact that Hasan doesn't see it, look, I don't think he's a bad guy, but I think that he can like be imperceptive sometimes. And, like this era is a great example of it. I am for the record not sitting here like cheering on Team Hasan. I do think that the people that have circled the wagons, that's the wrong phrase, but like they circled the attack on Hasan, try to purge him out of the left. I do think those people are truly some of those harmful people on the so-called left, and I really question the degree to which they even believe in anything approaching, like, forget social democracy, anything approaching like progressive values, right? That for the most part, he's one of the biggest streamers that's willing to speak truth on a bunch of issues that it has traditionally been very hard to speak truth to, and it is currently still pretty hard, although it's the ice is melting, right? And he's responsible for that. So I can see him as like a whole person, with his faults and his his pet peeves, and also what he's really good at doing, right? It doesn't have to be like a dick suck or a bitch slap, chat. It could be you don't have to see everybody as good or evil, right?
This week were the first time you've been a featured speaker at a candidate's actual campaign event. And I wonder how you, self-proclaimed Marxist anti-imperialist, decided to be a campaign surrogate for a Democratic candidate, even one as progressive as Abdul. What was your thinking there, and like what has made you get more involved in Democratic politics?
So I've been very involved in Democratic politics for years at this point, but with AOC, Bernie.
Okay, so we're kind of going to speed run this a little bit because, again, I'm not trying to rewatch this content. But you can see in the beginning, the opening is not like, hey, explain this bullshit. You know why? Because they're going to focus on why is a leftist who has had takes which people describe like the Gavin Newsom thing as being anti-electoral or quixotic, right? If you're not going to vote for the Democratic candidate, if it's somebody like Gavin Newsom, who odds say is like the second, the runner-up in terms of the most likely candidate to win, then you must not believe even in a kind of like voting for harm reduction, right? That's what he's kind of that's how he's characterized, and obviously that's not how he is, because he is helping out a ton of candidates that he has disagreements with. Hell, Kat Abou-Ghazala, he had some there were some critiques that he had of her, and he still supported her. So it's kind of like I guess this shows Hasan in a good light, or in a different light, in a light that's in contrast to the scrutiny on him. And then how to instill class consciousness. Should Hasan choose his battles? Okay, so this is probably where we start on the criticism. So yeah, he did start off on it could be a criticism, but it like you could see it as a hypocrisy. That's not how he framed it, but yeah, he starts off on, at least you could say, neutral, if not positive territory with Hasan.
As you've grown your audience and influence, and as you've gotten more directly involved in electoral politics, do you feel a responsibility to choose your...
Oh God, I heard about this. Yeah, Creflo $50 says Nick Shirley may be in Cuba, but he's on the case of investigating the DNC. Wait, what? Nick Shirley, I have heard this. He went to Cuba. He claims that he was his rights were violated at the airport. They looked at his cameras and his computers and stuff. He's what he's trying. I mean, like, I don't know. He's trying to do a Nick Shirley or a Tyler Oliveira in Cuba, I'm sure. We'll be we'll have to deal with that. But I mean, I would have hoped that after that Adam, oh my God, what's his name? No, Andrew Callahan. After the Andrew Callahan interview, he would have kind of, exhausted his credibility. Last part was a joke. Okay. I figured. But, I don't know. Maybe it's just like my brain's been fried by the Havana ray.
More carefully.
The Havana ray gun.
Or at least in ways that are less likely to be misconstrued.
Yes and no. So, yes.
Wait, what is this? Hasan is a sledgehammer? Sledgehammers are insensitive sometimes. Where have I heard that before?
Because obviously, I don't want to cause any...
Sometimes you need a scalpel and sometimes you need a sledgehammer. Some phrase like that.
Harm to any of the candidates.
Yeah, no blubber on Hasan.
That I'm associating with.
He's not a very good Moby Dick in that regard, right? I don't know. This is why Destiny's been having trouble harpooning him.
Or this movement that I am obviously a part of, what I like to call the left flank candidates, or the Bernie-crats, people who are more responsive to the working class folks all around the country. I don't want to ever be a burden to them, because being associated with them is not beneficial for me. The way that DC media perceives the situation is like, oh my God, he went out to stump for Abdul. All of a sudden, he's like a legitimate political force. I'm like, I've been doing that already. Like, I was infinitely more effective sitting at home and just talking shit.
Yeah.
Right. than I am sitting in front of a live audience with like 600 people. Although that's still good, and I enjoy it personally, but like, and I do that for candidates that I trust, candidates that I want to endorse and fight for. But I'm already fundraising for a lot of these folks, right? Small dollar donations from all around the country keep flooding into all the campaigns that I work with. But yeah, I am cognizant of that. On the other hand, one thing that I'm thinking about is, well,
how could I possibly set down a chili sauce without also setting down like a paper towel for myself? Oh my God, chat. I will be right back.
This medium lends itself so perfectly to being clipped out of context. And I think we are now in a media environment where that doesn't matter as much. I mean, Donald Trump's the president, right? Like, he is the president. It's not just his words that are messed up, that galvanize some of the most reactionary forces in this country and normalize some of the most heinous, most toxic, repulsive types of politics. I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Like, that's unbelievable. That's white supremacy through and through. And he won. So on the one hand, I think that we are now existing in a very different media environment than the one that like MS Now, New York Times, and CNN want to exist in. I think that kind of stuff is over. Like, you're a vulgar person as an independent content creator. I think most people don't care about that. Most people care about like who you are and what your values are and what you represent. And I've been able to withstand these kinds of smear campaigns on even the independent side far before I ever drew the ire of RNC research department. So, and as a matter of fact, they're using a lot of the same clips that I've had to deal with that are circulating on the internet anyway. So it's not, it doesn't bother me that much. It doesn't do anything to my audience. My audience knows what I stand for. They're listening to me for 8 hours a day. They know exactly what my values are. I'm sure it might stop some people or maybe cause them to second guess whether or not they want to be charitable to what I have to say. And that's a problem. But at the end of the day, most people that see that stuff go, wait a minute, I have the capacity to, I have free will. I have the capacity to think critically. What's going on here? Why is the Republican Party saying this, claiming that this guy is racist or claiming that this guy is a misogynist? When I know what the Republican Party stands for, let me go check him out. And I think a lot of people do that. And then they check me out, and then they realize, oh, they were just lying. Like, that's that simple.
And I have experienced this myself and have thought about it over the last couple of weeks, because I'm like, if I did not know you, if I hadn't interviewed you before, if I hadn't like been familiarized myself with your content, which I came to probably later than most, and I just read the coverage of the last couple of weeks, I would be like, oh yeah, he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah. To be fair, I am an asshole.
Yeah, but you're an asshole, and I think in different ways than you are being portrayed.
Yeah. I'm an asshole to bullies. Like, I bully bullies. I'm an asshole to reactionaries across the board. I'm an asshole to Nazis. It doesn't matter to me. If you're right wing, if you're a Nazi, if you're a reactionary, I'm not going to be nice to you. And I don't think we should be nice to them. They're not nice to us. They're not nice to random uninitiated people. They're not nice to entire swaths of the population. So yeah, if that's your ideology, that's your worldview, I find that to be very damaging. I find that to be very toxic. I find that to be violent and dangerous. I'm going to fight back. I'm going to use some mean words every now and then.
Yeah. Well, and it's less the mean words, right? Because, like, at least for me.
Wait, did I miss the? Oh my God, I did it again. I got distracted because I was like, I'm just gonna get a napkin because I get chili sauce and chili paste. You gotta have a napkin, right? You're dipping like vegetables, like boiled vegetables, into this like hot and spicy paste with a little harpoon. What? That's my mini harpoon. For spearing cabbage and eggplant and stuff, but yeah, and then I realized, wait, I got a smoothie that I was planning to drink, and I just had not gotten it out. Oh my God.
The hit list, which I want to get into here.
All right,
or at least some of them, because there's some where I'm like, that was clearly taken out of context, whatever. There's some where I think like the underlying point is still worth debating or talking about.
Has he got into them?
About everywhere is, I think this is the most common one, is your comment that America deserves.
Here we go.
9/11,
Yeah.
which you walked back in 2019 by calling it inappropriate, a poor attempt at satire, and said that you meant America the government, not Americans as people.
Of course.
But do you still think that America as a country deserved 9/11? Because saying America or any country deserved to be attacked, to me, is different than saying you understand why they...
It's saying that if you don't want your country to be attacked, do not do this kind of very obvious intervention that's going to cause blowback. Every time that we get a proxy like bin Laden, like Saddam Hussein, right? These are American proxies. They're working on our behalf. Bin Laden against the Soviets, Saddam Hussein against Iran, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It blows up in our face. The United States had to, then Saddam like starts throwing it, swinging his dick around, being like, I get all the oil. I'm going to take Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. And then now the United States is kind of, they've created a monster. They gave him weapons. Chat, there's pictures of Donald Rumsfeld and Saddam Hussein shaking hands, I think during weapons transfers, right? So that, I mean, that's the point. That's the point. I mean, hopefully he's going to be able to say this more eloquently than I can. But look, Favreau may have approached him in a polite manner. I think he actually approached Ken Martin in a fairly polite manner, considering the situation. But, you know, he is absolutely being like, well, don't you think you're wrong about the idea that the country deserves it? I mean, certainly 9/11, we could just blame on bin Laden and say that's the, you know, maybe do less foreign wars, but, you know, be like, oh no, it's bin Laden's fault. It's not our fault. Right. No. You got to, like, as an American, you got to be vigilant. You got to be militant if you want to stop your country from doing this kind of bullshit that you know is going to blow up in your face again years down the road, or your kids, or you know, loved ones, right? You know, if it's long enough, because this just keeps on. It continues. It continues.
They were attacked, and what actions might have contributed to that attack. Like I get the blowback argument.
Yeah.
But that is different than deserved. Deserved is like a more of a normative.
Okay, so I think that it's just the wrong word. Deserved. America. I don't know. How do you say this in a way that, like, he's getting at something that I'm not sure I could find a word to get at, right? I don't want to say America provoked 9/11, because then you really do make it sound like, you know, it's like Osama bin Laden was doing nothing wrong. Like, I mean, it's like, this is, you know, what is he, like the son of a wealthy businessman from Saudi Arabia? I mean, I'm pretty sure that Osama bin Laden was a piece of shit before the United States armed him. I'm pretty sure Saddam Hussein was a piece of shit before the U.S. armed him. But the thing is, when you arm him, he's now a piece of shit with U.S. weapons, right? Both of these guys, and both of these like things blew up in the United States' face. And then get used as an excuse for further intervention down the line. Like, that's the problem. It's an infinite loop, John. Do you not see that? You could say 9/11 was a side effect of American interventionism. Wait, he just played a slur on... Wait, who did? Oh, Hasan. Yeah, I saw that video, if it's what I think it is. He's played... Are you talking about Hasan Hysteria Run Amok? Wait, what? What did Destiny do? Oh, okay, wait. Yeah, Hasan played a Nick Fuentes clip where Nick said a hard R, and I thought that wasn't allowed on Twitch, but maybe if you're pushing back on it, it is. He is not like, Nick is so cool for saying the N-word. Man, I wish I could do that. I'm going to go talk to Destiny again. Sorry, did I go crazy? But blowback is a widely accepted, was widely accepted a decade ago. People used to joke about how we made the Taliban. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me responding to Daniel Crenshaw, ironically enough, on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was...
Wait, I'm sorry, the brave Mujahideen? John's too proper to even say this, right? Or maybe...
Deserve to be attacked, to me, is different than saying you understand why they were attacked, and what
Nobody deserves to be attacked, right? Nobody deserves to no people like deserve to die. But, when you're in the United States of America, you do have some, democratic levers of to affect the power, or certainly like the ability to, we got to do better, right? As a people, we got to do better. We got to take the power back from this fucking machine that has had the, country by the throat since, the 50s, if not sooner. We got to take responsibility for the legacy of all of this shit that, I don't know. Like Hasan always says that he hates the American government, what it is right now, but that he sees great potential in America. I would love to be able to say the same. I could imagine maybe if everything worked out right, maybe things could change in a positive direction. But yeah, the United States has been, this is a colony of a colonial power that then the rich people of that colonial power took over, put down a bunch of highfalutin Enlightenment ideas in a Declaration of Independence and a Constitution. It had great ambition as far as fulfilling those values, exemplified by, the liberty, fraternity, and equality. But ultimately, they're definitely not serious about that back then, right? It's definitely fraternity is maybe the only part. You could brotherhood, right? Because we're women aren't generally enfranchised. And yeah, if you're, a slave in that society, and that's what it's built on, right? And if you want to make it a good place, if you want to have it live up to its ambitions, I think that's a pretty good idea, but you got a long way to go, and you got to accept some reality, right? And look, when Trump, we see when Trump wants to change, doesn't like the picture of a slave with a scarred back, right? Took that down off of a national monument, right? We don't want to concentrate on that part of history. We want to concentrate on the glorious, great America. In other words, you want to fucking whitewash it all. Right? Now, John's not like that, but he's got that resistance at the same time to acknowledge that, yes, we as American people do have some responsibility in the actions of our government. We may be massively disenfranchised in a lot of little ways and psychologically, alienated, right? But we got to figure out a way to get our hands on the steering wheel before it's too late. Chat, this is a time of monsters, all right? I don't want to find out if the moon is material or not, all right? Let's not call down Kingdom Hearts is what I'm saying, all right? Let's give life, give humanity, give those values that we never quite lived up to. Let's give that another chance.
actions might have contributed to that attack. I get
Narwhal, thank you for the super chat. Apparently the TTS lady hates me today. I don't know. Narwhal by nature says we need class solidarity first and foremost, then actual people responsible for crimes against humanity, domestic and abroad, can be held accountable. The cognitive dissonance this country was founded on must be, yeah, exactly. You can't sweep that shit under the rug. You will not have a good society with that. Oh shit, Chad, I forgot to mention, the Waluigi sticker goal expired. I'll put another one up in a second. But yeah, good point, Narwhal by nature. I don't want to be, hateful, certainly not towards my own people. I have been, shockingly, disappointed, who I've been shockingly disappointed by. But, I'd like to believe that something better could happen. I just don't know if it'll happen in the US, right? I'm not quite as sure as Hasan is, but I hold out hope. All right. Yeah, let's positive thinking, right?
I get the blowback argument.
Yeah.
But that is different than deserved is like a more of a normative kind of.
Yeah, that was me responding to Daniel Crenshaw, ironically enough, on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was making this ridiculous argument that like, we have to go out and fight these people all the time because they hate us because they ain't us. And I was like, that's insane. That's not the reason. Like,
they hate us because they ain't us. Sorry, every time that somebody says that, it sounds like they hate us because they ain't us. But no, they're not actually saying anus. Let me put some time back on the board. There we go.
And this was actually echoed by Robert Kagan, one of the godfathers of neoconservatism, just last week, where he came out and was like, yeah, actually, we have been messing around in the Middle East for, upwards of 60 years. And that's precisely the reason why 9/11 happened. And that's precisely the reason why these guys say death to America and Iran, for example. So, like, that was exactly the same sentiment that I've addressed a million times over.
They hate us because they ain't us is a joke from the the Interview, that movie? Yeah, The Interview, right? Didn't that one like cause like a international? That's the movie that caused an international incident.
But of course, in this moment, it was a heated response, an impassioned response, and people will consistently use that against me over and over again. Some people hear that and they think I understand exactly what's going on here. Some people hear that and go, how heinous. Oh, my stars and garters.
Okay, look, if I could go back in time, I know don't have a time machine. I know that this isn't Steins Gate. But if we could somehow go back in time, right? I would talk to Seth Rogen and I would be, listen, you got to edit your script, all right? I know you want it to be journalists who go to North Korea to supposedly interview the dictator there and end up. It's more of an interview, right? As in ending his life than an interview, right? I know you want to do this, but we're going to change it, all right? We're going to make an ostentatious, narcissistic reality television show host be the one to ingratiate himself towards the towards Kim Un, and then he's gonna be the one that kills him, right? We just gotta plant this idea of like, watch out for anybody that's a reality host, right? These guys are dangerous. They're coming for you, Kim.
I am clutching my pearl.
They're gonna turn you gay. They're gonna make you dance to the YMCA.
I don't even want to learn what this is about. I don't want to understand what he's saying. His name is Hasan. He must be Al Qaeda.
I mean,
and that's fine.
You also can like bring it to the present because like I have a very real fear right now that because of what Donald Trump has done in Iran, he has increased the risk of terror attacks.
That's it. I'm saying it, chat. Hasan did 9/11. Why would anybody try to blame America for a terrorist act unless he himself was involved, right? Hasan, how old was he at the time? I don't care, chat. He must have been like 11 or something, right? He engineered the whole thing. He was the mastermind. It's all Hasan. We should just arrest Hasan like for 9/11, and he should go to Guantanamo because he's just a terrorist, right? And who needs that?
On Americans abroad and maybe even here, and God forbid one of those happens. We will know that it could be a result of, or at least Donald Trump will have contributed to that.
It will 100% be a direct byproduct of everything that we've done. It's like impossible not to recognize that at this point.
Yeah, and it's very easy at that point for me to say, oh, now we know what led to that versus, yeah, you know what, we deserved it. Like, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, I understand.
Civilians don't deserve to die. I mean, I'm anti-civilian murder. I'm anti-civilian death.
Put that down.
That's like... One of my first principles is that I'm anti-imperialist, I'm anti-war for that reason, because I don't want civilians to die. I don't want random people to die. I don't even want people to go out and die in the process of trying to kill people.
Wait.
America, brought to you by Simply Save. If you're anything...
Oh my God, gotta love the ads. They make so much money off of this. What is going on? I thought I popped that up already. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature. everything's working backwards today. I don't know, but yeah, you got an idea of how this went. Wait, is that most? No, that's most replayed because they hit the ad. Hasan's comments on what is this?
Mean that, or is that a rhetorical move, or like a solidarity signal? Like what people catastrophic claims from?
Okay, so he confronts Hasan with some stuff. Obviously disagrees with him. Basically echoes Hasan's own self-criticism about how he phrased that. Just to set the record straight or whatever. They go to an ad break and then they come back, and this is what Jon hits him with after that.
January. Because colonial. I want to stay in the theme of violence just for a minute, because I think it connects to another comment of yours that's been circulating. This is one from January. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state of Israel.
I stand by that.
Well, so I will say this is the one that bothered me most when I first heard it. And I remember having a reaction to it when I first saw it in January. Because I think even if you believe what happened in Gaza.
Hasan farted on my dog? I heard about this. He farts on dogs. Yeah. And he died? I mean, that's probably has to do with his diet, right? Too much, it was like a protein fart. Like the protein powder just gets aerosolized and will actually perforate your dog's lungs from Hasan's farts.
Gaza is genocide, and what's happening in the West Bank is apartheid. Those are different claims from Hamas is 1,000 times better, because like Hamas is an organization that has massacred.
Look, Jon, I mean, the real question is about Hezbollah and their fucking epic flag, right? You said you liked the aesthetics of their flag. What if I said I liked the aesthetics of the Nazis? The spiffy Hugo Boss look on the military uniforms. It's so masculine. I love it. Anyway, what voice was I doing there? Did I just do Dev from Short Fat Otaku? Oh no, chat. What? I'm sorry. I have been watching some content that relates to fucking Dev. That piece of shit. The piece of shit that said the shooter was a Hasanoid. That guy.
Raped, kidnapped civilians on October 7th. They've also been catastrophic for Palestinians by almost every measure. Governance, corruption, they made choices they knew would result in mass civilian death of their own people. So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move, or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it.
10 toes on the ground.
Frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for.
I turned you on to common side effects. That's so cool. I love that show has got so much heart. I mean, you could pick, you could probably criticize like the mixed message on on medicine or whatever that's in there. Maybe they'll sort of work that out in the second season that has been greenlit, right? There should be a second season coming up for common side effects. Fuck knows when it will actually drop, but
80 years at this point, and they've done a genocide at this point as well. But like, it started off with the Nakba, and has only evolved as technology has gotten better to become more heinous. And Gaza is this hermetically sealed area that many people correctly point to as the world's largest open-air prison before October 7.
It's more than just that. It's an open-air torture chamber. It's an open-air, like, military technology experiment, human experiment zone. That's some sick shit. Sorry, I'm not, like, trying to... Anyway... But yeah, you got an idea. I don't want to belabor this too much, but that was Jon's conversation with Hasan. I think there is some degree to which Hasan is harder to push back on than Ken Martin. Jon did push back on certain things. I'm sure he pushes. I don't know. Let's see where he lands on the Hamas thing. Because he's still trying to get Hasan to like, but do you seriously? Do you condemn Hamas? Can I get a condemn Hamas, please? Please, Mr. Piker, at long last. We'd love you to condemn Hamas. Settle all of our minds at ease.
So my perspective on this has always been that I think that Hamas's tactics, which I oppose at times, right, or it's like internal governance issues, are secondary to this conversation because it's like placing a lot of emphasis on the Nat Turner rebellion, or instead of talking about the much larger, much more consequential, much bigger harm that chattel slavery was to black people, to like sell black people and to rape them and treat them as though they weren't human. I think that's a far larger systemic force that is going to make the Nat Turner Rebellion look inconsequential in comparison to the greater harm. Same with, for example, the ANC. The ANC had a militant wing called the MK. I'm not going to try to even attempt to say it. And Nelson Mandela went
the Haitian Revolution
to prison and was imprisoned by the apartheid state.
I mean, actually, I think I would have people disagree with me on that one.
MK and the ANC.
I have heard people supposedly on the left
alongside the apartheid administration. They had a practice called necklacing, where they would put a tire around the neck.
This is the ANC.
Light it on fire. It was a heinous practice. And it was, of course, condemned after the fact, but none of the people that were engaged in it, if I recall correctly, even in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, were actually legally charged for it. Because there's this understanding when we look back at like some of the more heinous things that resistance groups have done and militancies have done, we match that up against the far larger, far broader systematic violence.
And also, I want to point out that if this conversation was taking place like in the 1980s, right, the same arguments would be used against the ANC, right? This would be, people would be saying what John is saying about Hamas. But I'm not comparing Hamas to the ANC for the record, all right? But people would be saying this about them. If we took it back to the 60s, French people would be saying this about the FLN. And yeah, granted, the tactics, if you value human life, you're not going to like the tactics in a militant resistance, right? But at the same time, do you blame the occupying power or do you blame that resistance? I think blaming the resistance is a mistake and a distraction. I assume that those leftists would say Lorena Baba overreacted as well. What was the oh my gosh, I don't even know. That's the didn't she like chop the pee-pee of her husband? I don't know. I actually don't know the story behind Lorena Bobbitt. But that's all I know is that the pee-pee got chopped. But yeah, actually I don't. I've never heard what the context was.
That an entire people have been subjected to, and it makes me feel silly to consistently talk about what Hamas has done, especially when there has been an October 7 times 1,000, if not more than 1,000 at this point, in the hands of Israel against the Palestinian population in its entirety. I mean, they're doing an October 7 to Lebanon right now as we speak.
Just take it from the Palestinian perspective.
Yeah.
Don't you think Hamas's decision to attack on October 7th and to massacre civilians on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake for them, for the Palestinian people? Like, do you think the Palestinian people are in any way better off than they were before October 7th?
No, of course not.
Okay, so Narwhal's got the context for me. She was raped habitually by her husband, and at one point she snapped. It's so weird how that doesn't ever get carried forth in the legend. The legend. It's just always this random thing of like, yeah, she cut the pee-pee. She got a wild hair up her butt one day, and she was like, I'm gonna cut the pee-pee. And she cut the pee-pee for no reason at all. Yeah. Yeah, obviously there was a reason. And there's been recently a scandal of there's like a network of men that drug and victimize their wives that just got revealed. There's a documentary on Netflix. She said he would abuse her, and that's why she. Okay. Well, that makes more sense than just the story of the random pee-pee chopping, right? That I had heard.
No, but at the end of the day,
that's why I'm asking.
I mean,
more.
but
It's
the
more
end
for
of
me
the day-
like a resistance movements wherever they are need to come up with strategies.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess my view is, and I understand that there is a huge power imbalance here, but I think that resistance movements that engage in, mass slaughter or civilian targeting and all that, like they just have less success than resistance movements that are nonviolent. I mean, it's obviously in history.
John, you go to Gaza and try, or even the West Bank, and try some nonviolent resistance. There are people that do this. There are people that try to, that will try to stand in the way of settler violence. And sometimes they, get. I mean, I guess the biggest example, or the most profound example, being Rachel Corrie, who stood in the way of a Israeli bulldozer that was gonna bulldoze, I think, a family well in Gaza, and the bulldozer didn't stop. And they celebrate her death in Israel by eating pancakes with her face on it. Well, that's what we're dealing with it. You talk about I don't know, they kill a lot of people. They kill a lot of. I don't support resistance like this. Like, John, that's who the Palestinians are dealing with, right? And all of the fucking, Mandelas, all of the MLKs that people are always like, why isn't there a Palestinian MLK? That would be super effective, right? They're dead, John. They're dead. They're dead. Those are the kind of people that Israel kills first, okay?
I know we've had a revolution here. I get it.
I wouldn't agree with that
armed
one.
revolution, yeah.
But
But I do think if you look back over the last 100 years, nonviolent movements have been more successful than armed resistance movements. That's just
I think they
that's
work
just the
hand in
scholarship.
hand. But I think it might have been Kwame Ture who said it. You can only shame someone who has a conscience, and if your enemy has none, it's impossible to get them to react to your civil movement, because the Palestinians have tried civil movements. I mean, the Great March of Return, where hundreds of Palestinians were sniped directly by the Israeli occupation forces, and they openly celebrated that too. They said, we have an accounting of every single bullet that we shot at the Palestinians, and then they had to delete that. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg as far as the war crimes galore that we're talking about, because even the everyday maintenance of apartheid, which Israel is an incredibly violent endeavor. That maintenance requires you to constantly be a military force that is ever present, that is dominating and ritualistically humiliating.
So yeah, here,
and subjugating.
I want to point out to Destiny, not that he's watching, but I want to point out, in relation to what Destiny said earlier, that he confronted Hasan with some pretty hard shit, right? And the difference is that Hasan knows how to respond. Hasan has got a response. Hasan has thought this through, right? Has run through the same questions that Jon Favreau is bringing up here, right? Hasan is just dealing better with the criticism. And it turns out maybe the criticism is I gotta say this, Destiny. The criticism is more valid. I think even Destiny kind of admits it's valid, at least in the context of having said that you were going to bring forth this report. But then this is the distraction we get. He was too nice to Hasan, right? And that's what you're going to get from Destiny. And that is an obfuscation, because Destiny cannot push back. He's trying to save his
I think everything.
Oh my God,
DNC
fuck.
And John.
We'll get to that in a second. he can't push back. So instead he's got to talk about like, but what about Hasan? But what about this whole thing is just one big what about Hasan?
It all came about because you expressed some frustration about criticism of the DNC coming from our direction. So I appreciate you coming on to talk about it directly. I'll just say up front, we share the goal of making sure Democrats win everywhere, especially the White House in 2028. I also very much understand you've got one of the hardest jobs in politics that you took at an especially tough time for the party. But I do want to press you on some specific things because I think the stakes are too high not to. Does that sound fair?
Sounds great, John. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote, was there any utility in doing...
Oh, yeah, good point, Darful. Unlike Destiny's debate with Ben Shapiro, John is actually trying, yeah.
And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different. Your exact quote was, of course...
Wow. Oh, so this guy does know how to do an actual challenging interview. Where the fuck was this retard when he was talking to Hasan, when he was slurping up Hasan Piker? Oh, I guess we're going to...
It was the same Arsler, Destiny, in that chair, and I would say that, you know, he's doing what he always does. The only difference is, at the end of the day, he can find something redeemable about Hasan Piker being a, being in community, I guess, with the greater left, especially when that means that, he could, like I said, he could reach to his left and be like, hey, Hasan, why are you, supporting Hamas? Or, you know what I mean? He can, whereas with Ken Martin, it's dead wood. And unlike Hasan, yeah, Ken Martin's in a position of power. There's so many differences. When I start to think about it, right? When I start to think about like what is different between you can't expect somebody to do the same interview like with everybody that comes to them. This is like somebody who expects the media to treat like Trump like he's never lied before, like that, take him at his word, right? I mean, you can't do that.
Learn what an actual like challenging interview is. So it's not a layup question. It's a challenging question. I think it's fine in journalism to ambush people with quotes or whatever, right? To hold them accountable. But with an ambush quote, to demonstrate an inconsistency that's going to be difficult to talk his way out of. Okay, so we do know how to do a challenging interview. Good job.
Of course it will be released. Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean...
27 votes so far, is that right?
When I ran for this position is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we...
Oh, 62 votes, okay.
Help inform our victories, and that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release.
So yeah, just looking at the poll really quick, Destiny's still ahead at 42%. Closest competitors, Ben Shapiro and his crashing, dying Daily Wire at 22%. Third place, we got Sam Seder with Michael from Taiwan talking about Tim Pool. And then fourth place, we have Piers and Geraldo. Did I even explain that one, Chad? I might have short sold that one. Right, so our dude Adam Mockler, right? You know Adam Mockler? He goes on and he mogs Scott Jennings, like he triggers the rage baiter in chief over at CNN on their debate platform, and he just really made him look like an idiot, right? So Piers was like, "Yeah, let's have Adam Mockler on, and I'd like to congratulate you on your debate victory and against And then Geraldo is like, yeah, I think you kind of being a dick to him, man. I mean, I would have been mad too if you were a dick like that, like, right? So it looks like at first like it's like a, hey, you're the hot new you're the hot commodity, let's have you do your debate shtick on Piers. But it was kind of a coordinated ambush between Piers and Geraldo. So if you want to, we could see how Adam handles that, right? That one's at 16%. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, make sure to like the stream. That's really important too. I am gonna make another super chat goal.
Back in November saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons, and we released those lessons. We continue to do that. And it's important for me, instead of navel gazing and looking backwards and trying to relitigate 2024, I don't know about you, John, but I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does. So we can't change what happened in 24.
Okabe Rentaro? Is that his name, chat? Is that the guy from Ocarine. I'm trying to remember Steins Gate. Every time he says this, like I'm like, and then I realized that there's two Steins Gates, and there's like not a continuity. They're somehow in different timelines. I don't know. I didn't realize that, chat. When I watched Steins Gate, I was trying to resolve it. I was like, how does it make sense?
The only thing we can do is actually change what happens in the future, including the 26 election cycle, 28 and beyond. That means we do need to learn the lessons. We need to make sure they help inform our decisions that we're making. And we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are, and we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're and party. If you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are, and we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
Okay, so kind of a political response. I don't know if I feel like he directly answered the confrontational question from the other guy's John, right? Now, the question is, are we going to continue doing like a somewhat confrontational interview and we're going to go to the next thing? Or is this going to be like a hostile, aggressive?
Chat, dnc.org, like /playbook. Do you think he means slash? I put in both. I put in dnc.org /playbook, and then I put /playbook, and they both resolved to democrats.org. He's fucking lying. Destiny, you didn't even try to pull this up? There's nothing here. There's nothing here. He is pointing to a fucking URL that doesn't work. And this dumb fuck wants us to take his criticism of Jon Favreau seriously when he's eating the slop out of Ken Martin's hand here. Oh, yeah, I guess there's a website yeah, you hear that? He made a website. He put up a website. No, he fucking didn't. This guy's a liar. Like, how many lies do we have to catch him in until Destiny says, okay, maybe I won't take this guy's word for it? What a rube. What an absolute fucking mark you are, Destiny. Or maybe you just want to be a mark. Maybe if your viewpoint is defined by the opposite of Hasan Piker, maybe this is the kind of bullshit that leads you to. I don't know.
Interview, and he's gonna tell him he didn't answer it, bring back up the quote again, and force answer it. Let's find out. I haven't watched this yet, so I have no idea. Maybe they'll just go on. I don't know.
But on this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review. Quote:
God damn, we're in hostile interview territory. All
you have not seen a hostile interview, Mr. Borelli. You have not seen a hostile interview. If that is what you think. Look, Favreau is incapable of hostility. He is, I don't know. Like, is there a name for this, chat? Like, he is a very soft, is there a word for what he is? Like, the thing that bothers me about Favreau is if an oppressive government came in and, I don't know, was like, he wouldn't fight back. That's the thing that bothers me with Favreau is like, he is slow to call out shit that has gone way too far, and he does not seem to have the wherewithal to fight back when it's not just like somebody is like, doesn't understand what you're trying to say. It's like, no, they don't care what you're saying. They are going to roll over you with a, with a bulldozer. God damn it. Conflict averse. Yeah, that kind of works. Conflict averse. That's part of it. For sure. And you don't know, is there like, look, when I train people in like kickboxing, it's mostly wine moms and suburban dads and people like that, right? But I like to think that there's a little fighter in every single one of them. and that if I can like unlock that they've got like a response, if you can kind of push them in in the workout, that they are going to unlock some like power, some grit that they never really knew that they had, right? So yeah, and I like to think that everybody's got that somewhere, in case of emergency, break glass.
Right. So they do know how to do it. Okay. Woo.
You have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost.
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons.
And that's the question. And look, he didn't answer John's first question. And that was the really important one, right? This is the one that is like, this is the thing that the conflict is all about, right? There's other criticism that John's had of him, that other people have had of him, but this is the main one, and he's got no fucking answer for that. You can tell that he's bullshitting, and it's disgusting that Destiny, refuses to call that. The best that we get from him is he shouldn't have made that promise, right? Yeah, he's fully on board with the idea that this is a private club, the Democratic Party, and that the people like Ken Martin get to just pull the wool over our eyes anytime they want to. He's totally confident with that. He's like, you should like the wool being pulled. Don't say that it's wool. Say that this is you've never had better vision. Like you can see perfectly now that you have the wool covering your eyes, right? You've gotta like this, some Clockwork Orange ass shit that Destiny's expecting of like Democratic voters and supporters. Can I press the button? There it is.
Those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want
well, first off,
to publicize?
There's no smoking gun in the report. And I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. The smoking gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening...
Well, why would we release it? There's no smoking gun to show you, so there's nothing to release. So therefore, we won't release anything. You'll just have to take my word for it, in other words. That's what he's telling. That's what he's telling a former Obama official. Chat, it's not just us that don't have access to this. It's like people like John. It's like anybody in the party, right? He is sitting on this shit. And so some would say, that like because that there are inconvenient things in that report that show that the reason that they lost in 2024 it was because of their allegiance to their donors, issues where the donors wanted them to hold a certain line and the public was turned off by that. And then obviously also the possibility that it's, that just reflects poorly on the current front runner, for which I'm sure people like Ken Martin are very happy that people are dumb enough to, take Kamala Harris again.
Here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election. But instead, the navel gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. We're 189 days from this election, John. What we don't need to be focused on...
I do agree. I don't know why they wouldn't just release it, unless, is there something about how they should have been, harsher on Israel so they feel stupid or something, or don't want to...
This is not the way to react to this, Destiny. You haven't been paying attention, and you're not even curious. Because your mind's already made up.
Credit to some political... Or, I don't know why you wouldn't release it. I can't... I don't know why. I don't know why. I have no idea why.
Is actually relitigating 2024. What we need to do is learn the lessons of 24 and the years preceding that can help us win this upcoming election. That's why we've been releasing them. That's why we've been focused in on actually putting those lessons into action. And there's nothing that I told you in August that is inaccurate. We've been sharing those lessons out with donors. We've been talking about this with party leaders.
What? I'm sorry. You've been sharing those lessons out with donors? Excuse me? This is the problem. This is the did he just say what I think he said? We've been sharing it with the donors. Also, he said they've been sharing the lessons, right? So this is the whole thing, right? Let's say that I am your bishop, all right? You go to my church on Sunday or whenever. I've got stained glass. You can see the Stations of the Cross reflected in the panels, and like, you know, I know Latin. I do the Latin Mass every week, and you don't. You don't know what I'm saying. You're pretty sure it's about Jesus. You're pretty sure you agree with it. But as far as the Bible, you know, it's just like shit that you repeat in Latin. You don't really understand it, right? You want to let me tell you that the Bible actually says that you should give your bishop everything, honestly. Like, if you're keeping any sort of wealth, any sort of food for yourself, you're evil and you're going to hell, you got to give that shit to the bishop. You gotta feed the bishop grapes, right? You know, it's just like, you know, we can't fucking keep doing this. Is the most obvious fucking con in the world, right? We will not show that there is a insightful, study that we did. We've got lessons from it to tell you, but we will not show you that raw data. We will not let you actually look for yourself and confirm that this shit is actually anything like what we say it is.
Activists and others and organizations and campaigns. It's no surprise and I get it. I get why people are obsessed with it, because there's various groups and organizations and people who think there's some sort of smoking gun in there. Guess what, John? In the third closest presidential election in the last 100 years,
What's the worst possible thing they think could be in the report? I feel like there's a ton of things that could be in there that could be bad. It could be that there are smoking guns that are like, oh, you definitely should have had an open primary or nominated Bernie Sanders or given more credence to the Palestinian people or whatever, right? It could be that. Or it could be that there's not a smoking gun, but there's like enough there for somebody to take a bite out of. So for instance, they might have something that shows that like Kamala had the potential to
whoa.
She would have softened her language on Palestine or
Oh God. Chat, I must have been talking over him or eating food or going to the bathroom or something. I don't remember this. This is a pretty bad. This looks bad, chat. This is real. Do you hear what he's saying? He's like, hey, like, you know, maybe there is something that somebody could turn into a thing, right? He's justifying possibly this guy like hiding the data because he thinks that somebody could bad faith like turn this into being about Palestine, but it could really say this was like a little tiny factor, and then they're gonna blow up and say it was a great big huge factor, and the public will believe that. I don't know. This is so bad. He's actually okay with this guy just straight up lying and hiding the truth, as long as it ends up with us having a more centrist Democratic candidate.
Something like that, to where he's being honest and it wasn't that much of a like determining factor, but it's enough there that they could take a bite out of it and be like, oh my God, look, they're bearing it even more. They could have been more honest about it. Like in my opinion.
Destiny, if you did this shit, all right, if you talked about releasing some evidence that was going to prove you innocent, right? All the allegations were going to go away. Your career was going to come back and everything, right? And the next day you say, never mind. I don't have that for you. I will not let you see that, right? You know you'd get torn apart. Your last few orbiters would fucking feast on your innards like a bunch of like the vultures that they are, and they would that'd be the end of destiny right there, right? You know this, you fucking know this. If this is what I said yesterday, if you apply, you know, what he knows from streamer drama to this, if this was a streamer, there's no way that people would let him get away with this shit. There's no way in fucking hell. But yeah, Destiny's ready to like be like, I don't know, maybe you do end up covering it up and not letting people, maybe you do just pull the wool over their eyes because, you know, you looked at the thing, you thought it was going to exonerate you, but there's a little something that kind of suggests that you might have, you know, procured some CSAM from a minor, and you're just afraid that your ops they're gonna do something with that, right? They're gonna make a big deal about it. We can't have that, so we can't release I'm sorry, I had it ready to go. I was gonna release it, but on second thought, no, you don't get to see what's in here. Upon actually looking at it, you don't get to see it. I'm not gonna show it to you. You would get torn apart, and you fucking know it.
opinion the whole Epstein file thing is. Like, for the Epstein files, I don't think Trump and his friends are all rapists, but it just makes them all look really bad, so they want to bury it. Like, it could be something like that. I don't know what the actual...
Oh, cool. Now we're defending Trump and Epstein. That's even better. Can we get to some apheba? Can we get aphebophilia for aphebophilia for 300, Alex? Aphebophilia for 300.
Not privy to any of these reports, but maybe. I don't know. The real thing is that Ken Martin shouldn't have said whatever he said in 2016 or 2024 or whatever. I don't know why you would make that kind of commitment or statement. That's fucking stupid. Kind of like with Biden. The issue with Biden was never that he pardoned Hunter Biden. He should have, and he was morally correct to do so. But Joe Biden shouldn't have said that he would have never pardoned him. That was the mistake. Not pardoning him. It was trying to make some commitment to not pardoning him, I think.
There's nothing that didn't impact that election.
But why did you spend the money going to 50 states, doing all these interviews, doing all this stuff, and doing this report in the first place, if you weren't going to release the full results of it? Like, why? I don't get why.
Release the VOD.
Just you and some of the senior DNC people get to see it, but not most of the DNC members who are, state party chairs. I mean, more than a dozen DNC members told NBC just the other week they want it released, including Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and North Carolina Democratic Party Chair Anderson Clayton. And Anderson said, quote, "Genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?" How did you answer that question?
I know you said it already, but it's disgusting that we can say these people can do tough interviews. In fact, this is clearly hostile. Yeah, and to be clear, I appreciate this. I think we should be able to do these types of interviews. I think this is good journalism. But it only ever happens against the center left. Only, always, only and always against the center left. Look, where the fuck was any of this with Hasan? So Hasan, I see here that you said you wanted to, that every Jew Zionist inbred fuck is a fucking pig. And like, I know this is probably like out of context, right? So can you explain this, Hasan? Yeah. Oink, oink, motherfucker. Oh, yeah, like as a joke.
Yeah. That's all, folks.
Yeah, so in this next out of context quote, saw you at the gym yesterday, by the way, buddy. You were looking super hot. So in this next, like, Jesus fucking slip Christ, what the fuck is going on here? But he can do a tough interview. That's good. Just not.
You can't talk about people sweeping or giving, like, the interview equivalent of a hand job or whatever the fuck you're trying to say here when everybody in your fucking orbit is constantly slurping you, sir. Like, you live in a rotten ass kingdom in a broke down palace in your own mind that is just like a alternate reality where all of your, worst characteristics are totally okay. You get to rape and molest all you fucking want, right? That's the world this guy fucking exists in. No consequences for anything. Everybody is his tool. Everybody is his property, right? This is again the first streamer, the first political streamer. This is the model that was set forth and kind of copied by Vosh. Luckily, not so much copied by Hasan, right? Because otherwise, I keep on hearing people talk about Hasan orbiters. And I do believe, like, I think I said at some point, like, there's not really Hasan orbiters. There's some, right? It's basically just Hasan's friends, right? You're talking about like Mike, Will, Carolyn, people like that. I mean, I guess you could say like function as orbiters, but there's such a limited number. It's not like Hasan does not, I don't know, I don't know, shout out like everybody that has ever said anything positive about him. The way that Destiny will, I don't know if we're going to catch this, right? Crotchy, thank you for the gifted membership too. Miku's headphones, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And let us add some time back. Let's turn back time, sub add time, 3M, don't. Yes, there we go. And of course, the obligatory sound. All right.
First friends, I guess. Fucking loser.
Yeah, having friends equals orbiters now. Well, no, I mean, in terms of like the way that Hasan interacts with other live streamers, right? There are a limited number of people that I guess you could call orbiters, right? They're raid into him, that he sometimes raids. He does, like if you've been around Hasan's community, right? That correct me if I'm wrong here, right? but he doesn't raid every night. Like, I don't think he does not raid most nights, does he? YouTube hid your super chat? Wait. Oh shit. Narwhal by Nature found the lessons. I didn't even see that. No, I thought that was the super chat. If they're it'll leave them on the screen for a little while. If they're big enough, right? I thought that was the one for last time. Here, let's add that sub ad time 20 minutes. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, and it's almost like it doesn't. Oh my god, chat. Why do I use Stream Elements again? It's so fucking buggy, isn't it? There's yeah, actually I do know because like the regular OBS doesn't have what I need, and Streamlabs is bloatware. We can't have that bloatware, right? If there's anything bloated, it's gonna be I'm gonna have it like on the cloud, like I do with Stream Elements. So yeah, that is actually why I do that. I was surprised that Destiny bot story where he accidentally boosted his viewers by 30,000 quickly logged off. Wait, before quickly logging off didn't get any traction. Wait, what was that? Add my time too, baby. Yeah, absolutely. Wait. Oh yeah, actually I haven't even added Narwhal's time. Is that? And then we'll do the sound. Not to be confused with the sounds of construction in the background, but that's something different. And then 3M. I haven't actually read sub ad time. 3M, and then there it goes, added, and the sound. There you go. That is a welcome. Yeah, welcome new member, Amphra Ampharo. I'm Ampharo's love. Ampharo's love. Thank you for becoming a weasel.
God, fuck me, dude.
What we found is the things we've been telling them, both Anderson, Delia, other folks who have concerns about it. We've shared all of the lessons with them, right? And
I don't know, chat. Like, I mean, I should keep looking. You know, there's bound to be some good. Maybe something better than OBS will come, or maybe I could just get really good at OBS and learn to do all the shit that Streamlabs does myself, right? Stream Elements does. Streamlabs, it's bloatware. It kind of holds your hands though. You know, it comes like OBS, you got to set up all your stream alerts and stuff like that. The Streamlabs, they have the, you've seen them, like, right, when somebody follows, they show a zombie, they have like certain sounds for like donos and stuff like that, right? It's just like out of the box. Streamlabs is like ready to go, and then you can like sort of customize it the way that you want to. But yeah, like I said, it is bloatware, and I already have enough problems with system resources without that. So
again,
I did get the pronunciation right. Thank you.
I think, John, the reality is you're proving my point here, right? People are obsessed about this in a way that
oh wait, put it towards Vox Populi. Wait, what is going on?
continues to turn them away from wanting to focus on the lessons, and instead thinking that there's some sort of smoking gun in here that's going to give them the one single reason that Kamala Harris lost.
The other thing is that as goofy as this guy is, and as much as he keeps on repeating like smoking gun and silver bullet, all that shit, I feel like if this guy was, you know, on the other side, Destiny would mercilessly make fun of him, his goofy ass smile, and just how dishonest he comes across as, right? In any other context, this guy would get torn apart, but because he is useful to say, actually, no, Pod Jon Favreau is wrong, and therefore Hasan, why is he wrong? Because he was too nice to Hasan. It's another route back. It's another route back to, all roads lead back to Hasan, unfortunately.
The election, or the one single thing that we should have done differently that's going to actually help us win in the future. There is no one single thing that cost Kamala the election. There is no one.
He can't even bring himself to defend him. Yeah, all he's going to do is just bitch about Hasan. Well, he was nicer to Hasan. Oh, that's a tough question. Why didn't he ask Hasan a tough question, right? That's what he's doing in lieu of his job.
Single thing that we can do to help us win the upcoming election. There's a number of lessons for sure that will help us win in 26 and beyond. But again, I understand what you're saying, John. We'll just have to agree to disagree on this because, we have already started to put those lessons into action. I'm proud of the results of what we've seen over the last year and a half since I've been elected. We have significant wind at our back, and we're going to continue to move forward. And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
I think if you're going to go in...
Direful Pot says, great, Destiny agrees with John. Can we wrap this up? Good question, Direful. I mean, that's on you. As you can tell, you've got a poll in front of you. 65? No, it's got to be more than 65, chat. It's got to be more than 65. That would mean that like nobody else has voted since I last mentioned the poll. 65? Is that real? Okay, I guess 65 of you have voted. 43% for Destiny's worst take. That's still ahead. Ben Shapiro, views down, is in second place. Sam Cedar, Tim Pool, with Mike from Taiwan in third place. And Piers and Geraldo try to mog Adam Mockler is in fourth place. So that's where it stands right now. Remember, if you've donated, you have the ability to fuck with the poll. Look, oh my God, we got 5 minutes left in the Kaya sticker thing. Wait a minute, what? I'm sorry, I feel like there's been more than one super chat. That's crazy. Wait a minute. What, am I wrong? Oh, wait a minute. It didn't... There's 2 from Narwhal, right? So that it should have counted at least up to 2. What does it say? It says 1 out of 5. It should say 2 out of 5. Shit is busted on YouTube. You notice this? I'm noticing it. Anyway, we're looking for 3 more super chats of the teal variety or higher in order to push a Kaya sticker onto the stream. I had to teach someone what mogging was yesterday. Right, and how to use it correctly, and when to use fogging instead. But yeah,
into the podcast world, maybe. I think you gotta have it. I'm sorry, I don't know how to. That sounds mean. I just don't think Ken Martin has it.
Wait, for podcasting, is that what he's saying? Yeah, he's not a good public speaker. It's a good reason to question his role as DNC chair as well, right? That's one of your jobs. That's one of your jobs. Sure, there's other important stuff, as well. But like, I mean, he's fucked up on so much. He's so dishonest in so many different ways. Like, how much is it going to take for you to realize that, like, he and so many other Democratic, officials, Democratic establishment officials need to be replaced at the very least. And that is if you're accepting the idea that the best we can do is the Democratic Party. Which, I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's very hard. Do not underestimate the difficulty and the time that it takes to build a new party. That it would be better, honestly, to take an existing party over. It would be easier and safer. Let's just put it that way to do so. But I don't know, if we get this intransigence, like at the end of the day, it's a private club, and guys like fucking Ken Martin and the guys that like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the people that suck their dicks, those are the ones that are making the decision. It's very hard to just kind of actually vote these people out, believe it or not. But we gotta try. We gotta keep the pressure up. And also, thank you Omegastar for the super chat. Murphy's Law, I tell you, butterfly. And let me add 5 minutes here. Sub ad time. I should just copy paste sub ad time so I can control V that. 5 minutes on the clock. There we go. And of course, is there anybody else that I missed? I heard somebody talking in chat saying that I missed a super chat earlier. I'm looking, I don't see it, but let me know if I missed something, chat.
Like, these are politician answers.
Love that Hutch and Destiny and the rest of them don't realize that they have disempowered themselves to make themselves politically useless as with the strategy of always opposing Hasan. Yeah, Absolutely.
Giving for like a CNN or Fox News interview, like these are all kind of like these are really good. Like if you have good media training and you're prepping for like mainstream media interviews or whatever, Ken Martin is giving perfect answers. For a podcast though, this ain't it. You just sound like a politician who's kind of rambling and giving very politically correct, carrying the fucking line or whatever answers. I don't know.
And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page.
What a fucking lie. Annie is a fucking liar. I respect it. I respect that he's a snake fuck liar. You're acting like a whole contingent right now of the far left movement online isn't looking for one silver Jew-coded bullet from this fucking report. Are you, how slimy? Okay, dude. Gee, dude, Hunter was so fucking correct. We need a fucking Biden-Harris ticket or a Biden-Clinton ticket. Oh my fucking...
Wait, I'm sorry, Direful. I'm reading your... you mentioned this earlier. They had Taylor Lorenz on Live and Learn. Was this recently? I know during the chorus controversy... did they have Taylor Lorenz on? Are you sure this isn't from back when the chorus thing was happening? But if she went back on, that does sound like interesting content. I mean, she's an interesting person. I cringe at what she does sometimes. I clap for what she does sometimes. She's very she's very unpredictable, I guess. Yeah, was this recent?
God, we need a Hunter...
Earlier tonight, okay.
Kamala Harris, they need to be a throuple.
I'll try to figure out a way to work that in. That does sound like a banger. We might have to get to it tomorrow, but yeah, it is hot off the presses. And
okay, actually,
let's see if we can take a little sample, right? We got some time.
Fuck it. Delete what I just said.
People are people bored of Destiny? No, just kidding.
Like kids or whatever.
We do have a little bit.
Marry one of them, Hillary or Kamala. First,
okay, so he's trying to do like a Democratic dynasty or something, I guess.
And the other can be VP.
Hunter marries Kamala. Hunter marries Kamala's kids. I don't know.
That's what we need. Or fucking Hunter Biden can be first man or whatever. We haven't had one of those yet, right? And Kamala or Clinton can run. That's what we fucking need. And then these are the people that we go. No, I'm just kidding.
Going to take, and if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
Okay, so I don't know. I mean, do you read this as he's talking down to him or something? Here's what I read this as. Ken Martin's responses are inadequate and ridiculous. And for somebody to take that shit seriously, they'd have to be really fucking dumb. So in other words, you're insulting John's intelligence, right? And despite that, he is being as civil as maybe even a little too civil here, right?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
I mean,
what point
is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons. People believe there's some sort of magic silver bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills at the Democratic Party. There's not. And I understand.
I don't think there's going to be a magic silver bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks it's good. No one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interviewed people in 50 states. You spent a lot of donor money on it.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting nuance to get into, right, and discuss. And nobody's going to be able to run the table and be like, this little tiny detail is the singular reason that Kamala Harris lost, and so we're going to remake the Democratic Party against doing this again, right? It's going to be a discussion. Some people are going to say it's this. Some people are going to say it's that. Some people are going to say it tells us nothing. Some people are going to disagree with the methods, right? It's a discussion, but we can't get into that discussion until you fucking open up the data for us, right? Otherwise, it's just like, you're like, well, no, actually, I would like you to discuss my interpretation of the data. No, sorry, you're an unreliable narrator. We no longer trust you.
I think people are probably wondering,
we didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report?
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on
Evasive.
that. The person and people who are.
How much did it cost, motherfucker?
Even if they did. Politics? A couple $100,000? That's not a lot of donor.
If you spend the money, you got fucking $100,000. You can't shit down the drain, Destiny. If you spent that much money, you better have a good report that we can look at. And if not, let's look at the report and see if it's fucking worthless. Then yeah, that's a waste of money.
Money.
God damn.
A lot of donor money? A couple $100,000? Okay. Whatever. And it sounds like he's saying it wasn't even that much.
I want a Democratic Party that does not look at $100,000 as like, oh yeah, it's okay if we waste this. It's okay if we waste this. No.
Involved in it. We're not.
Especially if he's, he's going to typify, he's going to say that we've got the most grassroots campaign ever. Our average donor is like $51. I'm sure that you can play with that data and shit, but yeah, it doesn't really, like, especially if these are small donors, right? Please don't waste their $100,000. Use that for something. Don't spend that much money or whatever it is, right? Because that's the whole thing. He said it wasn't $100,000. He's not said anything else. Was it? It could be $120,000. It could be $80,000. It could be $50,000. Or sorry, it could be it could be like he's being evasive.
Not paid to do this work. And so I would just say that's inaccurate, John. So I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so do you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
Oh, shit.
How about you tell me how much money? And again, I don't think that Favreau's a very good oppositional interviewer. I mean, obviously Ken Martin's got his like fucking underwear hanging out of his pants. Like he's got a big fucking rip down his pants with his like the heart polka dot underwear showing out from underneath, right? But yeah, if Favreau doesn't say how much did you fucking spend, quit playing games with me, then he's not going hard on this guy at all. He's going way too easy.
Make it the fuck up.
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. Now he's seen reporting.
You gotta say, okay, you tell me, asshole. You tell me. It's not nothing. How much money did you spend? Right? Or else you're being evasive again.
That they've spent money on.
Yeah, these motherfuckers, when you ask them questions, they need to give you information. They need to give you answers. If they're not transparent, they need to be fucking fired. Because there's something really rotten in the Democratic Party that is absolutely acting like the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters. You're acting like you are paid to fucking lose. That is what we're afraid of. That is why we need to check up after you. You cannot be trusted. We do not trust you.
Before it was a lot of money.
We do not know whose interest you're actually behaving in, although we strongly suspect it's not ours.
I don't know. Okay.
Well, that's inaccurate. Okay. The person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John, but let's just trade in facts on this.
They did it for free. Pro bono.
Right. The reality is we
trade in facts, then give me a fucking fact. Like answer one question. Don't be so mealy mouthed. Stop trying to dodge and oh no Stream Deck. Okay, sorry. I gotta apparently there's a Stream Deck update available, but it pops out in the same place that it pops out when the internet gets knocked out. So I was afraid that had happened.
We did talk to hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now. Which is
so when you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing.
Damn.
Yeah, good point, Rave. 69 votes so far. We better have at least that many likes.
Again on the quote.
An autopsy in 2016. In your mind, you thought.
Wait, pro bono still has costs? God damn.
I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report.
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in.
Yeah, we do. That's why you need to release the fucking report.
But in the years preceding that, John.
Hutch already went to his daddy Destiny for validation. Wait, on what the conversation with Live and Learn?
And so that's where
we'll hit that, I guess, after this chat, because it sounds like some people are a little bit bored with Destiny. I'm just gonna watch till the end of the report. That's what I care about, like more than anything, right?
Our focus is. I mean,
Oh, and also I think Destiny's about to compare Jews to werewolves here in a second.
the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of a, like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learned, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned an executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public.
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
Wait, Narwhal, let me look back to Narwhal's chat from earlier. Looks like we got to 3 out of 5 on the Kaya goal. I think Narwhal actually got a chance to look through. Okay, so Narwhal by nature said, I got a chance to look through the lessons document, and holy shit, it's just a manual for campaigning and an AI tool to help track their efforts. What? No mention of the so these are the lessons, right? There's the lesson, there's the strategy guide, and then this is the executive summary. So when he said he wasn't going to give out the report, he deflected by saying, I've done these other. We got the lessons. We've learned lessons. We put those out. And Narwhal's saying there's not much of any kind of lesson in there. And then single issue except for small business. No mention of it. A single issue except for small. They're literally repeating the failed Kamala Harris 2024 campaign. They're literally repeating it. That's what they learned. That's what they learned. It's okay if you lose when your donors are happy. And look, Chad, this is the real dirty part of it, right? They are paid by some of the same people that bankroll the Republicans. Sometimes the people give more money to the Republicans, right? But what the role that they seem to want for the Democratic Party is to be paid losers, controlled oppositions. When they say stand down, they stand down. And they don't do the things that they could do that might win the election. Chat, that should really worry us, right? That, people talk about the uniparty. Usually it's like Republicans, right-wingers that bring this up as an idea that they only seem to be two different parties. But you could really look at the uniparty as the Democrats are paid to, when they get elected, drag their feet on the priorities of the American people. And when they are defeated, at other times not to do what they could to win elections, so that they end up defeated and the Republicans get in and they get these huge tax cuts, right? Again, we're just getting the same fucking game run on us again and again and again. I think they spent all that money on chorus influencers and Call Me Daddy. Oh, I forgot about the Call Me Daddy set. Good point, Girl Friday on Tuesday.
You said less.
They built a whole new set. That wasn't like they flew the host out of Call Her Daddy, and then they rebuilt, I guess, her set in a hotel room or something like that. Yeah, they spent a lot of money on that failed podcast appearance. I shit you not. Part of it is telling people not to racially profile, no mention of reproductive rights, healthcare, children, war, nada. What a useless fucking.
There's the Democratic playbook, the playbook that you said you can sign up for in DNC for sure.
And that's what Narwhal's talking about, right? That's the playbook, right? Or is that the playbook?
But I know that NBC News.
He's so evasive; it's hard to tell. There's a playbook, there's lessons, there's an executive. There might be an executive summary. When John questions them on, okay, where's the executive summary? He gets evasive on that too. Call Her Daddy host, authored the autopsy. That was her. Yeah, they paid her to do the autopsy.
Before Easter, about a month ago, you told DNC officers on a call to expect an executive summary in short order. Officers on that call told NBC they still haven't received one. You told a North Carolina DNC member who was drafting a resolution to force the report's release that a summary was forthcoming, and he backed off based on that promise. So you've been saying in coming weeks on the executive, like when can people expect an accurate
we've already been sharing that with a number of folks, and we'll continue to share it with folks, including the DNC and other people. The reality is we're not hiding the ball on this. We have been sharing those things out. happy to get you over, what we have been sharing out, John. The reality is that there's no small.
There's 200 pages, by the way. The lessons he's saying, 200 pages is too long for the research, but 200 pages of bullshit is just fine.
Smoking gun here. And as much as people would like to keep focusing in on those pieces, what they're ignoring is that we're sharing out the lessons. We have been incorporating those, and we have actually been putting those lessons into action, which I'm most proud of. Look, we're 189 days away from this election. You said on the top end of this that what you care most about is helping us to win elections. Okay.
We need the report to do that.
Let's focus on the elections coming up, Joe.
But that's just true, Destiny. And again, he's trying to do the Joseph Joestar thing where he's like, your next, word is blah, 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 blah. And then John is like, but what, we could use the report to help us do that. Oh my God, you predicted it. So it's another deflection technique, right? Rather than, it's another distraction. It's a misdirection. Chat, he's like a shitty magician. Right, pulling a turd out of a top hat, right, and trying to convince you it's a rabbit. It's misdirection, and instead of concentrate on the fact that that's probably a lot of people in even his chat thinking, what would help us win the election? Maybe that report. What couldn't hurt? Looking at that report and determining if there's anything in there to help us win the next election. That's just true. But because Destiny can anticipate that's like, and I don't know if he's pre-watched it or if it's, just that obvious, because I think it's pretty obvious, but because he's able to be like, oh yeah, you're so predictable, John, he's distracted. A good, 40% of his audience at least is like, yeah, Destiny knew just where you were going with that, John. So therefore, what you said is invalid. I'm sorry, that's not how validity works, guys. I know that your brains start to atrophy and rot sitting in fucking Destiny's chat for 6 hours a day, but come on, get a funnel, scoop up the brain juice from the counter, and let's try to put some of that back in your head so you can just a little bit of cognition, right? Is all it takes to understand how full of shit this guy is.
You know what? Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024, and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important for everyone to know.
Yeah.
Got him.
I've spent my entire career, John, as you know, since 1990, winning elections up and down the ballot, both in Minnesota and across the country.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy to talk to you about.
You're not like you'd know anything about winning elections. What did you work on? The 2008 presidential campaign? Oh yeah. Oh.
But again, you're proving the point that I think many folks, are frustrated in this.
Who's proving the point, Ken? Who's proving the point? Who's proving whose point?
Party, which is people want to turn backwards to relitigate the 2024 election. To point
people have learned that when we use thought terminating cliches like don't look into the past, right? Or, look forward, don't look back. When you use that like that, it ends up hurting us. It ends up being fertile breeding grounds for a fascist like Donald Trump. And we're tired of that. We've spent 10 years with this guy fucking ruining all of our lives, making all of our lives worse, right? We are tired of that. And we know how we got there. It's by not looking backward after the Iraq war. It's by not looking backwards and punishing the guilty parties, the war criminals, right? Not putting Dick Cheney in fucking jail instead of trying to get him to do campaign stops with you. That's the difference between a Democratic Party that has a future and a Democratic Party that does not have a future, Ken. And I can tell which Democratic Party you're part of.
Fingers to place blame to
I think you want to learn lessons, like you said.
Well, listen, to win elections, if they want to win elections, I'm happy to share what we learned in the way of the lessons on why we lost the 24 election and the years preceding that. Happy to share those. We're sharing those out with everyone. But again, this conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward. What we need to do is focus on the work we need to do in the 189 days. Learn the lessons. And I'm happy to go over what those lessons are. I'm happy to go over them with anyone who wants to talk about them, John.
Get 'em,
but what
John.
I'm not going to
Take
do
'em
is
out, John.
release a report that turns
Don't let
everyone
him-
backwards, trying to either point fingers or place
Gish
blame,
gallop you on
and
this.
actually ignore their own responsibility in helping us to fix the situation. The reality is we all have a responsibility. Yourself, myself, everyone, in actually learning those lessons, focusing on the upcoming election, putting
Come
them
on.
into action so we don't repeat those same mistakes.
Come on,
That's
John.
what we've been focused on.
Don't let him get you. Don't
Also,
let him.
Steve Shale,
Anyone else seen Office Space? Bill Lumber is in charge of the DNC. Is Bill Lumber the guy that's like, right? Is that him? Is it that guy? Like, I'm gonna have to ask you to XYZ that guy. Crotchy with the member chat. Ken Martin, shit eating grin. Oh, he does. Yo, I didn't. Crotchy, I was like, I recognized that from somewhere. I pulled up the chick from Strangers with Candy, but unfortunately, all I ever see from her is it's like a smile, but it's like a sad smile. I think she does that thing where she raises her teeth over her lips over her teeth, just kind of like Ken Martin does. But I couldn't find it. Yo, stop the stupidity. Starting a stupidly crazy amount of gift memberships. Right, I'm trying to put this in the right words. Thank you for the 10 big ones. ACAB includes police. You just got jellyfish. Dude Hammer, you just got jellyfished. Rusher said, you just got jellyfish. Garbage person, you just got jellyfish. Anarcho Oatmeal, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Wait, I think I missed some people too. Spookgrace, you just got jellyfished. Timothy Jones, you just got jellyfished. Zetatube, you just got jellyfished. Ham Hoagie, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Okay, I think I said everyone's name. Thank you, Stop the Stupidity. And welcome everybody that just got. We got to start doing something with the memberships, chat. I was trying to get the YouTube memberships are up, the Twitch subs are up. We got to do something with that, right? I have been putting the bonus streams when I do a bonus stream. Those go to members only on YouTube. So, and yeah, Stop the Stupidity also becoming a weird chip in your own right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Stop the Stupidity. Here, let's add some time for you. So what are we adding? Add time. Can you all really not hear the jackhammer in the background? You can't hear that at all? It's crazy. That's how crazy good my noise filter is, right? If you can't hear like a drrrr, like I swear to God, chat, it's like drrrr, drrrr, drrrr. It's just the whole time. I don't know if you could even hear my noises, right? I'm trying to do a Tatsuya imitating construction equipment, but that's what I'm hearing right now, and I'm just trying to block it out of my brain. Ad time. I think it's 36 minutes, 36 M, and look at that. Should be adding 36 minutes. There we go, and give it a few. And of course, there we go. We got more time on the clock, and it's going to give me more chance to cover more stuff. All right, I'm going to try to get to the end of just when they're talking about the freaking report. That's what I care about here. Destiny goes on to watch the rest of their conversation. Like I said, Ken does look better by the end of this because he's talking about stuff that John doesn't even know about, right? And Destiny doesn't know about it, so it's a pretty worthless thing to watch, right? And then we're going to dip into what I'm told is a killer conversation between Taylor Lorenz and the cast of Live and Learn. Is IRI there, Direful? Is IRI there this week? The white guy, the pretty fly white guy?
Longtime Democratic strategist who's run Florida for the party.
We can hear it, but only when you talk. Okay, it's sort of low. Okay, well, I'm glad it's low. As long as you can hear me, okay. I guess we're good.
Told the Washington Examiner
Yeah.
that there's a, quote, financial penalty specifically tied to burying the autopsy because donors want a clearer accounting before recommitting. The DNC is entering April with negative net cash on hand.
There we go.
So even on...
Okay, there we go indeed. That's all right. Let's see what we got on Live and Learn. Maybe watch it on Pisco. Who should we give views to, chat? Pisco? Let's see if Pisco... And people are saying that Pisco talked about this on stream, too. It's this one, right?
The only podcast with a fucking idiot in a propeller.
Wait.
The old one? Guy.
Oh, we got the white guy. The white guy's here, right? The pretty fly for a white guy is right there in the lower third. He's literally the guy from the video. He's literally the guy from the pretty fly from the white guy video. Pisco looks different, chat. What happened to Pisco? Does Pisco have like an image consultant now? When did this glow up? Chat, you see the Pisco glow up. Soy Pill, you need to talk to Pisco, get a glow up, right? Start mogging. Pisco is mogging. How is Pisco mogging? I'm not used to Pisco. What happened? What did he get a haircut? What did he do? Pisco looks like a fucking movie star. Chat, what happened?
I can't be.
I'm gonna hire him for a movie, chat. I gotta get him into my new movie. I don't know. Let's somebody. Narwhal, help me write the script. We gotta write a movie really quick and put Pisco in it as the internet's busiest lawyer. Yeah, he'll be like the Anthony Fantano of law. That'll be the movie.
The only one.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what
You're gonna start a movement. It's like in Joker when they wear the mask.
They're all gonna hold me up and commit crimes in my hat.
Oh yeah, you don't want that. You don't want like the next assassination attempt to be wearing your logo there.
Oh, and there she is. Perfect time.
Oh, do we have our special guest?
Yes.
Oh, what is mogging? Mogging is when you appear on video with somebody and how good you look makes them look less good, right? That's mogging. It's a stupid thing. It's a stupid, like what do you call it? Like a looks maxing is where it comes from, like clavicular, like that. That's what it is. It's just stupid internet jargon.
Are we live, by the way?
Yes, we're live.
Hello. Oh,
you booted her.
oh no.
God damn.
Professional show here.
Hey, what's up, Taylor?
I made it. Sorry.
Hello.
There she is. All right. So as promised, Taylor Lorenz making, I think, her second appearance on Live and Learn. Did the Pentagon really threaten to strike the God. Chat, we gotta cover Trump at some point, right? What is it, Monday for you? Maybe we'll set a Newsday Tuesday. Maybe we'll do like a real Newsday Tuesday.
The delay. I was on a call.
No problem.
No worries, it happens.
Lots of important things happening. How are you?
Big things happening. Me trying to find a new apartment.
A word?
Yeah, what happened? Did you get doxxed?
No, my landlord. No, but it is funny when they doxed me last time. They found where I lived, and then they all sort of collectively on this one thread decided it was too shitty for me to live in, and that couldn't be where I live.
No way.
Are you in the Southern California area?
I'm in LA.
I'm sorry, I have the sneaking suspicion when she says they, she means Kiwi Farms. Yikes.
Yeah.
All right.
My landlord's getting divorced and is taking back my apartment, so I have to find a new spot. So.
Ooh, hey,
Okay, so chat, I gotta ask you seriously. When I'm quiet, do you hear anything coming through the mic? Nothing? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything come on the. I'm not seeing anything show up on the meter. So so that means that I don't have to really quickly this time, and I just didn't. I needed to know if I need to mute the mic, right? Is all. So yeah, let me put Irene back on screen, and I'll be back as quick as I can. You hear nothing. You hear nothing. Okay, that's good. That's good. Anyway, I'll be back.
Did you do the interview with Libs of TikTok? Was that in Los Angeles?
Oh,
Yeah,
you doxed Libs of TikTok, didn't you?
We actually live not so far from each other, which is very funny because she doxed herself. She tweeted that picture of me on her doorstep that showed the exact street and the exact house that she lived on before my story was even up. But She yes, she met me at Aroma in Studio City, which is like one of my favorite spots, and everybody got very mad at me for bringing her there. They were like, don't bring her back, and I was like, I'm sorry.
And for wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had some disagreements with you, but that I think is my first introduction to you, that interview that you did with her. And we watched it on stream, and it was just the funniest fucking thing.
When she showed me porn, she's
I forgot about that part.
Yeah, she was like, I can't even remember the context. She was like something like this, and I was like, what?
Oh, it was about the books. Wasn't it about like gender?
Yes, something like that. My favorite thing about her is like just how bad she's fallen off. Like she tried to get a Daily Wire deal, apparently. She tried to get a PragerU deal, apparently. Like she's so bad on video that she like really has not been able to scale past Twitter, and that's a beautiful thing.
Well, her whole shtick is calling out pedophiles, and then this whole Epstein thing happened, and she got phase one, and then now
she got the binder. Yep.
Said anything, and it's like, hey, what's going on? And like even some of the people on her squad are like, hey, well, all right, I don't think you're really doing what we thought you were doing here. It's pretty blatantly, transparently not.
Have you guys seen the picture of her, or I don't know if it's her, at the Capitol on January 6th?
Yes, of course.
Is that her?
That's her. She was a January 6er, yes.
Oh.
Wait, is that
She's kind of an airhead, huh?
That's when she was tweeting under the account Biden's Houseplant, where she had a parody account where she pretended to be a houseplant that would belong to Joe Biden.
I think she should be the only January 6th perpetrator that should be pardoned, because she doesn't have the mental capacity to know whether or not she should walk into the Capitol. Anyway, welcome to the stream, Taylor. Taylor Rentz, journalist. Tell us about yourself. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm a journalist. I cover technology, online culture. I wrote a book about it keeps falling down. It's back there somewhere, called Extreme Technology and Online Media, and I've been doing it for about 15 years.
Awesome.
Taylor, have you explicitly come out and talked about like your politics? Like if you had to describe yourself, how would you describe yourself? What's your policy agenda? What do you focus on?
Well, I did intern for Mike Donnellan, which I thought was hilarious, because when all that came out about Biden, I don't know if you guys read Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book, but I was like, oh God. So when I interned for him, like, he was so old. We all used to be like, how is this man working in politics? And that was like 2007 or something. So yeah, I was a poli-sci major, and I thought I wanted to maybe even work in politics for a while, but I just love technology, and I kind of got into the tech media ecosystem, and I don't really identify strongly with either. I mean, obviously I'm not a Republican. They're fascists at this, maybe they've always been fascists, but like, but I disagree with, I want the Democrats to win, obviously, compared to the Republicans right now. But on like certain issues, I think that like, especially what I cover on tech, like there's just not a super strong like alignment on issues either way. There's so much kind of like weird back and forth that I don't really like over identify. I believe in human rights, and obviously I am against fascism. So I'm like broadly, I would call myself on the left.
Is it a bit bizarre for you this day and age to see, number one, the media environment change so differently from when you started as a journalist, where I think by most accounts, quote unquote, alt media now dwarfs traditional media. So I guess I'll start there. You have worked at what we would call like establishment media. What is it like seeing the growth of alternative media and its sort of political ramifications?
And before you answer, Taylor, can you double check you're using the right mic? It's like a little.
Does it sound bad? Hold on. Is it the? Maybe it's not.
You might
my
be using your
mic.
headphone mic.
Oh yeah, it's using my headphone mic. Hold on, wait. It's gonna sound better. Hold on. Does it?
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
yeah,
that's better.
Yay! All right, sorry about that. I clicked the wrong thing. I love the rise of all. I mean, this is I love this. I love it. I think it's a really good thing for the media to be. I started as a blogger. Very much of like the millennial blogger generation. And I think, so many of us, pretty much everyone in my like class of millennial bloggers ended up in traditional media because that was really the only pathway. You couldn't make a living independently back then the same way that you can now. But I think it's really good to have like a robust and diverse media ecosystem. And I don't think you always get that diversity of perspectives in the mainstream media. So I think it's great to like have mainstream media exist. I don't want to see like all investigative journalism go away, but I do like that things are kind of that we see a lot more, like this phenomenal journalist who's the only Capitol Hill reporter that files every single day on issues affecting immigration. He's broken some major stories, like that type of niche beat and niche audience. Like there wasn't really a business model for it in the olden days. So I'm pretty for it. It's obviously led to a lot of problems though, and I think that like our sort of regulatory structure, especially around like political advertisements and stuff, is not caught up to the media environment that we have now.
I think the promise of the internet in the late 2000s and that era was about sort of like decentralizing information. And so I remember feeling very optimistic about the young generation because, you know, our parents and our grandparents and society just kind of broadly was able to, you know, like frankly lie to us when we were kids. I'm pretty old. I'm like 43. And, you know,
You're 43?
Yeah, well, turning 43 pretty soon.
Okay, but that's millennial. Like you're in the, like, they were lying about the Iraq war to us all the time. You know, they lied about a lot.
But the new media, I think, you know, I don't think I quite anticipated the problems that come with new media, because I feel like the perverse sort of profit incentives for legacy media, that's a big problem, right? I mean, it does impact coverage, but there's a different problem of audience capture now with creators. And these creators, like we'll say like Tim Pool or whatever, they don't have any editors that are fact checking them. They have no incentive to correct themselves if they make mistakes. In fact, they have perverse incentives to lie to their audience if they think it's going to get them more views. And so I don't know if that's like better or worse than the old model where you only had legacy media.
Well, I would say that's not all content creators, right? I would say it's like, I think it's also, even just if you look politically, like that's a much bigger problem on the right, even than the left. Not to say that there isn't a huge amount of people on the left that also do that. I think it's across the board. But I think that like, I mean, part of the way that Trump got into power was leveraging people that, also, I'm sorry, it's so bright. For some reason, the sun is coming in like right now. I feel like it looks like I'm being raptured.
It actually does that at the same time every day.
It's gonna like move soon. Anyway, I think that's not all independent media, but it is certainly, you know, a portion of independent media. And I think those people are bad actors. And that's why I constantly write stories, you know, when they do unethical things, they put out disinformation that they refuse to correct. They, you know, take dubious deals that they don't disclose, et cetera. Like I care a lot about transparency. And I think I totally agree with you, what you just said of like, that I don't know if you said this, but you said they don't have editors, they don't have fact checkers. I want them to,
did say that, yeah.
I want them to adopt those themselves journalists. Some of them just straight up don't care about calling themselves journalists.
That's one thing I really struggle with, is this line between pundit and journalist. Sorry, Ira, you can go. But like I struggle sometimes with like my own, you know, what am I doing and what the role is. I view that there is a thing as a pundit who maybe has less responsibilities, and journalists, capital J journalists, are different than pundits, but sometimes it can get really blurry, and it kind of confuses me about you know, what standards, if any, apply to people who operate in the space.
I think it's really incumbent on individual people to be transparent too, and say like, here are my lines. Like I've talked to some political creators that are like, listen, I'm overtly a political creator. I don't care. So I'm fine, you know, taking XYZ money or doing this or going out and campaigning with specific candidates or whatever, because I you know, that's how I view myself. And they're transparent with the audience. I think where you get into things that bother me, at least, it's like when you pretend to be a journalist or you put independent journalist in your bio and then you're turning around and not abiding by basic journalistic principles. So I wish that audiences would ask harder questions of these people that they follow. A lot of times the audience doesn't even care. They'll just eat the slop, you know? And I'm like, no, do you know what this person's background is? Do you know where they're getting their talking points? Do you know what is their funding structure like? What are their, you know, and they're not very transparent about that. So.
Yeah, I was like, oh wait, Guy, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to ask, as somebody who follows the new media space much more closely than most people, how do you know who to trust when it comes to political opinions and who's grifting and who's telling the truth? What do you look for?
Also, Guy, I have to say, I love your background. I used to have that in my dorm room. I had like all these like old political signs, and I love this. I think it's such a good, like, I've never seen it. It works very well as like a YouTube background. But anyway, you said, how do people know who to trust?
Yeah, like how do you
know
who to trust? Because you follow this space more closely than most people. So I'm curious.
I I mean, I also think different people are trustworthy on different issues. You know what I mean? And I trust people to like give a thoughtful commentary on one thing and not the other. And I think a lot of times too, the problem is like we see people who are experts in one thing. This is why like I didn't go to Cuba when I was asked or whatever. I'm like, people don't need to hear me talking about like foreign policy in this way. Like I'm a tech reporter, you know what I mean? So like I think there's a lot of like influencers, content creators feel a lot of pressure to kind of be experts on everything. And I think that it's a bad thing for audiences to view them that way. It's kind of unhealthy. But I guess I figure out who to trust because I look at their like principles. I look at how transparent they are. I also look at how willing they are to like have conversations. Like if they do fuck up or if they do get something wrong, like how willing is that person are they going to issue a correction? For instance, if they got something factually wrong, are they going to be transparent about their funding? And also, what are they an expert in? Are they pretending to be an expert in everything? Nobody really is, you know? So it's kind of like, what is your niche and how willing are you to stray from that niche and start popping off about things that you don't know anything about?
Okay. All right. Well, so structure of the show, I think we were going to get into some current events as we normally do.
All right, chat. So I am just catching up. It sounds like they were shooting the shit. I'm reading through chat to see if there's anything. And sorry if I'm yelling. It feels like I have to yell for you to hear me over the construction. But in reality, you're telling me that the construction noise is actually very low. So it's you know what I mean? When you got like, you're hearing all this, like, it's like I'm in a club. I'm like yelling in your ear. That's what it's, in fact, it looks like I'm peaking a little bit. Anybody catch were there any, like, let me know if I'm clipping. Okay, there we go. Can't understand why Twitch lefties recommend IRI Fly Guy. Yeah, really. He is just pathetic, isn't he? Pisco maxing. Indeed, Vamps, indeed. Why is Hutch on my TV? Good question, Tanky Gooner. Good question. Somebody recommended this. Taylor Lorenz stopped by. I guess so they're talking about chorus, right? Is that what we're kind of zeroing in on? The conversation about chorus? Look at the disparity, chat, between Hutch on one side and Pisco on the other. It's just like, god damn. Look, I usually don't comment. This is going to turn me into a looks maxer, chat. I'm going to go down to the makeup store and I'm just going to do like a, oh my god. That's the whole thing, is I can't afford to do a makeup haul. But now I want to. Pisco's got me looks maxing.
And then, of course, I don't know if you know.
My microphone is really loud. Well, it's probably because I think it's because I'm talking really loud. I'm talking really loud because my room is really loud. But the room noise is not picking up for you. So it's almost as if how do I explain this, right? It's as if I'm in a club, but you're not. But I'm somehow talking to you in the voice that you talk to people when you're in a club with them and you want them to be able to hear you, but you're like, I hear you fine. Why are you yelling? Right? That's the situation. It's a very strange situation. So apologies if the mic is clipping and peaking. I'll back off, or I can turn it down if we need to. I'm just hoping that we'll get done with this, right? Because there's two floors that need to be done as far as this. I'm hoping, God, knock on wood, I'm hoping that noise you're hearing right now is actually the two floors below me, and it'll be way quieter because it'll be one floor further away. The problem is the building is just open, right? There's like an elevator shaft real close by, and there's a stairwell. And there's not even a door to the stairwell. It's just an open stairwell throughout the whole fucking building. So, yeah, sorry about that.
Know this, but you did an article about this thing called chorus, and I think someone wants to talk about it at some point.
Oh
but
my
first,
god!
Events, you were at the correspondence dinner. Do you want to talk about your experience?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
was
I was at the like Politico CBS News pre-party. So the way that it works is like there's the main actual dinner in the ballroom, and then outside the ballroom around it in the Hilton, there's like all these like media parties, Washington Post, Bloomberg, Fox News, Wall Street Journal, all like pretty much every media company has like a party that's in the Hilton, that's in one of the rooms kind of like adjacent, like by the ballroom. So like when people are like, there's no security to walk in, it's because most of the journalists there are just going to these like parties around, and they're not going to sit through the actual correspondence dinner, especially this year with Trump. Some of them do, they go as part of work, but like most people that are at the Hilton that night are actually there for like these surrounding events, like the puck whatever, they were doing something too. So I was there for that. So I was in the lobby shortly before that guy came, was trying to do the shooting. I was not in the ballroom. I left.
You were missing from the room. When everything went down.
I left actually to go to this party, this Substack party, which was at the Renwick, which was directly across from the White House. So as soon as I got there, the shooting had happened, and we got locked because it's directly across the White House. The Secret Service locked us in the Renwick, and so we were all locked in the Renwick with Substack people, basically.
Chat, am I hearing this correctly? Did Trump just do an event with a crowd of 4? Were there 4 people to see Donald Trump?
With Michael Tracy about to beat you up.
Yes, that was when the Michael Tracy, Jim Acosta.
Oh, were you there for that?
Yes, I did see that drama. So yeah, there was a lot of drama that night, but yeah, it was crazy and weird and stuff. I mean, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is like.
Can we get some campaign music? Like, the music where they play on the campaign where they're like, this just in. Byron Donalds, I believe we can say, has secured his primary in Florida, meaning that the Nazi guy that, oh my God, chat, all Asmongold likes, right? That James Fishback has been defeated. Down goes Fishback. Down goes Fishback. Let's see. Can I find? I never find a good version of that. Like, music. I don't know. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But yeah, there we go, chat. One less worry. James Fishback is not coming to Capitol Hill.
Like just a dumb thing that they do every year to, I think it's been so like devalued by now that it's like nobody takes it that seriously except like inside DC people maybe, but.
I mean, without it, we wouldn't have Trump, right? If Obama hadn't made those comments, maybe. So
God, yeah.
maybe is the predictor of our next president. We should see what happened at this last one.
Shut it down. Yeah.
Speaking of parties that you've been to, Taylor, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was there a party for the quote unquote Cruel Kids Table magazine cover? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
where it's like young.
Yeah, so that party was the TikTok party. So TikTok hosted this huge party the night before the election. Of course, this is when TikTok was still under threat of being banned. They actually were banned for like less than 24 hours that day. And so obviously you saw, the CEO of TikTok up with Trump during the inauguration. I was in DC covering the inauguration, specifically TikTok's lobbying. So I was at that TikTok party. Yeah.
Well, because I want to connect that to something that happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, namely that Erica Kirk left in tears. And she is, this is the connection. She's also
Florida is pretty racist. Yeah, and obviously Byron Donalds is a piece of shit too, right? It's just there was some motion behind this Fishback guy because he's basically like a Fuentes style Republic. Like his dog whistles, I think, are like not even dog whistles, right? He's just straight up a Nazi on Maine. And he was running for Congress, and there was some movement, but yeah, it was not enough. Byron Donalds has secured that race.
Head of Turning Point USA, and there's this big conversation about the future of the young right-wing party or the young conservative movement and what that's going to look like. And a lot of criticism in the aftermath of the White House Correspondents' assassination attempt. Erica Kirk has this video where she looks like Sonya Blade. She's wearing this it just doesn't seem like she's fitting with this like young conservative mold. You who've encountered right wingers in the wild, both institutional right wingers and young right wingers, what's your take on the Erica Kirk of it all? and whether
them. I've seen so many generations because I also covered Trump. I covered the first Trump election. I was at the Hilton the night of the 2016 election when Trump came out.
Direful Pot asking, did Michael Tracy get in a fight? He tried to, right? Who was it, chat? Jim Acosta. He went to an event for the victims of Epstein. As you know, Michael Tracy's thing is to claim that there weren't victims of Epstein and that the women, they're lying. They're lying on his name, on Epstein's name. So he goes to a party that was thrown for victims of Epstein. People are like, what are you doing here? Can you please leave? There's this standoff kind of moment. And I don't know, apparently got into it with Jim Acosta. And like there was a back and forth on Twitter of like, yeah, I'm right here at this motel, come and fight me. And like, I'm right here, you come and fight me. And then somehow he challenged Olivia Juliana, is that her name? The American Girls doll creator. Oh my God, chat. Okay, look, they might have taken a break. That's pretty cool. I'm happy with that. Maybe they finished that floor. I don't know. But regardless, there's no noise. We are supposed to be getting thunderstorms here, chat. The rainy season has started. And look, I mean, it might sound weird, but I am hoping for rain. I am tempted to learn like the most ancient form of my Tai Chi lineage in order to call down the rain. The only reason I'm holding back on that, chat, is my understanding is that like if you fail at something like that, you have to offer yourself as a burnt sacrifice. And I'm not trying to believe me. I mean, I want rain for the city that I live in, and for the air quality, and for the temperature, and for everything, and for the fact that we haven't had rain in forever. But I don't think I'm ready to offer myself as a burnt sacrifice. So I don't know. We'll have to. Plus, I don't know. I got to learn the dance. All right. As Tai Chi, as you go further back in Tai Chi, the forms, they get more complicated and more like, well, my teacher would say vigorous, but really just like faster. Yeah, it's like the water form is. Anyway, chat, we're gonna have to go to a form older than that if I want to get some goddamn rain, because it's been the forecast has been like, yeah, it's rain coming. We got a little bit. We got a sprinkling last night. That's all. I need it to rain. I need it to rain so bad.
I went to it was the Clinton people were at the Javits Center, and then the Hilton is where Trump had his party. And that night that Trump won in 2016.
Wait, I'm reading through chat. Is there beef between Taylor Lorenz and Sam Seder? Is that true? Don't tell me that Olivia Juliana got $1 billion from the Kamala campaign. Oh yeah, there we go. To do the report. That's what it was for. I'm kidding, chat. I'm kidding. The story sounds way more interesting than the whole attempted. Well, I mean, like Trump he can't stop faking his own assassination, right? It's his thing now. This is what he does, right? He's like, you boys over the Secret Service, you do very hard work. Can you just stand down for a minute or two, and maybe when somebody sees there's no security, we could get another shooting attempt, and people will love me again. Yeah, I'll go fight. They'll bring like a flag into the White House and raise it over him, and he'll be like, my shoes, give me my elevator shoes. Chorus part starts at 37:13. Are we almost there yet? I thought we were. Oh wow, thank you. We're not even there. All right, thank you, Direful. That's a good. That's you know what? I always appreciate a timestamp. I always appreciate a good timestamp, whether it's somebody conscientiously in the comments of one of my VODs, because I don't know if you know this, chat, but the videos live as VODs after they're done, and people find them and they're like, why is this video 7 hours long, and why does it have 30 minutes of music at the start? And it's like, okay, well, clearly sir, you've never encountered a live stream before. That's okay. But I do appreciate the people that write in the comments, that do the timestamps. MC is always there with like a timestamp of when I'm on stream. It really does help people out in terms of being able to find the part of the VOD that they're interested in. Oh God, Mindwaves is in that chat. I was like, I recognize that. Is Mindwaves doing content again, chat? Anybody know? Anybody remember Mindwaves?
That wasn't a fight.
I only remember mind waves from some horrible person like sending me something from the mind waves. I don't know, like a never mind. DGGers, they're sometimes into some really hard to explain guys, right? Some guys you would not be like, that's a thirst trap. I don't know. Mind waves, really? Anyway, it was a different time. I was hanging out with very different people. God damn. I'm sorry. I don't know if I want to say this because like this is bad. What this person did was bad. I think that Mind Waves had shared a intimate, somewhat intimate, not nude, but definitely a thirst trap with on some platform, maybe even a paid platform. I'm not sure. And this person was like, "Oh, check out Mind Waves in his underwear," and I'm just like, no, please keep it away from me, please. No, I don't need to. The Mind Waves was somebody that like was just like in the debate circuit, right? This is like somebody shows you your coworker in his underwear. I'm like, I don't need that. I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that. You shouldn't be sharing that, right? That obviously, yeah.
So
maybe it wasn't really.
We'll dovetail into the.
Wait, no, oh no, Chad, I don't even know. I'm like wondering where that picture came from.
Chorus thing.
Well,
Taylor, I don't know if you know
before
this.
we get started,
I guess I'll never know, Chad, unless I am brave enough to look back in my Discord logs someday and try to figure. Wait, what even went on? Never mind. You don't know who Mind Waves is, so it doesn't matter.
did you guys see
Mind Waves? Who is Mind Waves? No one anymore.
that there is a job opening? So if you guys are big chorus defenders here, they're hiring.
Oh shit!
I applied after your article and they rejected me. So I don't know.
They rejected? Yeah, it's probably for the hat. They probably just take off the hat, Soy Pill. Take off the hat. Go to Pisco's stylist and I don't know, buy a better beard trimmer, and I bet they'll choose you. Yeah. Sorry, Chad. I'm trying to get out of looks maxing mode. We got to get into. So somebody's mentioning that Taylor hasn't talked about Iran and Israel, and I'm realizing that I haven't talked about the big thing that's going on that's fucking up the whole world. We should probably do a day, News Day Tuesday tomorrow, and just catch up on the current state of things. It's looking bad again. I don't know. There's a ceasefire. No movement on restoring the transit of goods in the Strait of Hormuz, and so and now you've got the US trying to violate Iran's rights, taking or rather giving a map to ships. I thought they were gonna try to escort these ships, but they're actually just providing a map of like, if you go here, here, and here, you probably won't get blown up. And some of these ships are getting fired on, and so I think at least one tanker did get blown up, or did get at least set ablaze. They're trying the resolve of Iran's restrictions on the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran is responding. Right, so it may be that the ceasefire is not long for the earth.
Wait, really? That's not
should...
fair. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was like, more, dark money. Give me,
But you would you disclose it?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I tweeted it out before it even happened.
So where's the problem?
I got gas today, says Infallible Fowl. It was $5 a gallon. I think that means we're winning, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it too. I'm tired of it.
But just so you know, I've been trying to get Hutch to come to dinner every day. And I say, Hutch, where are you? What's going on, honey? Like, the food's ready. It's getting
sweetie
cold. And he's just staring at this big wall.
I cooked you potato casserole. Your favorite.
He's been writing a manifesto. So
are they roommates or something? That's not real, is it? Chat. Hutch does not, or Pisco doesn't live with Soy Pill.
He's going to lead this chorus discussion with you, just so you know.
Yeah. What's going?
It's $13 a gallon here, says Rave.
I mean, their second class finished, so they're done. I don't know that they've started. I think they're recruiting now for the next class, which is why they're
That's got to be at least twice the U.S. price.
hiring this partnerships person.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to focus on like the current sort of chorus stuff. I did want to talk about your article a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure, let's do it. Why
Okay.
not, guys? I'll talk about it till the.
Wait, talk about your article? Are we talking about the article from like, what, 6 months ago or something? No, it's more than 6 months ago. Isn't that article from like a year ago? Chat, when did fucking chorus go down? Oh my God, it's gotta have been, the summer of last year, right? That's when the chorus thing happened. It's about a year old. If I'm thinking of what, the article, the right article.
The cows come home. It's so crazy to me that when I was in DC, I ran into someone from 1630, and she was like, "It's never gonna die."
Yeah, Rusty, I don't know. I've heard people say, Russia's collapsing next month, China's collapsing. Some people make stories that the U.S. is collapsing. In Thailand, it's sold by the liter, so it's a little harder to convert. But yeah, gas is expensive here.
And I was like, "It's never gonna."
Is Hutch chorus? He has not copped to it. If he is, I don't think they necessarily have to disclose. Soypill is saying he would disclose, but anybody know? I don't think Hutch is at least officially chorus, as far as I know. Just got back, of course. It's a dude named the Soypill wearing a propeller hat with a pickle Rick. Oh my God, yeah, as if there wasn't enough shit going on in this back, on this, right? It's like pickle Rick. Pickle Rick. China collapses. Yeah. You've seen those videos, right? China's collapsing. Don't you know it's going to collapse tomorrow? Yeah, it's gonna all fall apart. But I don't know if Russia does collapse. You better believe a few of those nukes are going straight to Iran, right? They're gonna that's gonna be a game changer if that's real. I don't know. I haven't heard about Russia collapsing, but of course, people that say nothing ever happens are eventually proven wrong. So.
Die. It's never gonna die.
Well, listen, I think it would help the discussion. Well, first of all, I want to say, like, I think your overall focus on transparency when it comes to money and politics, that is necessary journalism that needs to happen. And
wait, when somebody said Thailand in chat, did you mean is Thailand going to collapse? People have been talking about that lately. Yeah, like I mean, there's just like a lot that's that's gone wrong, unfortunately. Thailand lost a lot of tourism after a Chinese influencer was kidnapped and I think held prisoner at a scam center in Myanmar. This also kind of goes on in, on the other side of Thailand, in Cambodia. The TLDR is that Chinese tourism was so much of Thailand's tourism that it really hurt them. They've also had problems with some of the tourists in trying to make it easier for people to come here and stay here for a while and really like enjoy and explore Thailand. Right? They expanded their visa exemption from 57 countries to 93 countries, and they expanded the time allowed from 30 days, as your base visa. With a 30-day extension to 60 days with a 30-day extension, meaning that you could come to Thailand reasonably, pay a little money for a visa extension, either spend a day at Tomo at the immigration office, or pay somebody to kind of wait in line for you and get that done and be able to spend a full 90 days in Thailand. They've reduced that now to 30 days again. I guess because they say that they got a lot of influx in transnational crime and stuff. And people, I don't know exactly, but so yeah, that's going to hurt tourism. Anything that increases the prices. Obviously, Vietnam is a very cheap cost of living compared to Thailand right now. So a lot of tourism is being lost to Vietnam. And yeah, just things are not going great for Thailand right now. I don't know about collapsing. I don't know what that would mean or look like. Usually when we talk about Thailand collapsing, you're talking about a government, right? That is, collapsing. A government that runs into a confrontation with the military and the royalty, or something like that, right? And then there's a period of instability or military rule that does happen from time to time in Thailand. But as far as I don't know, like a economic, I mean, people are pretty hard pressed here. It's a lot of people owe debt, and the wages are just not very high. And it's hard for people to build, for regular people to build much in Thailand at the moment, and yeah, costing, the gas prices going up. Everybody rides. That's one of the cheap things about the cost of living, is that you can get a cheap, or not cheap scooter, but compared to what you'd spend in the U.S., it's less money. You can get a scooter and not have to pay too much for gas. But when the gas goes up, then everything that all of the balance that exists or is disturbed, and anybody that's on the borderline gets their life gets put into tumult. So yeah, there's a lot of guess it cost me $10 to fill a tank on my bike. Nice. I mean, well, actually, I don't know. That's wait. Then again, I guess is Australian gas what is the normal price, Rave? I guess I'm not sure what you would normally pay over there.
That I have with your article, and we can dive into that. I did learn a lot about dark money structures because your article made me look into it. And so I do think that there's a really vital role for journalists to be discussing this issue. And so, I appreciate you bringing attention to that. And I genuinely mean that. But I want to ask you just a few questions before we get into some other things here. What do you think is the crux of, if you had to describe the crux of...
Oh, chat, something changed. Okay, look at this. 82 votes so far. Sam Seder, Temple Reaction Podcast, that's the Reactions podcast with Mike from Taiwan, that is now crawled into second place over Ben Shapiro's views down by 85%, and over Piers and Geraldo, Adam Mockler.
What would you go with there? How would you describe it? It's the main points.
Yeah, I think the main point is basically what I want people to walk away with, kind of what you just said, which is that this massive, notorious dark money group is funding this program that influencers took part in that claim to be journalists, and that these influencers basically were taking undisclosed political money while promoting political messaging. For instance, I think that let me just give an example. So I think that consumers and viewers, readers, whatever, right, news consumers deserve the right to know if the person that they're receiving information from is, one, taking political money, and two, taking part in messaging sessions, getting, sort of information given to them by certain political interests or whatever, right? I think that they should know that. Journalists, for instance, like myself, anybody that basically works in mainstream media.
Okay, so it's normally $1.50 per liter. There's about, 4 liters in a gallon. So that would be $6. Now, so this is AUSD, right? So $6 Australian is going to be, yeah. So it sounds like the current price of gas in the US is similar to the normal price in Australia. Diesel was all the way up to $6 a liter. That's crazy. That is a crazy, yeah, just shy of 4 liters. That's what I was thinking. It's just about a quart, which, yeah, 4 of those per gallon.
You cannot take part in any dark money political funding. That would be so unethical. It would violate every single ethics you could never do that and work in mainstream media. But I think the problem with influencers is that, listen, and I have friends in that program, but like some of them, it's like, whatever, they're political influencers. They don't feel like they have to disclose it. I think they should disclose it. But there are a lot of other people in those programs that are calling themselves journalists. And a lot of them actually wanted to disclose it. That's how that article came to be, is that 7 people in the program came together, 7 of them, and were like, hey, we wanted to disclose it. We want to post about it. We're being told that we're not allowed to, and we'll be kicked out of the program if we actually publicly disclose it. We think this is really wrong, and we want to blow the whistle on it. We've recorded all these Zoom calls. Here's screen recordings of all these internal text messages. Here's, internal documents. Here's, all of the contracts. Here's all the contract negotiations. Here's all the internal guidance on what we're supposed to respond to, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, great. Okay, well, let me reach out to Chorus and 1630 and talk to them about this. And obviously they didn't want to talk on the record, but I hope that people from that article demand more from the content creators and demand that these content creators, are more transparent about funding. And most importantly, because I don't even think it should all be on the content creators' fault. As I said, so many content creators did want to disclose, and they were told they'd be kicked out of the program if they did. The people that run these programs, Courier.
Oh, I forgot about that. I didn't realize you could not disclose.
Newsroom. I don't know if do you guys know Tara McGowan, Courier?
No, I heard
crazy.
you talk about them before, but
yes, they're like
familiar.
the other big.
Anybody else getting the vibe of this is like a college class, and you got the students sitting around the teachers? Like, she's like, I just don't think that I feel like is she gonna do a symposium?
You guys should. That's like your type of. That's like the other big lib thing that.
Like, are they proficient enough in the subject matter that's being discussed to meaningfully engage with Taylor?
All the Democrat stuff. Like,
you're not.
It's a lecture to very stupid, very hostile students. Yeah.
Not a lib, Taylor.
Listen, I love the libs. I'm not hating on anybody, but
hang on a second. You like free speech. You don't like the libs?
I do. No. I actually really like a lot of people I like a lot of people in Chorus, and I like a lot of people in all these programs. But
and I have black friends, Taylor.
What'd you say?
I'm not a racist. I have black friends.
I thought it was IRA saying that for a second.
No, but I'm saying like that.
All of them say I'm pretty fly, too.
That program is run transparently, right? There's a lot of other funding programs that are run transparency. Even Crooked Media, you could consider sort of a form of this, although it's quite different. It's a media company. But
so overall, though, you're putting the emphasis on disclosure. You think the crux of your article was about disclosure.
I think it's about disclosure, and also unpacking what sort of, basically, if you sign a contract that says, if I take part in Chorus-based events and that puts restrictions on my content, that should be disclosed.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that because that.
Here's some noise downstairs, so we might have the break might be over.
The section in your article where you dealt with the specific provision in the contract that barred the creators from disclosing that they were a part of a fund, like a dark money fund.
The program. They talked that they were part of the funding program.
Right.
Yeah.
That, I think, was probably the strongest part of your article, because I think that does raise ethical concerns that are worth exploring and discussing.
Wait, so we're really talking about the article from a year ago, right? There's not like a new article that's come out that is being discussed. I'm just wondering, of all times to bring back Chorus, somebody mentioned, why isn't she talking about Iran or Israel, right? There is a lot going on. There's a lot going on the tech, beat as well, right? I'm just so, it does feel like old news, but I'm like wondering, there's got to be a reason, right? People are saying this new that 9 hours ago is when this streamed, so I'm just wondering if there is a reason that this is made like a resurgence. Has there been more conversation? I mean, I guess maybe like the Hasan the attempted firing squad on Hasan, people always speculate that when Hasan ops arise, that, it's got something to do with Chorus. The Chorus people do hate Hasan's guts, a lot of them.
hashing out and kind of collectively deciding like what should the ethics be. But we'll get to some
Well,
of that.
they
in a little
came
bit
out
here.
after. I mean, these content creators, several of them came out.
Okay, so this is not her idea. So they wanted to talk. They were talking about chorus just randomly. They brought it back up. I'm just wondering how it resurfaced, right? Because it seems like, yeah, they do seem to. But yeah, I mean, Hutch says he's read a lot more, and that now he agrees with some things that Taylor said. I'm sure that they brought her here for a reason, so he's not going to agree with everything.
Story came out and said, we're proud to take dark money and we don't owe you anything, you know? So I think that that's the energy that some of these content creators have. And I think that's a huge disservice. I think if they start to play that game, they're going to lose. They're going to lose. Like that's not, you have the disadvantage in that system. The right has significantly more dark money than the left will ever have.
Well, let me
ask, was it in writing that they couldn't disclose? I don't know.
Yeah, it's in their contract. Yeah, it was in their contract. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. I gotta hit one thing at a time here. I feel like you hit on like 5 things that I want to unpack, but
Okay.
I want to keep my train of thought here. So the second question that I have for you is I think it was in your conversation with Pisco, where you were speaking about the importance of journalists and editors disclosing their partisan beliefs in their reporting. Was that your conversation with Pisco or on Doomscroll?
No, well, I don't think that you have to do that. I say that, for instance, one reason that I really like to be independent is because I like to make my views clear on where I stand on certain issues. I think that makes me a more accountable reporter, because when I'm open and I disclose, hey, I'm coming to this issue with this perspective.
Mhm.
Am I wrong? Like, I mean, I go to sources with this all the time where I'm like, well, this is my view, you know?
Well,
Now you
Taylor, in the interest of transparency, earlier, I know we're being friendly here, but you do hate Democrats and libs, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you hate
Sometimes
Democrats
they
and
drive
libs. I'm
me
pretty
crazy.
sure I've heard
I
you say
want them to
this.
win. I hate them because they keep losing. I want them to win. I want them to
Okay.
be Republicans.
Hmm.
But I mean, obviously, obviously, I mean, I don't want the Republicans to win. They're especially not Donald Trump. He's a fascist.
But on this point though, like I think
but I do like my point is like, think it's to your benefit and to the public's
The H3 subreddit is talking about this. They're saying that Hutch roasts Taylor. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
benefit for you to be transparent. And I think one reason people don't like mainstream media is that mainstream media will put out content that clearly has a political slant. You know, certain writers at The Atlantic, for instance, right, that like are going to skew a certain way, but they can't come out and say it. And to me, that's a flaw in our media ecosystem. I think that you should be transparent.
would it be up to the journalists to disclose that kind of slant in the reporting itself?
No, because it depends on your slant. Like, what are you talking about? Like, for instance, I cover identity verification laws. I'm very critical of ID verification laws. I'm very anti-surveillance. When I talk to the guy at the Age Verification Association, the trade group, I say, listen, I'm a huge critic of these laws. Convince me why I'm wrong. The goal of an article, like a journalistic article, is to be factual and truthful, and to get people to understand, you know, sort of the truth of a situation.
Right.
It's not necessarily to share your opinion on something. Some articles do contain more opinion, but most sort of like investigative work, or especially something like this, it doesn't have my opinion in it. Also, because like 15 people worked on this article, and my original draft was so like, you know, it goes through like so much sort of editing and review, and so many people work on it, that it's just like the end product is mostly a result of like, what did the legal, you know, how did we need to sort of reword this so that it's legally factual and, you know, stand up to some like defamation lawsuit, because that's what they kept threatening.
Well, my sense of this particular reporting is that I think you do have a slant. I think you do. I think your opinion is
my
present.
slant is probably, I mean, as you can read from all my Wired reporting, it's against dark money, and it is a transparency.
Well, no,
slant.
that's not the slant that I'm talking about. I think you have an anti-establishment slant. I think you've discussed. Of
course, it's anti-establishment.
Well, hang on, real quick.
Now, what she was talking about is just your perspective, right? Not any sort of thing. Like, it seems like Hutch, when he says slant, it's like a unjustified, you know, sort of bigotry, right? And, you know, we're just talking about perspective. Like, Destiny, like, acting like Jon Favreau should treat every guest the exact same. And if he doesn't, that's bias, right? If he doesn't, it makes his platform illegitimate, right? It's just ridiculous. Hutch reminds me of Pugs. Wait, Pugs? Like Pugs the dogs?
You've described yourself as on the left, or I think you even hinted that you were identified with the label of leftist. I think in your conversation with
in certain
Doomskull,
sure on
and
certain
when you
issues
read the
for
article,
sure,
it's like
yeah.
really clear that you have villains in the story and you have heroes in the story, and you have kind of a larger.
First, I don't think you have. First of all, I don't think you should have to be a leftist to be concerned about money in politics, right? I don't think you should have to be on the left, right? I think that anybody that wants to use the electoral system and wants it to mean something, and wants it to be responsible to the people should be against dark money. Now, obviously, Republicans are less often truly against it because it tends to redound in their favor, right? You can spend money on politics. If dollars can be votes, there's more dollars on their side because of their economic perspective. But certainly anybody on the left should want money out of politics. If you are like, just like, no, I love what the Supreme Court is doing to our democracy, making it so that corporations are people and that dollars are votes when they shouldn't be. Right. This is one of those things. So when I was saying like Hutch was like, you have a perspective or you have a slant, right? The one that he's talking about is like, I don't know, maybe even an unconscious bias, right? Of like, you don't realize this, but you're always deciding these issues on, you ask yourself, who's the establishment and who's the outsider? And I'm going to side with the outsider. And like some outsiders, yeah, you should side with, but this outsider, this one's really bad. Don't side with this outsider. Taylor, in this case, the establishment is better and your bias, led you astray, right? That's what he's trying to say. And I don't think that's what Taylor's talking about. So, there's a lot of newspapers, right? A lot of old newspapers, most of them probably defunct by now, but they're in the United States, whose name is like the Philadelphia Democrat or the Indianapolis Republican or something like that, right? Their name is a party, their name refers to the party that they're allied with, right? Now, it meant a different thing when they named it, right? Democrat and Republican, you go back far enough and it's about slavery. But there was like that to announce their bias, right? That this is a paper that has a opinion, that has a goal, that is trying to push a certain perspective. And if you don't like that, well, then go and start the Indianapolis Democrat, okay? And right? So yeah, I understand what she's saying. I think rather than trying to pretend you're Jake Tapper with a stick up your ass and like I have no agenda, even though I'm doing a fucking concerted effort to, I don't know, like cancel this guy Hasan Piker, right? But don't worry, no, I'm the unbiased news guy. I don't have an agenda, right? That's bullshit, obviously. But I think Hutch is like missing the point because, like I said, the campaign finance thing, like if I don't really consider you a Democrat. If you're like, no, like this is what we have to deal with. Corporations are people. And, money is votes, and that's how it should be because we have this glorious capitalist system, and that helps us protect it. I like the effect this has on our politics. Then seriously, fuck you. Like, I mean, I don't know what the fuck you are. You're somebody that no party should want to be in community with, honestly, because what you're saying there is awful. And I gotta say, is this just contrarianism? Is this just the apple of Hutch not falling far from the tree of destiny? And that he's got to be fucking contrarian. If everybody's saying money in politics bad, he's like, well, but what if there's like a good part to money in politics, right? Just to fucking carve out a niche for himself. I mean, it's a stupid ass niche, right? So I think that something like, the dark money concern is a concern about the effect of money in politics, right? Is a recognition that the Supreme Court has made it not only that, yeah, dollars, equal votes, dollars end up moving votes, but that the, that they're able to disguise, they're able to be not transparent about it, right? That's the problem with dark money, above and beyond just money in politics. It is a worse form of that, right?
beyond
but like
disclosure,
15
right?
people were right. But like my name is on the top. But as you know, with an investigation like this, especially one that went to the top, that like 15 people worked on this story. So
Oh, well, I understand that, but like for example, so you assigned the label centrist to Olivia Juliana.
which is how she self-identified.
No, she self-identifies as a progressive, right?
No, from
Wait, I'm sorry, Tanky Gooner. Wait, Tanky Gooner, is this true? Hutch is just a minor league baseball player? Is this real? Hutch was a minor league baseball player who dropped out of college in his first semester. Who are these people to commentate? Good question. They are people that have kissed destiny. Well, sorry. Well, yes. Sad to say, because I was friends with Pisco at one point. But yeah, they are people that have, kissed Destiny's ass, helped him complete his cinematic universe, served as, in the role of creating content for him, right? That's why they're here. That's what's rotten about, the human clout centipede. And you can see it with Destiny's orbit. You can see it with Vosh's orbit. I have every fucking, every shitty political streamer has to have their orbiters to cover their ass, and that's that's what they're there for. And in return, they get they get to share a bit of the their clout daddy's audience, and that takes people who you'd think like Hutch, I don't know, is he good at a video game? Maybe was he good at a video game back in the day, and people watched him for that? He's not good at this, right? Nobody should watch him for this, and yet they do. Same thing with IRI. Who is he? The guy from Pretty Fly from a White Guy. I mean, you can see behind him, he's been involved in a number of campaigns. Soy Pill is the one person that I might make an argument is not an orbiter. I mean, he is functionally, in that role of kissing, of being deferential, let's just say, to Destiny. But his channel is something that he built on his own, right? He does have viewership beyond Destiny. It's just that, I guess he's found it efficacious for his streamed content, right? For his prepared content for his videos, right? He's got an audience via the YouTube algorithm, right? For this, he's got an audience, for streaming, or in order to make himself a person in the streaming world. He's kind of got to play this game, or he's chosen to play this game, and play this Destiny Kiss House game. Now, I would say also about Pisco, you can make an argument he's not an orbiter because he's been perceived as biting the hand that feeds him. He's been excoriated by Destiny and DGG for a long time now for, I don't know, thought crime, right? That's one of the rules of being an orbiter. You're only allowed to think in, this, you're limited. Your horizon, as far as expressing yourself, as far as your perspective, your opinion is limited by that of Destiny, right? So there you go. I hope that wasn't too long of an answer, but yeah, this is a central tenet of my content, like covering the effect of clout networks on the the social political content sphere, or what have you.
Back from the New York Times, back when I had interviewed her years ago, she was identifying as a centrist Democrat back in Texas. That was her whole thing. In
2024.
Maybe it was whenever I spoke to her, which was quite a while ago. But just to be clear, she never took issue with that. She never reached out for a correction on that at all. We would have been happy to, if she. Well,
I mean, nonetheless, that is an opinion, right? Subjective. It's a very subjective label.
No, it was how she. Well, first of all, I think we can correctly identify people's political sort of affiliations. For instance, if correct me if I'm wrong on Olivia Juliana, and Olivia Juliana works for Chorus, but her whole thing was that she was a Democrat in Texas, right? Who had done a lot of work with reproductive justice.
Yeah, right. So she focuses on abortion, LGBTQ plus, climate, voting rights. When I look at these sort of policy priorities, that does not strike me as a when I think of a centrist, I think of Joe Manchin.
Okay.
I think of Jared.
John Fetterman. What's he gonna say?
Again,
Jared Polis. Okay. Wow. No, that is that's a blue dog. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, I guess I get where the confusion comes from, because centrist in terms of the political perspective is like the bulwark or like a never Trumper, right? It's somebody that is maybe Dave Smith, I guess you could say, is a bit centristy. He's trying to say that Olivia Juliana is a radical for standing up for reproductive rights and LGBT rights. I would say that you've gotta, if the Democratic Party is gonna continue, it's got to that these are like low bars to cross, right, to just not be to be anti discrimination, right? It's crazy that's like that's being Hutch is like, well, really the real centrists are the ones that are okay with discrimination. It's like, what the fuck? No, I think what Taylor's trying to say is she's, I don't know, like a Democratic Party centrist. Like as in, she's not ruffling any feathers. Nobody's gonna get mad at you for supporting gay rights, for supporting reproductive rights, right? That's not threatening any of the money of the donors. What is threatening the money is if you want to raise their taxes, if you want to increase social spending, or if you want to stop wars. And if you want to stop, sending money to Israel, right? These are the things that are the third rails, right? Anything else is completely safe, right? No one in the Democratic Party is going to yell at you, and if they do, they're probably Joe Manchin or John Fetterman or something. Ezra Klein is going to make sure that our power grids are financed by venture capital. Oh no. What is Ezra Pound up to? Ezra Klein, not Ezra Pound.
Yeah, if Olivia wants to reach out, and we honestly, the thing that you're bringing up mostly comes up on the right. Because
yeah, please reach out, Olivia. We'll play Pokemon Go.
For instance, when I've covered Nick Fuentes, he will say, well, I'm not a white nationalist. Or Chuck Johnson, who I cover all the time, or not so much anymore, actually is less relevant, but he would constantly say, well, I'm not a Holocaust denier, right? And so I think at some point you do have to take a look at certain people's, beliefs and what they've expressed and try to categorize.
How would you define centrist? How would you define centrist?
A Democrat? That's probably middle of the road, like a middle of the road Democrat, like a Democrat that could operate in a red state.
Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. That's a centrist. Please, am I wrong?
Probably, and a blue state maybe equal, somebody that's sort
very
of appeals
broad
to
though.
Yeah, I can't believe I said Ezra Pound.
Very, very broad.
Well, it's kind of like the centrism itself. Like as I think about it and sit here, there's a kind of identified more Schumer-oriented Democrat, more moderate Democrat associated with a centrist label.
Well,
and it is kind of vague, right? It's a kind of vague
but
term.
also I wouldn't say that the chorus, chorus has made content with Schumer. Like, I guess I would say it's a very vague term. It's probably the most broad term because I don't think we want to get it again, like too specific.
The important thing here, Taylor, is to Hutch's point, based on, and I found this when I read your article too. You use centrist as like a pejorative, right?
No, for this one, we say that like when
in general you do. You don't like the Democrats, and you especially don't like centrist Democrats. This is just like your ideological
certain issues. I think it depends on the type of.
Do you use centrist as a pejorative?
In general, you use centrist as a pejorative, right? Like you view these people as like these feckless do-nothings, and like I
think you're completely putting words in my mouth that I have not said. I think I don't like Chuck Schumer, and there's a lot of what he says, but there's a lot of people that are quote unquote centrist that I absolutely respect and work with, and that worked on this article. Like there's people just to be clear, this article went through so many editors that have such a range of political beliefs. And I hear you that maybe you disagree that Olivia Juliana is classified as we described her, a centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 DNC.
I
she
think
has
when you
not
look at
taken
her,
issue with that, and
that's beside the point. I mean, whether or not she disputed it.
See, do you understand? If we defined Olivia Juliana, you say, well, she's pro-gay and she's pro reproductive rights. So, a real centrist is a Democrat that is somehow like, thinks that trans women are a real danger to women's sports, or thinks that, thinks that maybe there's too much right to abortion and it needs to be restricted, right? That's who he's defining. There's like 2 or 3 people in the party like that, right? And he wants to be like, these are the centrists, right? Olivia Juliana is now what, a lib? Like that's because if we do that, if we define the furthest left you can be is like unabashedly pro LGBT and you know you are down on for all the social issues that in the standard Democratic position, and that means you're kind of on the edge there. You're pretty fucking liberal. You're dangerously liberal. So therefore, anything that's beyond that, anything that even wants to move towards something like a social democracy, right? Which I would say there's a lot of social democrats I would call centrist. In fact, in a lot of ways, that is the prototypical centrist position. But you know, certainly anything more radical than that is just like off the board, and that's his whole thing. That's Destiny's thing. That's Hutch's thing. Let's truncate the Overton window. Let's truncate the left flank, right? Let's cut these people out and say this is not what we disavow. We disavow this stuff.
I think if most people, well, hang on, just let me real quick. I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to cut you off very much. So just let me say.
Okay, sorry.
Like. I think if like a reasonable person went to Olivia Juliana's feed and they saw her policy priorities, I think that they would colloquially understand her to be just sort of like a standard Gen Z progressive Democrat who's focused on progressive
is also the reason progressive has come up so much, and somebody was trying to get me to write a story about this recently, which I was like, this is not really my beat, is because so many people have tried to replace the word centrist with progressive, and this has been like a thing that influencers were actually given. This is totally separate from my story, and this is like something else. Maybe I'll write about it. I don't know, probably not. But there is an effort as certain words become stigmatized or have negative, you know, maybe you're saying this has like a negative view with some people, they're trying to use other words. So you see them use the word progressive instead of centrist or the word whatever.
No. I'm not talking about self-assigned labels. I mean, I think most people would look at her policy proposals and think, okay, that's just.
What do you think about Biden, Hutch? I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, so
finally, thank you, Pisco. Is it Pisco? It is Pisco, right? I think I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
If Biden were described as a centrist Democrat,
Olivia Juliana was a Biden dead ender, so she absolutely is a Biden Democrat.
That does not. No.
Would you describe Biden as progressive?
Hang on, yes,
AOC and Bernie were Biden dead
exactly,
enders.
Yes, AOC and Bernie Sanders were.
Describe them as Democrat. I guess they're not.
AOC
they're progressives, right? They're progressives, right? That doesn't make them as centrists.
I would call them democratic socialists.
Yeah, so people saying that this was a very annoying episode of Live and Learn, I can see what you're saying, right? And apparently Pisco, you know, there's more controversy caused by what Pisco said after his stream. I don't want to take too long of a derail. I'm going to let this go on a little bit longer, chat, but yeah, Destiny is still winning. This isn't even on the poll, but I wanted to take a little detour to kind of maybe preview this. And before getting back to, we got one more conversation between Destiny and some, there's somebody named like the lone, what is this person called? Like the lone leftist? Oh my God, this sounds so cringe, doesn't it? It's not the lone leftist. What is this? Oh God, he never gives people shouts out. He never like says who's patriotic music. Thanks. Anyway, who is this? What is this guy called again? Fuck. Deranged debate over DNC autopsy ends. Is this it? It looks like it is. Do they say who this guy? I can't remember his fucking name.
I think everything with the DNC and Jon Favreau analysis is wrong. You today have been saying that like part of this is just that Jon might have been bad at that interview. I'm curious, like how much do you fall into, hey, that was poorly executed versus that was too much hit piecey versus you don't like it at all? Like where are you now, Stephen?
I mean, it was definitely way too much of a hit piece. Like if the goal was to be a hit piece, I think it was well done as a hit.
I'm sorry, chat. I think I saw Vosh V.
That was too much hit piecey versus you don't like it at all. Like where are you now, Stephen?
I mean, it was definitely way too much of a hit piece.
The fuck is that, chat? Is Vosh actually on Destiny's site, chat? Is this a thing that happens? Is he trying to get back into the good graces? Is that what that is? Like sometimes Vosh's I mean, it could also be, I don't know. Was that Vosh's DGG name though? I mean, I know originally it was Irish Laddie, but then he changed it. Is Vosh V? Is that Vosh? What he's saying? Kick. Like kick the. Yeah, no, it sounds like a chatter. It doesn't sound like something Vosh would say, right? They're telling him that this guest is boring and they want them to kick him. But what is? I can't remember this guy's name. Anyway, chat, we'll figure it out in a second. Let's watch a little bit more of the Taylor Lorenz. I'm gonna get myself a drink and.
Right.
And we'll see where we go from there. How much? Oh god, there's I was hoping there'd be more timestamps. Yeah, so she stays on for, let's see, she stays on for another hour. Okay. We gotta save like some of this for later, right? But I do want to get, like, I feel like I don't understand. Sent you the Ben Herman video again. I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna get something to drink and then we'll go from there and decide, because 1 hour and 28 minutes left. I want to make sure that I at least get through the Destiny content, and then from there we can go and maybe do some like content beyond that too, right? Because like the longer that we have on the stream, the easier it is to get through the content, the easier it is to get through the Destiny content, which it's still winning in the polls, right? You can pull the plug. I see some in chat reviled by the fact that I put this man's face in front of you. I apologize, truly I do. But you do have some control over the situation, right? 88 of you have voted so far, and I won't take that as a dog whistle. Although the 88th person, I'm looking at you. No, just kidding. I'm not looking at you. You got Destiny ahead. Destiny's Worst Take ahead at 40%. Ben Shapiro's views down 85% in second place, tied with Sam Cedar and Mike from Taiwan with the Tim Pool reaction on the Reaction podcast. And then we got Piers and Geraldo ambushing Adam. Remember, you can change this. You can vote. Go over to YouTube. That's where it is. You can vote now. Also, when you donate, or let's just say when you contribute, when you support the stream, because you can donate, you can contribute without donating through a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing, but does put money in my pocket and does support the stream. And yes, we'll also, allow you to put your money, even though it is Twitch's money or Amazon's money, I guess, where your mouth is. By letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And yeah, we can maybe overthrow Destiny before he's even over. I'm not gonna watch that much more of him, but the more, it also gives us more time. So every time that somebody supports the stream, the timer goes up. Let me know if there's one of those, if that doesn't happen, and I'll do it manually. And all that. All right, I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back, and we're gonna see how much more of this we can take. No, I just want to get a general idea of what's kind of going on here, and more than anything, like, why bring up chorus at this point? I truly don't get it. Anyway, hopefully we'll figure it out, chat. I might even put my stream on my phone in order to get so that I can hear what's going on and I don't miss. Oh my God, chat, I'm looking at the radar. It says it's gonna rain. Everything's covered in green, which that means rain, right? I think so. Here, let's reload it. What the fuck? Okay, it's been saying that it was gonna rain. I don't know, for the longest time now, and it hasn't. Maybe tonight. I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm so confused by this. Anyway, let's let this go. The rain will come when it comes, I guess.
Well, listen, if you had to choose between progressive and centrist to describe AOC and Bernie, what would you choose?
It totally depends on the context of the article.
I feel like you're being
because
a little
Bernie has
evasive
been
there.
no, because look at what Bernie's been doing with his AI policy. Like I think
Nobody would call him a centrist. Nobody
I
would
wouldn't call
reasonably
him, but
a
I wouldn't
centrist.
call him progressive either on certain things. I just
What Hutch is not noticing, because he doesn't pay attention to the entirety of the party, only the part of the party that he approves of, is that, yeah, a big portion of the left, of the annoying leftists that he would like to get rid of, a big portion of those people do not fuck with Bernie anymore, right? He had, beyond, what she's talking about, the AI thing, I haven't looked into that, but, Bernie's, missed, he made some bad choices during this, during this genocide, right? A lot of people have not forgiven him for that. So, that being said, he is sadly one of the furthest left people in the Senate, if not in government writ large. But yeah, I would say that the model for the future the future whatever progressive candidate is really no longer Bernie or AOC. The left flank has moved beyond them at this point.
Wow, I don't understand what these words mean anymore. I mean, like, more broadly, you said that there were 90. Did you see a list of 90 people? Is that how many people you saw?
So just to be clear, I understand that you take issue with the way that editors categorize these people, but
that's an opinion, though. You're inserting
it's not
an
opinion. Well, this is Chuck Johnson saying that us calling him a Holocaust denier is an opinion, or us saying that Tucker Carlson is a right winger is an opinion. All we can do is try to best reflect the ideology that often we use self-described ideologies, but all we can do.
I think she self-describes as a progressive at this point. So that's where I'm a little bit confused.
At this point, maybe, but I would say again, if you ask actual people that are further to the left than her, they will say not. So
that's the issue. That's the issue.
Right, and that's the issue.
Left tankies will call Bernie Sanders a centrist, but it's not accurate.
No, but that's the issue, because I think you're framing your article from the position of like the left.
But I didn't even write that line. So like
well, your name's on the
Of course,
so
but I want you to understand how journalism works, right?
Okay.
The way that journalism works, it's not just that Wired is my personal blog and I can go and write whatever I want, right? And I can just go and publish on Wired and nobody's going to look at it, right? No, especially with an investigation like this, the way it happens is I find information, right? I get people trying to whistleblow in this case about a program that they're in. And I go to an editor and I say, hey, I have all of this source material, all of this people, would you be interested in a story? Yes. Okay. I work with that editor to draft the story. It then goes through rounds, in this case, rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds of review from many different editors that not only transform the story, rewrite parts of the story, add things, take things away, but also then it goes through legal review. Then it goes through copy edits and stuff. Like
Yeah, I
it goes
understand
through.
that.
So, but I just want you to understand, because I think, yes, my name is at the top of the story because this is my reporting. This is my reporting that I brought forward fundamentally. But if you're going to take issue with like random sort of characterizations, and again, I understand.
I don't think it's random. I think it was deliberate. I think it was deliberate.
Okay,
framing.
well, I guess.
Why don't you get to there? I mean, why don't you go there and just ask Taylor?
The copy editor.
I'm trying to have a conversation with her. I don't know why you're jumping in here.
No, because it's kind of a stupid critique to be like, hey, centrist. It's kind of in the eye of the beholder. Like, yeah, so Joe Biden would describe himself as a centrist Democrat, correct? Yes or no?
No, peaceful. The whole point.
Wait, can you answer that first? Can you answer that? So the question you should ask, is, Taylor, did you?
Let me finish my track.
The question that you should ask is, Taylor, were you attempting to imply something nefarious when you use centrist there? Were you trying to imply that they were aligned with the DNC?
Well,
Ask the question about her intention.
Listen, Taylor, respectfully, I think you were doing. I think you were doing that. I think you.
I didn't even write. I wrote the list of influencers' names. I didn't even originally.
Well, here we have. We have another spot here where you say that.
Wait, Hutch, before you do the next thing, because
I can't.
Taylor, you did say that I was putting words in your mouth, but if you search on your Twitter centrist, it's very clear that you use this as a pejorative term, and like that can be your opinion, that's fine, but to claim that that's not like your ideological spin is a little frustrating.
Sure, but I would say in what context is it? Is it in what context? Because I think certainly, do I get annoyed at certain centrist people? Sure.
I think that there was an intention there to be disparaging, and I think it's broader than that.
Okay, but this is just honestly, I didn't write the sort of things. It's fine if she had taken. If she just let me finish instead of just let me finish.
Well, you have been cutting me off pretty consistently throughout this entire exchange.
All right. Well, then this is just not going to be how we're not going to be able to have a conversation because we're talking about a story that was edited by so many people, and I don't know what to tell you other than
Okay, so are you distancing yourself from that label?
Oh my God! If Olivia Juliana had reached out after that story and said, "You grossly mischaracterized my views. I'm not a centrist. Take it out. You mischaracterized it, whatever." I would have been happy to bring that to the editor, and the editor could have looked at her positions and decided whether or not that was correct.
Taylor,
this is how journalism
opinion
works.
But Taylor, her opinion is not especially relevant. Like if you're saying it. If you're saying that the language, if you're saying that the centrist language,
oh my God,
was not something that you picked, is that your way of saying that you're kind of distancing yourself from that language?
These guys are insufferable. Yeah, I'd say so. This is how it kind of took a turn just now, didn't it? Right. I chat. Was she interrupting Hutch? Has she been rude in any way? Has she been anything but deferential and polite to Hutch? What is he delusional? Am I delusional, chat? What's happening here? Nadia, that self-described centrists are the leftmost of the extreme right. Yeah, I mean the way that they're talking about it, Nadia, you're right. It's like Fetterman and Manchin and Cinema and people like that. And I gotta say, with the centrists, right? There's a reason. But now they're a freaking communist. There is a reason that we call it the fishhook theory, right? That it sounds wild, right? People are much more comfortable with a horseshoe. It is symmetrical. It has bookends, the extreme right and the extreme left, and it says, yeah, like the middle path is fucking awesome. Sorry, I shouldn't use Buddhist terms here. No, that's the middle way, right? Wait, no, I did use the Buddhist. Anyway, sorry, chat. I'm not trying to talk about religion here. I just mean like the sort of centrist fetish for the middle path that describes the spectrum as it's more of a continuum. Actually, the tankies are the same as the Nazis. It's like at the extreme end, they're basically the same thing. But when you look at it, there's much more of what you see is the people that end up in the center, right? They're there kind of as an op. Think about the people that have called themselves centrists, that have willingly called themselves centrists. What name comes to my mind first? Dave Rubin, right? Dave Rubin, the centrist. Tim Pool, right? More, I guess he would call himself an independent. Centrist is not cool enough for Mr. Pool. Maybe we'll get to him later, chat. We got him as bonus content as well. I'm going to try to move through this so we have time for some of that bonus content. We added this at the last minute. God, Darfield just described it to me, and I had to see sort of what's going on with it. But yeah, it's just starting to get bad, isn't it? Oh, chat, I hate to do this, but yeah, no, we're gonna put a pin in this one right here. Yeah, I know, cliffhanger, right? Cliffhanger. But now we know what it's about, and we will get back to this. Believe me, we will get back to this. I have to finish the Destiny content. I hope I can get on to some more content before then. Again, like I said, chat, the remote's in your hand, including the sleep timer. So every time anybody supports the stream, whether through super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick or twitch.tv. Oh my God, I'm so good at remembering URLs. Twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. That's important too. remember there, if you support me on any of those platforms, the number goes up and the stream lasts longer, and I possibly get to cover more stuff because we do have some cool stuff as a follow-up to this Destiny material, and I am getting bored of it too, Chad. I hear you out there in TV land. Sam Cedar Tim Pool reaction now in second place. Wait, is that right? 91 votes? Let me refresh it and see if it stays 91 votes. 91 votes. 91 of you have voted so far. Make sure to get your vote in. It's on youtube.com/nocommentchick. And you can go there and you can vote. You click on the stream and vote, and you got the remote. That's how you change the channel, possibly. Sam Cedar in second place, Ben Shapiro and his views going down. It's going to last. It's good to last longer. I've heard that as well, Rusty. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm gonna do a little sub ad time here. And it should go right up there. There we go. And of course. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna do a little bit of, I can't remember what this guy's name is though. I had it, chat. I was like saying I said like the lone leftist or something. Like he's like the Lone Ranger, but for leftism. I can't, it was something like left. Something with leftist or lefty, the lone lefty. The last lefty? I don't know, Chad. I'm making him sound like a superhero. He's not. He's just some dude that's in Destiny's Discord. Oh my god, I gotta... I think I'm remembering this person's name wrong. It can't be the lone lefty.
I would have until this conversation called Olivia Juliana a centrist because
Oh my god, that's what was going on. I was like so confused. I was like, Destiny's voice is not... I mean, I know it's a woman's name, but it's not... That's not his voice.
Piece, like if the goal was to be a hit piece, I think it was well done as a hit piece. I just don't know why we're hit piecing our own people.
I think the challenge is whether we think pod save and...
Ooh, I'm getting Redditor. I apologize. You might be cool. Yeah, it's just some dude in a Discord call with him. So if you don't know how this works, Destiny has a Discord, and certain people that I don't know, he or maybe has a mod or somebody approves, says, okay, you can get in. Will be able to Destiny like put himself in a chat room, and only certain people that are trusted not to come on and say the N-word a million times and get him banned. They're well, no, like I'm saying this wrong, right? I think it's, I don't know.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Like maybe it used to be the case that you could just, you could just join Destiny's Discord, and if you wanted to have a conversation with him, you could. I feel like it's a little bit more vetted than that. When I've talked to him, there was this whole thing with a Google Calendar or something, right, that I had to deal with, and it was for nothing. He didn't even like listen. He was not even open to hearing another perspective on his hobby horse at like a time, which was cancel culture with a huge victim narrative with him as the victim, and literally the idea that like marginalized people are dangerous because they could say that you're racist, or they could say that you're homophobic, or they could say that you're transphobic, and if somebody else just hears that, they're like, oh, I don't want to go near that guy, and then you lose a sponsorship, right? So that's why Demon Mama must be purged from the internet. Anyway, Chad, it's a long story, but that is my experience of I mean, I'm thinking it feels like he's just like in a chat room, and people with permission are coming in and out. Maybe he's not in there for the whole stream. Obviously, he wants to maintain some control of the flow of the stream. But anyway, I'm talking too much and explaining because unfortunately I know this world before I really knew what it was about. And, we still was pretending to be the hero of the left, right? And is debating the alt-right era.
The ecosystem counts as.
I still want to know everyone's spam kick. There's somebody named Vosh Via. That's not Vosh. There's no way. That's got to just be some random person that took the. Anyway.
Infrastructure or not. So I'll start with kind of a notion that we can work from it. Like, I think that the credibility crisis on process inside the Democratic Party is real enough, and we can go into like, okay, is it actually what they do, or is it just how it's represented? But it's real enough within the base, within people who we want to be part of the base, that addressing it kind of viscerally, which you could say doing a piece on Pod Save on Ken Martin is a good thing.
Okay. As a quick heads up, because this is this entire.
So yeah, what this is like a normal. As far as I can see, this is like a normal liberal, which like this is what I'm saying, right? I don't think there's a lot of people out there taking Ken Martin's side, right? This is people might say Destiny's contrarianism. I would say it is just fuck Hasan, right? It's all team sports. And Favreau is on Team Hasan, so fuck Favreau, and therefore we're gonna glaze Ken Martin. We're gonna glaze Ken Martin because fuck Hasan.
Conversation is going to be you presenting an idea that you think would be really good to happen. It's going to be me agreeing with the idea, and then it's going to be me stating that, well, that would be a great idea. That's not what the show was. That's just my...
Okay, so where do you think we disagree?
I think having challenging interviews is fine. I don't think that was a challenging interview. I think that was literally just a hit piece. I don't think there was any way that Ken Martin could have come out on top of that, given the fact that he corrected John multiple times on facts that he was just completely and totally incorrect about.
But Destiny, if you're fucking lying to our faces, like, should you be able to wriggle away without being exposed for that? That's what he's asking. That's what he's saying, because Ken Martin is Team Democrat, and that's the most important thing in the world for Team Democrat to win. We can never question Team Democrat. We can never try to replace Team Democrat with a Team Democrat that might actually succeed, at least in the one their one agenda item that is popular is we're gonna take Trump out of power, right? That's their thing, kind of. That was all that that was the only interesting thing that Kamala was offering. Really, is like, I'm not that guy. You've seen that guy. He's a mess, right? And he can be worse. And she was right, and like, I mean, she's not the only one who anybody could see that, right? But that is not a campaign, right? And the reason that Democrats love this kind of low-key love opponents like Trump is because they never have to campaign on anything of substance. They never have to say, we're gonna pass this legislation that is gonna make your lives easier, right? That is gonna make your bottom line more solid, and that is gonna help you take care of your kids, make sure that you can get food, that like the things that you would think that the Democratic Party is supposed to stand for, they have reviled since like the late 70s. They started making fun of New Deal Democrats and Great Society Democrats by calling them Eleanors. Oh, you're just being an Eleanor. You got to get real, okay? You got to get real. So yeah, even before the big collapse to Reaganomics and really just being diet Republican that happened in the 80s, there was these. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like what I talk about when I talk about the Kasperian effect, right? This I'm noticing this with wealthy coastal Democrats, that they somehow something happens to them and they they become very right wing on certain issues, right? But claim that they are an independent thinker, and I'm, right? And then it's just this like sort of it's sort of a pipeline or a rabbit hole to becoming more and more right wing. Speaking of Anna Kasparian, what is going on with her? Did she just convert to did she convert to Christianity? Is that what happened? I've been seeing headlines. I have not looked into anybody know the goings on? Should I look at Twitter? Anyway, we got 1 hour left, chat. I gotta hurry up here. I gotta make sure we at least get through. I want to at least give you well, I mean, I already have kind of given you 2 topics, but yeah, well, let's get through this Destiny shit.
Again. And then I think that if that was going to be a super critical interview, one, I'm not entirely sure why we're giving our own super ultra critical interviews unless they're just like explicitly not part of, I guess, the Democratic Party or don't see themselves as part of that. And then 3, I think it would have been good for Ken to know that that was the type of thing that he was walking into, because it seems pretty clear that he had no clue that that's what he was walking into.
Wait, so she got back into her faith? So it's not like converting, right? Okay. Yeah, I was confused because I assumed that she was either an atheist or a Christian. I just it never really came up. Like, what is Anna Kasparian's religion?
That last one I agree with. I don't know that I agree with the rest. So, like, hold on. So one of the things that I think is interesting here is like whether or not it's valuable to have infighting. And I think there's some of this is coming from what I can agree with, which is like what the left and Hasan do, which
you're about to give a whole bunch of stuff that I agree with. But
Wait. Do you get this? Do you get this? What he's doing? This is the spoonful of sugar, right? This is like I'm gonna explain it to you in terms of Hasan. Right, fuck Hasan. Okay, so like I guess I agree with you now, because like it's like Hasan, like the way that Hasan sucks. Like this is kind of the same thing. So if you agree that Hasan fucking sucks, he's the worst. Fuck Hasan, right? If you agree with that, then you should also agree fuck Ken Martin. Is that where we're going with it? I don't know, chat. Now I'm doing the Joseph Joestar prediction. Your next words will be
what do you think happened then? Be very clear.
Well, I mean, you just said it's valuable to have infighting. I'm not going to disagree that some level of infighting is valuable, but that infighting isn't where you ambush the head of the DNC on a relatively.
When you say ambush, right? He brought up something that Ken Martin said he was going to release. It's also something that if we think about
Nadia's reminding us that Clinton was almost like you could almost remove the diet from Republican with Clinton in terms of the welfare. Yeah, in terms of achieving a Republican priority in order to be seen as, I don't know, above partisanship. Right, that's how this works with the Clinton, and Clinton got lauded for that. Oh, finally, right? Because it was hard for Republicans to do. They would cut things and they would risk losing when people's lot in life invariably got worse from those programs being cut. So if a Democrat is like, we got to give you tough love, America, we got to cut these social programs, right? There's too many of these. Too many of these single mothers. Like, I don't know. This was an attack on any kind of social. Oh my God, what's going on? Okay. Oh my God, what? Chat. Apparently, Windows. You heard the system noise. Windows Defender was running a scan the whole time. I didn't even know. Right. Luckily this time, like, this, when your like system resources are really low, like your shit is slow, and you're like trying to close down Windows and stuff. You're like, oh, okay, and like I'm always wondering, could it be a virus scanner? Could it be like a
crisis going on the process side, right? Like, keep in mind something about the Democratic Party.
Sure. Ambushing is when you quote mine and then you're setting them up with quotes and you're not even really substantively addressing the responses you're giving you, but you're just moving from one quote to the next. That's like an ambush hit piece style. We should probably literally never be doing hit piece style interviews on our own. You can still have critical interviews.
But yeah, I mean, look, I'm sorry, it's not limited to Clinton either. I'm sorry to have to stop Destiny again. It's not limited to Clinton. I must mention, right? This is a thing that, like, I guess the Democratic establishment would expect of their presidents. You got this again with Obama. Obama made a real attempt to try to sign something called the Grand Bargain, which essentially would have curtailed some of the benefits for people on Social Security. And it's the same kind of thing. Right. If you succeed at this, then the thought is, oh, geez, OK, we had our dialectic, and there was the Democratic side and the Republican side, and it turns out that the Republican side was correct, and the Democrats were so magnanimous as to say, fuck the social safety net, actually, right? Or in this case, Social Security is an even worse one, because you're talking about they call them entitlements, but you're paying for them. It's your money from your career that you're trying to draw out, and I kind of feel like you opened the door to that, and the floodgates. Eventually they're just gonna like privatize, the whole thing. Right, that seems to be the goal, and all you gotta, it starts with some compromise, like the Grand Bargain from Obama, and then it all collapses. And the assumption is, actually, this was a overly generous program, and thanks to the magnanimity of this great man, Barack Obama, right, the peacemaker, the what a good faith guy. He's like, actually, the Republicans were right on this one too, right? That's fucked up. That's not even the ratchet effect. Like, we talk about the ratchet effect. Republicans, ratchet things to the right. Democrats don't, pull them back less far, and so things keep moving to the right, to the right, to the right. With a real ratchet, right? It doesn't move. So, Democrats get elected and do nothing, or fail at their policy priorities or whatever, or water it down, as often happens. Yeah, I mean, we're used to them dragging their feet, and I talk about that in terms of stuff like Obamacare, but this is a whole nother thing where Clinton is actually also ratcheting things to the right in so many ways.
Being a hit piece, but
what do you think is when you say hit piece? What's the difference between a hit piece and a challenging interview? I guess is it just that he kept going down a list?
Yeah, hit piece.
Nadia says Clinton since 1994 crime bill and enforced it, which threw more black men in prison than any other. Yeah, massive expansion of the carceral state under Clinton.
Basically can never win.
Another thing, like, everybody says Democrats are weak on crime. Watch me be strong on crime. And it's the double ratchet. It's not. I should stop calling it ratchet at this point. Lest somebody think that I'm using. Do you remember when people called things ratchet in the 2010s for a hot second?
You're never going to come out of a hit piece looking good by design.
But wasn't Ken Martin's choice the thing that meant he could never win? I don't think that, I see another out. It's the fact he's not releasing the report and doesn't have good excuses for why. That didn't allow him to.
Well, one, I'm not actually sure if he ever said he was going to release that report publicly now. I don't even think that was true, number one.
It seems like it's true, but I hear you.
Yeah, and then number two.
Hold on, I'll read the quote after.
Sure. We'll read it right now. Fuck it.
At the time he was questioned why the DNC hadn't released its 2016 autopsy. When he questioned what happened with that, was there any utility in doing that? And then he says, of course it will be released, Martin said in February, referring to a future review of the 2024 election. There has to be some less.
Chat, we still don't know who this guy is. I said the lone leftist or something, the lone lefty. It was something weird. I mean, it wasn't that. I'm not trying to disparage the guy. I know nothing about him.
That we glean on that so we can operationalize it, not just here in DC, but through all of the 57 state parties and, of course, the county parties.
I just can't remember his name.
Of what we need to do.
That's very clearly a statement.
Wait, there's two guys.
He's going to release it.
There's two guys.
The only thing you could possibly do is say that, like, the fact he said lessons in that sentence and said lessons in the Jon Favreau interview.
Wait.
Is like the stretch.
Here's the full quote, Stephen, if you want to. And then if you want the article, I can send it to you too.
When he says, of course, will be released, referring to a future review on the 2024 election, there has to be some lessons that we glean on that so that we can operationalize.
Oh my God.
Here in DC. What does that quote come from?
In comments to reporters, Martin committed to the public release of the 2024 report.
But I'm curious, what was the question before?
Wait, is that where it comes from, Narwhal? A woman was trying to say wretched, but she said ratchet. I mean, it was like, it was a better time though. Like when ratchet was, when you
Discord, Steven?
Here, I'll send it to you too.
Somewhere.
Because it sounds like the way.
Or wait, was it?
That I read when you say there has to be some lessons that we can glean on so that we can operationalize it. That sounds like a.
Or am I just idealizing the 2010s? The 2010s. Did I just say that, chat? Does it not feel like the 2010s were in another century? Anybody else feel the 2010s? That was like, yeah, that was last century, right? That was a million years ago, okay? Like 2014. Yeah, it was a different time. It was it feels like 100 years ago. I don't know. It's
not just here in DC, but through all the 57
Hold on,
state
but what's
parties.
I want the same thing as you do. What's the question? But it's an article, so we're not going to see the preceding question. But certainly the way this is framed and the way the DNC has framed this for years has been it's about the full report.
For years?
I mean, this is a discussion that's been ongoing.
Have fun with Destiny? Yeah, I don't think he's going to be fun for much longer.
Yeah, seeing what we're in 2026, so it's not like that.
Oh, sorry, fuck.
Oh, yeah, I got to get moving.
Since the election. Well,
we got 56 minutes left.
I mean, that would definitely change my perception of it. So, like, if a reporter said, "Are we all going to see the autopsy or whatever?" and then his response is this, then I'd say, "Oh, well, here it sounds like he was talking about releasing it to the public." But if it was like,
oh my God, are we okay? Oh, what is going on?
That would change how I would review it. If I give this the worst reading ever, then I would just say that he shouldn't have made this promise. It was a stupid promise to make. But I don't know if it would necessarily change the way I would.
Which,
feel.
by the way, you also keep saying that like he's gonna, and someone in chat pointed this out, that he said he's gonna release it to certain leaders, and a lot of the people have. I don't know if John was accurate about this. Ken did not refute it. I think the leaders inside the state apparatuses are not getting this report so far either. So he's not half doing the promise at all. Like we're
oh my God,
we're addressing this as if he's like
the report or the I guess the operationalization.
I guess this is the question. So then here's like the big critique that I'm going to make, just like as whatever.
As a quick thing, the reason why it's difficult for you to have this conversation right now is because of how exceptionally dog shit the interview that John gave was, because there would have been good questions. He could have said,
I'm not struggling in this conversation.
Well, no, I'm saying that like when you're to bring up like specifics or anything, like it could have been that John said that he could have said, well, in North Carolina they really needed to rely on this for some race or whatever, and this leader came out and said that he wasn't able to get into contact with you or whatever. Like those would have been really good points to bring up, or asking Ken like who have you brought this up to, who feels like they haven't gotten enough from this. Like those would have been good points to bring up because John was doing a hit piece and not an actual interview. We never actually got any of those questions at all. So.
Okay, let's embrace
the full quote. I'll just read it out real quick. I sent it to Steve as well. I just want to say that there was a post-election review done many years ago, right after the 2016 election, right? And that was never released. The DNC spent a lot of time and money on that. Wasn't even released to the DNC members. So what happened with that, right? Was there any utility in doing that? Of course it will be released, right? It'll be released to our members, and we will have to learn from that. There has to be some lessons that we glean on so that we can operationalize it, not here just in DC, but all in 57 state parties, and of course the county parties, so people, blah, blah, blah. That's the full quote, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, his whole frame is the right.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to commit this to memory. Caret equals X equals caret.
Frame, which is we should be as a party, and again, this is the critique, this is the kind of overarching theme of the Democratic Party going back to basically like the 2012 era.
Got it memorized?
is behind closed doors, decisions happen, analyses are made, and the truth is told, and people only get the sanitized version. I, as somebody who, again, votes for the center-left candidate every single time, wants the center-left candidate to win, fights the Bernie crats all the time, I think this critique ruins a lot of how the party functions because it's real. It's real that I can't say anything when they go, oh, you know, a lot of the party mechanics happen behind closed doors. We don't have this ability to see what the actual conversation was. We only get the sanitized version. I have to go, yeah, that's true. That's how it's always worked. That's, you know, kind of reasonable for XYZ reason. But then it makes the party, it makes all the establishment portions of the party seem like we're trying to hide something.
Well,
the insider argument. Okay. I mean, I guess if you're going to try to convince Destiny, it's just so weird. Like who is this chatter? It's like, well, insiders like us, you know, it's actually bad for us, right? We should be more transparent because, you know, to protect the party institution and our, you know, how, like, who are you? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? A party insider? Like this is the argument that he's making. I mean, I get that, like, you know, this is how Destiny thinks of things. And again, like, chat, you know how Hasan talks about you got consultant brain? Anybody heard Hasan say consultant brain? The idea is that you're not thinking like a voter who's picking a candidate that they want. You're thinking like a consultant who is considering which candidate is more viable, which candidate do you think that other people will accept, right? And the Democratic Party absolutely encourages this because it results in a more, you know, centrist, you know, ticket, certainly in terms of the presidential race, and a more, you know, centrist legislature in, excuse me, other races as well. I chugged coffee and soda at the same time, and it had the weirdest effect on me. Right?
No, it doesn't. This is just how
Yes, it does.
No, it's how every single analysis works ever. Number one.
So hold on. What does that mean? That's not true. What do you think you're saying there? Because you said this a few times.
Because typically when there's like an audit or an analysis or something done on a particular thing, the raw like report of that's generated isn't usually sent out to every single person that's going to
You said that, and I don't know what that means, right? So let's go, for example, to like when the RNC has released this report in the past. A very full report is released. So like, I know that you're saying like philosophically in the world of like corporations or politics, there are times when a report does not reveal the fullness of its data. It's just like what people put together. That's like philosophically true.
No, sure. We'll go. Okay, hold on. We'll go to that just as a real quick thing on this quote before we move on from this quote. It sounds like in this quote, getting the fuller quote here, that this is just about DNC members. It's not about publicly releasing the report. Just to be
ironically, Hasan is closer to party leadership than anybody in the conversation has ever been. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. Maybe not closer. Yeah, closer in terms of, and you know, I'm not saying he's close. The Democratic Party has a very love-hate relationship with Hasan. He was chosen to, you know, I'm trying to remember what the name of the program that there was, like the influencer program, but no, I think he was part of the media. You know, he was given a press pass, if I remember correctly, but you know, it was a weird situation, and yeah, when Hasan talked to some protesters outside, you know, was talking about the uncommitted movement, which the Democratic Party very much wanted to quash. That's when they really did kind of turn a cold shoulder to him. So I don't know what his situation is right now. Oh my God. I know what my situation is though. I'm losing frames. That's gross. That's disgusting. What is even going on? Why is it like this? Oh my God, chat. Okay, so just so you know, this is problems with the system resources. This is problems with my computer, not problems with the internet. But I gotta solve some problems really quickly. Oh shit, you know what it is? I bet I know what it is. Wait, why can I not find Chrome? What? Okay, I'm just gonna try to kill some tabs, maybe kill Discord. I have that Democratic Party site. Oh, chat, the Democratic Party website. It's DDoSing me. Ah. Okay. Close down as much as I can here. Okay, I think we're good. Took a little
clear
delay on
to
the...
more that was said here. There was a post-election review done many years ago, right after the 2016 election, right? And that was never released. The DNC spent a lot of time and money on it, and it wasn't even released to the DNC members. So what happened with that, right? Was there any utility in doing that? He said on Friday. Of course,
this still hasn't been released to the DNC members. Why are you defending something that hasn't happened as if it refutes the overall point?
Well, I'm just saying right now I'm refuting that it's going to be.
Yeah, you're just doing apologetics.
No, I'm refuting your point. Did you or did you not claim that it was that it should be released publicly?
Right, but there's a set of promises not being held. Even if you're right, there's a set of promises.
Question. Did you say that it was going to be released publicly, or it should be released publicly?
Whether or not I did, my point...
Did you say that it was going to be released publicly?
I'm not here to do debate pervetry. My point was that if he makes a set of promises about how the party works, and people have a credibility crisis about the party, where they talk about how process is done behind closed doors, then whether or not it's to the members or to the people, and we want to be clear about the promise, no promise was upheld.
That's great,
no promise.
And you can build another line of argumentation if you want, but you initially talked about it being released publicly, right?
I think it should be released publicly.
That's fine. And so did Ken, or I'm sorry, so did
I don't
John.
need to hold on that point. I don't need to hold on that point. He's not releasing the DNC.
You don't have to, so give it. You don't have to hold on to it, so you can get the point.
We're not talking about that point. We're talking he hasn't even released the DNC. So why is it that he's creating more of a process? Hold on. One of the things you're saying here that I think is like, just, this is true.
Repeat the exact same question. I'm not responding to whatever you're about to say. So if you want to ramble, you can ramble,
the DNC receiving this, that promise being upheld, would at least be better than not giving it to the DNC. True or false?
I don't know.
As far as the credibility crisis, credibility crisis that happens.
For this quote, he was talking about. It seems like he was talking about releasing it to DNC members, right? You're right.
But you're not answering the question.
I'm not. You're right.
Right.
This was about releasing it to DNC members. If there's a credibility crisis in the party,
if there's a credibility crisis in the party,
Shiveen, answer his question. Shiveen.
So I mean, this shit is trying my patience. Anybody else? This is hard to watch. I know that this is hard to watch, but I think the point stands that he's painted himself into a corner where any defense of what he said is gonna sound like this. Is going to be not an engagement. Why did you say it was a Redditor? Oh, there's like, is this Pisco? Is it Pisco? Is this Pisco? Fuck me. Did I see another video that like referred to him as like by some bullshit name that's not his? Can we confirm, chat? Is this Pisco? My pace, yeah, this is hard to watch. But the point is that there's no good defense for any of this shit, right? He sounded like this is Destiny is sweeping, right? This isn't like, XYZ commentary streamer is sweeping for Destiny. This is Destiny sweeping for his chair of the DNC, who must be protected. The sad thing about it is putting pressure on the Democratic Party to or on Ken Martin himself to resign, right, is about the best thing that you could do for the chances of the Democrats to take both the House and the Senate in the midterm elections, and then to, oh my God, and to be able to muster a better candidate than Kamala or Gavin Newsom. I think a lot of people miss the point about Hasan's Gavin Newsom comment. Do you remember the whole, this is Gavin, if he's the candidate, it's over, might as well vote third party. A lot of people were thinking that was like, well, I'm so mad, I'm just going to be like, yeah, let's get Donald Jr. I'm okay if Donald Jr. gets elected. The point was, it's over. If Kamala, or that's his opinion, right? If that is their candidate, if they can't muster anybody better. But Narwhal, it is? Okay, we got that confirmed. It's Pisco. What the fuck? Did I see a different... this should be satisfying. Is it Pisco? Is the voice who's really sharp at putting Epstein on defensive? You know what? I don't know. Is Pisco known for, defeating Destiny on the field of knowledge and... What am I trying to say? Like, is he known for beating Destiny in debates? I'm not sure. He is, definitely somebody that does not, eat the slop that the Destiny orbit feeds him. Somebody that is, when he will call bullshit from time to time, and he will, do so eloquently on his own stream. I don't know. Classic Pisco lawyering. I mean, he is in general a good debater, but he's always he's always fighting with a hand tied behind his back against Destiny, I feel, right? There is so much animosity towards Pisco for disagreeing with Destiny, and it's for that reason that it almost feels like there's rules for engagement that Pisco is using that are not being applied on the other side. That's what I mean when I say he's at a disadvantage, right? And I don't know, how much of it is just practical. He wants to push back on what Destiny is saying, but he's trying to make things like for real, chat. It's hard to describe the amount of hatred that has been directed Pisco's way just for being right in back and forths against Destiny, right? So this should be cathartic. I was hoping for this to be cathartic. I'm still trying to figure out who the Redditor is, Narwhal. I'm still trying to figure out who the lone leftist. Maybe I saw someone else, because there's different channels, right? This is Destiny's channel that we're on right now, is it not? Yeah, it is. And then there's also there's a bunch of clip channels. Maybe I saw a clip channel and I saw, it could be that a different person also. Destiny watches Progressive Victory panel. What is this?
That's your litmus test issue? We really need...
Oh, shit.
United States. Housing needs to be available to U.S. citizens. We got to do something about education. We got to do something about, bringing the American dream back to the people. We need to repair relationships with the rest of the world. We got to do something about healthcare. So I'm going to ask you a really important question to determine where I think you stand on all those issues.
All right, welcome everybody to the Choose Your Fighters. And
I'm sorry, what the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, this is a different chat. This is not Destiny's channel, so the editing may not be up to the par of the regular videos. I don't know, chat. Look, half of me is like, I'm so sick of Destiny. I want to watch something else. What would we be watching right? I've only gotten one person that's donated, and a lot of you, there's been a lot of support. We've extended the stream considerably so far. We've only got one person claiming their right to distort the poll, and that is with 1% extra towards Ben Shapiro views going down. Okay, so yeah, that is in second place. That is full. Yeah, that would be the next thing to watch. Do people want for Sam Narwhal by Nature with the 55 on the scale for Sam Seder, which totally changes. Oh my god, am I problems with computer resource power juice? Computer brain juice, chat. I'm so tech not savvy that I call it computer brain juice, right? When shit like this happens, I'm like, my computer doesn't have enough brain juice, and I pour some more brain juice into the computer, which I think you can just get you can ferment coconut water with a little piece of coconut in it, and it makes this jelly, and I think that works for brain juice for a computer, right? That's like. You got to put brain juice in your computer every now and then. But anyway, what do you think? Should we switch to it would be Sam Seder on Tim Pool? That sounds like a little bit more fun. We got to watch this sometime though. Fuck. This is Destiny found I think I saw some of this, right? Progressive Victory. What do we got? Emma, Crystal Ball, I mean, this is just classic Destiny. Wait. Let me make sure that there's... Okay, Kyle Kalinske. Oh, no. Is he on the Progressive Victory stream? I think. I mean, I think I've seen Destiny get triggered by Kyle enough. Okay, here we go. There's a panel. Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball. Yeah, mostly people that Destiny hates. I think there's got to be another panel that has the soy pill on it, because this was a controversy, right? Like I said, chat, I told you soy pill I think is currently an orbiter, but there is a little bit of drama to that, and that is because soy pill went on this Progressive Victory event. I think Hasan was involved at some point. Okay, well, it's not even the fun part. It's not even him, yelling at Hasan. Oh no, there he is. There's Hasan. So he will he gets to yell at Hasan, but we're going to have to say that for another day, because Narwhal just put 55 towards the, something we haven't watched before. The Reactions podcast, Reactions. And what is this? The one with Sam Seder. Tim Pool, that should work. Well, there we go. Boom. Oh my god, there's chat. It's almost like there's a lot of content involving Sam Seder and Tim Pool, right? It's almost like there's a lot of videos on this. Anyway, luckily our video came up in search.
It's Sam Seder.
Oh no, it's Mike from Taiwan.
What a fucking nightmare. Samuel Lincoln Seder got to start as an actor, writer, director from hits like Who's the Caboose? And guest starring as Lou, the guy who spit his steak into the napkin on Sex and the City. A longtime Air America stalwart, Sam Seder became the godfather.
Why did he spit his... He was pretending to eat? Was it because there was a trend where people will chew stuff and then they'll spit it into a napkin so that it's kind of like you get the taste of food and the experience of at least chewing it, but if you don't swallow, you don't get the calories? Was that what it was doing? Was it something I remember seeing this clip. I mean, unfortunately it's from I don't think we can show Sex on the City here. It's too raunchy, chat. That show was just NC-17. No, it wasn't. It sounds like it would have been, but I don't think there was actual sex in that city. The sex was in another city, actually. Did Mike move to Taiwan, or is he just visiting? He's trying to be Mike from Beijing, but he is, he's almost there. Right? He's hitting Taiwan. So, he's trying to, he hasn't gone to China yet. So until he does, he's Michael from Taiwan. But then, when he goes to China, that will all change.
Father of the left-wing internet in 2010 when he started the Seder channel. Now the Majority Report as a live talk show from a left-wing perspective. Sam quickly became known for his ability to humiliate hapless conservatives and libertarians who thought they could challenge him to debate. Now commanding over 2 million subscribers and almost 1.4 billion views, the Majority Report with Sam Seder has been a cornerstone of the progressive left online. Sam's wit and depth of knowledge has set the largest conservative mouthpieces fleeing in fear. Steven Crowder called him a fucking nightmare. Tim Pool accused him of being Thanos, and Joe Rogan called him a fucking idiot and dork while fearing to utter his name.
So this might seem like a strange collab, strange pairing to some of you. You might not know the history. Mike from PA became Mike from PA as a caller to the Majority Report. So that was his handle, Mike from PA, and he was someone who would call in often. And I don't know, did he have a cordial relationship with Sam, or was it one of those like standoffish, or like pretend standoffish, right? Sam does that with some people, where it's kind of like the Hello Newman,
is my honor
like Mark Maron, right? They pretend to not like each other. I can't remember what is the rapport between Sam and Mike. It's been so long since I've heard a Mike from PA call, right? It feels like 100 years ago. Oh my god, chat. It was in the 2010s. I feel like, oh my god.
To introduce the patriarch of the YouTube left, Sam Seder. I'm so sorry to bring you on, Sam, to talk about one of the dumbest hacks and frauds in the entire political commentary space, Tim Pool.
Oh crap, chat. I didn't even think of this. Look at this. Do you see what's happening? That's just a screen with nothing That's an actual podcast. Okay, I'm so not used to that, chat. There's nothing on screen.
But I'll tell you something you're not going to want to hear, and I admit it's I'll call it dickish.
What do I do?
Authoritarianism is typically the villain in most movies.
I don't care.
Yeah. So for instance, like Thanos was utilitarian, and Captain America was deontological.
I didn't.
So Thanos willing to reduce the suffering by killing hundreds of trillions, versus the thousands of trillions which would be living better off.
Dread it, run from it, stand seated, garage all the same.
Wait, that's the Destiny quote, isn't it? I don't know what this is about, chat. What is this? Like, there's a thing, it's like a quote that Destiny always plays.
Scott.
Or people reference or something when they are talking about Destiny. Because it's like
Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. And I want to say,
Tanky Gooner says, Mike annoys me. You're not alone.
Just for my information for the audience, Sam is really the person.
He has different effects on
person who got so many of us involved in the political commentary space and helped build up so many other shows. Incredibly generous with your time, and I really appreciate you coming on. And you have been the person who kind of stood against the tide of right-wing slop that was all over the internet alone for many years.
Well, I appreciate that. There was a few others, but I'm if you're saying I'm old, that's actually true. I mean, the really lonely days were back in the Air America radio era, pre-live streaming from YouTube. Even when I launched.
Oh shit, chat! I didn't even notice. We got 30 minutes left on the stream.
This iteration of the majority.
How long is this content?
But when I launched this iteration, we were streaming with Justin.
I feel like I should be playing some Vampire Survivor over this or something, like a visually stimulating game. But I'm worried because of the. I'm worried that it's gonna I need to like get a handle on the like I feel like there was a tab in Chrome that was like was being naughty. It was costing too much memory somehow.
TV, which ultimately became Twitch.
Twitch, yeah.
So it was I had the value. I guess I had the benefit of also being first to market in some respects. I mean, there's a couple other people obviously out there doing it, but
speaking of, kind of Tim Pool was also kind of a pioneer a little bit, wasn't he?
Well, Tim Pool was really one of the first guys.
Wait, who else is here? I can't believe, Narwhal, that I mistaked Pisco's voice for a Redditor. I think it's because I must have heard a different debate with between Destiny and a Redditor, and like I superimposed that person's voice on. Mike has a bad history of trying to get streamers kicked off Twitch and YouTube if they make fun of or disagree with him. I did not know that, Cicero.
I don't know if he was the first guy, but he was one of.
Oh, it's Mike, Ugopnik, and Freda. Oh, okay. I thought. Why did I think it was just a Mike thing?
The first guys to live stream video from Zuccotti Park during Occupy Wall Street. And I have the extremely dubious distinction. And I would also say almost like I am apologetic for this. I was the first person to interview Tim Pool.
Do you remember how you introduced him?
So it's really your fault.
Well, I at the time, I think I introduced him as being like, the guy who's been down there with a camera and live streaming.
You did say like my favorite Occupy Wall Street feed.
Did I say that?
Was those were the words you said. I went back and watched
feed,
it.
Right? Okay.
Feed,
so,
feed. Yes, you have plausible deniability. Yeah,
exactly. Well, I don't know how much you guys have dug into this, but he had a partner, and his name escapes me. But they had a falling out, and I have always wanted to track down that guy and find out, because that guy is not involved in anything.
Chat.
Involved in anything online.
I got some funky shit going on here. I just looked down. The thing that is making my memory scream is the Zoom meetings process. Anybody have experience with this? I did use Zoom, I think last night to Zoom into my Thai class. And there is a process called Zoom meetings that's still open, and I cannot close it. Oh, it closed. What the fuck? It just randomly shut down. Oh my god, that's super weird, chat. It was costing 6,000 megabytes of memory. Yeah, the computer brain juice, right? It was draining the brain juice. It was braining. What? It can't be completed. It's not its operation is not valid for this process. I can't shut down like the Xbox, okay, that one isn't draining though. It's not draining the computer brain juice. Oh, the computer's so much happier. Yo, the computer's happier. Okay, chat. I can play some Vampire Survivors if visual stimulation is, and I'll turn the music off. So because I don't know, music over a podcast, nah.
Since that time. And at the time, there was definitely like a controversy because I got the sense, and I don't know if this is the case.
It's evil. Trust me. Necessary but evil. What, Zoom? Zoom. It does. It feels like it's possessed.
That the guy felt that Tim Pool was too mercenary. Maybe I'm.
But what the fuck? How is Zoom like sucking up all my? Why would Zoom be sucking up all my megabytes?
Projecting,
why
retconning to justify where he is today. But that was exactly the case.
Why was the process still open?
Before we get too far afield, Freda, do you want to kind of give us a little bit of a background on who the fuck?
Okay, so Freda, I don't know much about. Leftist video essayist, I think, is the a general description that I'm comfortable giving. But beyond that, I'm not sure. Chat, we have 24 minutes left. Remember, this channel, it's literally powered by you. So anytime you support the stream, the timer goes up and it gives us more time to cover more stuff. So
if people are blessed enough to not know,
well, the normal people.
Yeah, I read a little bit, and I was gonna try to find the name of that guy because I also read
it
about.
didn't shut down properly. Yeah, maybe.
I couldn't find anything as well.
I've tried.
Wait, but Zoom is like, what is? Yeah, no, it is. You're right. You're right. It is like a. It's like a. It's more that it's not like a web-based thing. It's
difficult.
Yeah. I was trying to find like what was his name because that was the partner because first I think Tim was behind the camera for the most part and then he became like
But wait, that's scary though. Okay, so you know what's really scary about that? The idea that Zoom might have been open last night. The scary thing for me is like, I mean, I definitely left the meeting. So it's not like I was like broadcasting to the school or something. He got big enough from reacting to Rudyard. Wait, who did? Freda. Freda reacted to Rudyard. History Channel with a Marxist analysis. Thank you.
On camera kind of like guy. So yeah, Tim, according to himself, did not do very good in school. He got a progress report with all Fs because quote, my comprehension level was much higher than that of many of my teachers. So, school made him miserable is what he says at least. He then also claims he worked with like a bunch of non-profits who can't document that he ever did so. And then, of course, Occupy Wall Street happened. And he went out there with a phone and started filming and started streaming on Ustream. And at one point had like 20,000 concurrent viewers.
Wow.
Yeah, which is like huge for back
Anybody remember Ustream?
then. Like streaming wasn't like really a thing, yeah.
That's huge. That'd be huge now.
I don't think he was using...
I think before YouTube had streaming, there was a site that like, I used to think it was like associated with YouTube because the logo, it kind of looked like YouTube's logo. But I'm pretty sure it was like a separate site, a separate company and everything. But yeah, if you wanted to stream, you would do it on Ustream or on Twitch.
Phone. I think if I remember correctly, you could not do this, I think, on the phone. I think he had multiple repeaters of like 3G antennas, like packets. And it was around, I seem to remember it being sort of like taped on to the side of a camera. I mean, it just wasn't done. Like I went out there to do some live audio streaming and I could barely get the bandwidth to do that with my phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I saw some of the footage that he had, and it sounds dreadful. It looks dreadful, like visually. Like it, obviously, the quality of the technology wasn't quite there yet.
It would have been Justin TV at the time.
He got his start though, right? Because he was like the technological. Yeah. He was the only person doing it, so he's the only competition in town.
100%. In fact, my producer Matt Leck, who also hosts Left Reckoning, Mikey, of course, you know who he is. I think he told me this story. Somebody certainly told me this story that, or maybe it was Brent. I can't remember, but I've known somebody who Tim Pool came to their classroom at either NYU or Columbia to talk about that.
That's the future, chat. A Tim Pool clone will come to your child's classroom in order to educate them on politics.
And it gave him a certain amount of like cred because he was doing this sort of like, citizen journalism that was, at least from a technological perspective, pretty revolutionary. I think the guy he worked with, I feel like his first name was like Harry, and it was like...
I found it. It's Henry Ferry.
Yes, Ferry. We are the 99%. And I've tried to sort of see where that guy has come. But if you go back into like, it wouldn't have been Reddit at that time, but you can find like some talks about controversy and about bank accounts and that type of thing. But Tim Pool, because of his acclaim that he got from being that streamer. And because I think part of the reason why he had a falling out with Henry is Tim was sort of like, he was making himself the story a little bit. And I think that was part of the fallout. And, you know, he's a very entrepreneurial guy in that respect. And
yeah,
I can't remember the order, but I know then he was hired maybe by Vice based upon that because of his technology, not necessarily his ideology, although some of that at that time, that would have been Gavin McInnes. And
yeah, 2013 he was hired, yeah.
Yeah. And then I remember he went somewhere. Where was it? I want to say Sweden, and was supposedly like looking at no-go zones. And apparently
his very first trip was to Istanbul, Turkey.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There was a big kind of like riots, civil disturbance. And this is kind of where the mystique of Tim Pool immediately starts falling apart. Because Vice was expecting him to be this gonzo reporter that would go into the breach, you know, and go out, and he was hiding in his hotel room.
Yes.
Talking about how, I just don't have internet, you know, I don't have connections. And they had another crew there that was actually going to the disturbances, going to the, you know, protests, going to the riots, and getting all sorts of coverage. Meanwhile, Tim Pool was like sitting in his hotel room with the bathroom mirror behind him, recording into his webcam.
I will tell you, if I was to say that if there's one theme about Tim Pool, it is a vigilant lack of effort in doing something with integrity. And I say that because after he worked at Vice, he got hired by Fusion and he got paid something like 750 grand, I think.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
They were like, they had ABC money when they were first there. And the whole thing is they're trying to be, you know, like of the street, you know, on some level. And I know this because I knew a couple of people who had worked with him there. And one of them went to his house when he lived in New Jersey. This was when he first basically started up doing a YouTube show. So this is years later. And he said to me, you know, this was all off the record, but I can't even remember the guy's name now. So honestly, this was so many years ago. Maybe he said, I went to Tim's house. It was an amazing house. And Tim was like, I got the best job. Like, I don't have to even read anything. And
that's how I described my job to my mom, dude.
Awesome.
I love it.
It's the greatest job. I don't have to read anything.
Yes. And, you know, he just sits there and he just talks. And at the end of the day, that is the sort of like.
Christopher Tablante says, my friend has a story where Tim Pool came to his skate park, but nobody wanted to hang with him. That happened like in West Virginia, right? Like he tried to, I think, well, maybe this was a different place, but yeah, he tried to like join some event there, and I can't remember, but he was like trying to. Does anybody remember this? The Tim Pool skate drama. He ends up like buying the land on the skate park or something like that. Vadim did a great video on Tim Pool's trip to Sweden.
Core brand proposition of him is his skill set is talking like he's read something, and you can catch it like even today.
I would love to take a look at that. I may only have 15 minutes left though. That's what's on the timer right now. Remember, this goes up with a super chat, super sticker if you got yourself a membership or gift a membership, or if you support me on Throne or Patreon or on Twitch. All of that stuff makes the time go longer, but I'm not, you know, I'm trying to make sure that I get through enough of this content. Should I pull up some Vampire Survivor chat? Because again, we're just staring at kind of the thumbnail here, which, you know, I mean, you do enough if you get here early on stream. At least that one's a dynamic thumbnail, right? This one's more static. I should talk to Mike and be like, listen, here's how you do a dynamic thumbnail. No, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need any advice, chat. He's been at this since
we had a clip of him where
since the 2010s.
This clearly happened where like he thinks he can.
Is that Asmongold? I don't know. It, you know, it could be. It's definitely nasty coded.
Like he knows where he wants to end up and he thinks he can get there. And he starts to read through an article and it's clear the first time he's read the article, like he read and he gets lost. And he realizes like, oh, this isn't going to the direction I wanted to.
It's crazy that he's this dumb after this many years doing it. You think he would pick up the ability to recognize patterns or have talking points. Like, you know, events are always related to other events. You should be able to do this, you know? He just seems not very bright to me.
No, well, the thing is that there's
the sad thing about Tim Pool, he's never gotten it. He's never understood politics or really much of anything, and he's never had to. He's just had to say the right words and kiss the right asses, and his career has been handed to him on, oh my God, look at that, on a golden platter. See, this would be a problem normally. Yeah, it looks like it's a full screen app. Let's see, what can I try to do here? I can add a game capture. And I can capture vampire survivors. Oh my God, whoa, hi there, vampire survivors. Oh yeah, warning, if you have sensitivity to flashing lights, maybe look away from the screen. All right, we're gonna put Mike from PA back on.
He's an autodidact, right? I mean, to the extent that he knows anything,
there's a lot of auto. I don't know about the didactic.
Well,
though.
fair. That is a fair assessment. But he is a bullshitter, and he's relatively good at that, I think. And I think he has some very narrow interests intellectually, and I'm being generous, but they're extremely narrow, and I don't think they are really the topics that he's covering. And so I just don't think he can work up the effort to do the work.
Yeah, he seems like he would rather be skateboarding to me or playing, 2001 era alt, metal.
Yeah, pop punk.
Pop punk shit. Which kind of brings us to another topic that I wanted to try to nail down with you, Sam, which is what the fuck is Tim Pool's ideology? Because to me, it seems like it has shifted quite a bit. We talked about the Occupy Wall Street stuff. One of the reasons he says he kind of went away from the left was because they were doing the progressive stack and they were, doing
what the fuck
racism and the woke mob. And he kind of leans into this cultural critique.
Can somebody explain to me the progressive stack? Is that like it almost sounds like a steroids reference. Like a stack, like clavicular takes? There we go.
Of how the left has like this malignant plan for white men to oppress them and do reverse discrimination. And I got to tell you, everybody, as someone who's been in many organizing spaces with a progressive stack, I want to assure you all, white men talk a lot. There's no shortage of white men speaking their mind and having a chance to express their opinion. It's just the idea of if somebody comes from a marginalized group or a typically underrepresented group in organizing spaces, you give them the opportunity to speak before people that have been around the block or who are overrepresented speak. It's not that big a deal. It's the smallest accommodation. But he has used this to kind of like blow up the idea that there's a grand conspiracy against white men in the quote woke left.
And I would also add, he's never sat in one of those organizing meetings. Like, I mean, it's all secondhand to the extent that he, what he's talking about exists. He's not experienced. I think, look, like I say, he's an entrepreneur. And I think it was Tim Bond posted an amazing video just talking about like how he walks this tightrope. And so I don't think he has an ideology. I really don't think he has an ideology. I think he's just sort of like has a centrist, somewhat like libertarian right disposition.
Well, that's how he presents himself, right, Sam? He presents himself as the enlightened centrist,
Well, yeah, no, but I think, but by disposition, I mean, like, they've done research, and we're talking about American libertarians here. They've done research that, like, the reason why libertarianism appeals to men who are age 17 is literally like that's where their brain development discovers logic, but nothing else. And so they get caught in that moment of just like these sort of logic games without any implication for like, what's the outcome of this? How does this work? Like, what if somebody can't afford health insurance or doesn't have money for retirement at age 65? Should they just die? Well, logic says, and so I think he is stuck there dispositionally, but doesn't have the intellect to really work out the logic. So he's got the sort of like the accoutrement, if you will, of an American libertarian, but none of the charming dogma, as it were.
But then what's the appeal? Like, let's imagine the typical person that is a quote-unquote Tim Pool fan. What are they like? What drives them to him? Because he is so vanilla. He is so absurdly watered down, even as a talking head, that I find it very, very strange to imagine somebody that, tunes in almost every day to hear Tim Pool out of so many reactionaries or alternative voices, et cetera, et cetera. Tim Pool, really?
I have a buddy who lives in upstate New York, and his neighbor has a small farm and is a vet and, a guy who flies the flag, but was a cop in New York City. Okay. So he's not like pure rural. That's where he grew up, but it's not a super rural. And he said to my buddy the other day, he goes, "You ever watch Tim Pool?" I watch a lot of Tim Pool. And my buddy is like, "Oh my God, I know who he is." And he's like, "Yeah, no, he makes sense to me." And my buddy's like, "Why do you watch it?" He just makes sense to me. He's sort of libertarian. And I've met this guy, and my buddy's like, "You got to talk to Sam." But I think what it is, at the heart of this type of stuff, there is a misogyny or racism. I mean, in my experience, if you follow libertarianism or you follow non-ideological people, there is an animus towards some group of people that this stuff just provides like a
cover or
like a membrane. In the membrane is
and it's insane in the membrane from what I've heard.
Just for everyone else. It's for themselves on some level too. Like this guy, I've met this guy before, and he's not the type of guy
Who should I be this time, chat? Batman?
But
let's do Batman.
Perceive himself as racist.
Yes.
And so there's a construct of like common sense around things that ultimately, if you start to dig through, and the beauty about Tim Pool is he doesn't dig.
Yeah.
He just like, it's just there and you just float in. I mean, today, we covered him covering the Virginia gerrymander referendum.
Right.
And he started reading about what he was trying to explain why this was different from Texas. And because Texas gerrymandered a year ago and with explicit directions from Donald Trump to pick up 5 seats.
In the middle of the decade as well, unprecedented mid-decade redistricting push as well.
Yes. There's been a gerrymander war this year. I mean, people can Google right now, Texas Jerry, and it would just come up gerrymander and, right. Put the number, say Trump. And
chat, I don't know what happened.
Trump demands 5.
My controller, it just stopped working. That's so weird. Do I have to have this thing, like open in the, I can't see, I can only see the game if I have it open in the foreground. It's not even maximized yet. Okay. Okay, now it works, right? When I've got it on the thing. Let's see if I can, because before I just had the, oh God, it doesn't work. Wait. Somehow it was, oh my God. Anyway, we're down to the last 5 minutes here.
5 new seats there. And he's reading through an article trying to argue why what Texas did was different. And in the middle of the article, he realizes like, I didn't read this and I don't know where it's going. And then he goes, it's an old article. Look, the bottom line is, Virginia is evil.
Yeah, this is the thing is he's trying to kind of run his own, sort of propaganda network, and he just doesn't have like the brains or really the curiosity to, to do like the bare minimum, right? Just grabs an article, assumes that it's going to reinforce his existing viewpoint, and when it starts to go south for him, he's like, well, yeah, no, these people clearly don't know what they're talking about. This is an old article.
And that was it. And he just sort of like tried to just keep pivoting away. And I'm like, this is amazing. And then you could go back and find videos of his where they're celebrating the Republicans getting those 5 seats in Texas from a year ago. I think he just basically gives people the sense, because he talks around the thing, but if you actually follow what he says, which I don't think, I think a lot of people don't. I think part of it is just like, I like the sound of the voice. It's soothing. And he comes to the conclusion Virginia's evil, and people are like, Virginia's evil. And that's it.
I think if I were to try my hand at describing it, it would be like this certain type of, imagine a Redditor, and they have this affectation of being the enlightened centrist, and it's like this kind of vulgar.
Imagine a Redditor, and my brain immediately goes to Pisco. Oh, why is that?
Cynicism of like both sides are corrupt, but it just so happens that I always accidentally align with the right wing because the left is always doing these excesses. Right. And so I'm neutral. I am an objective. And that gives them the right to kind of adopt these right wing positions without being labeled a conservative.
Yes.
So that when somebody comes in and is like new to politics or is just becoming interested in it, it's natural for them to be like, OK, who's the person that doesn't have a side? Let me go listen to the fair, unbiased person and then listen and then get introduced to politics. So it's like a marketing ploy of like this affectation of enlightened centrism, when in reality it is a persuasion tactic to catch the uninitiated in the.
Thank you, Steph Swig. You came in at just the right time. You turned back time by 1 minute. Look at that. Even following the Twitch channel will turn back time for you by 1 minute. But
sophisticated.
I mean that's we're still 3 minutes left. Jeez.
And like
I'm gonna get ready to raid, I guess.
Evil. And it's part of that project.
This might be it, chat.
The left is doing excesses, right? He doesn't want to actually teach anyone anything.
100%. In fact, that's what he did. He said, I'm so sick of all of these people. You want to tell me that Texas did it first? Okay, they're both fascists. And then he goes, but Virginia's just a little extra fascist or evil. Because
well, I mean, he's been doing this shit since, as you said, Zuccotti Park. And I can tell you, the Republicans have been gerrymandering a hell of a lot longer than just this year. This is the most recent attempt. In fact, the reason why it's backfiring so spectacularly is the Republicans have max gerrymandered the country for 20 years. So there's not a lot more juice to squeeze out of gerrymandering, whereas the Democrats have been leaving literally dozens of seats on the table by doing fair districts in New York and California and Virginia.
All right, chat, my finger is on the trigger here. If you want to hear more of this conversation, sorry I haven't been chiming in as much. I'm just taking in some of the lore. I know a lot about the Seder Tim Pool lore, but I didn't realize we were going to be starting with the origin story of Tim Pool himself. I'd kind of forgotten about Zuccotti Park and Vice and all of these other things that he did, and the times that he presented himself as a serious journalist or somebody that was like of the Occupy mindset. Which, if you don't remember, the Occupy mindset, like people criticize it for being disorganized, but it was against it was against the big banks, right? It was almost like it was almost like a stand-in for something anti-capitalist, and I think that everything that has transpired since Zuccotti Park that is anti-capitalist, it traces back to that moment in some way, but yeah, this is the whole thing. Is Tim was some guy that was just there and he didn't quite get it. he wasn't there for the same thing. Chat, it looks like we are going to say goodbye here, so I am getting ready to hit that raid button, of course, unless something hits the subathon in the next 30 seconds. That's where we are at the last 30 seconds. Potentially a very early night tonight, but yeah, I did get started early. What did we? Yeah, about 6 hours. I mean, believe it or not, this is a short stream for me, and it feels like a short stream. Yeah, sorry I could not get. Just posted the best of Sam and Tim video. Oh wow, I'll have to take a look at that. I don't know, chat. I mean, this is more of like a conversation. I didn't realize this was going to be something. It's kind of tough to interact with. 2 seconds left. Okay, chat. We are going to raid into lesbian hot sauce. Actually, oh my gosh, yes. I'm just trying to make sure that the streamer is streaming, and indeed. Lesbian hot sauce seems to be sewing and watching secret plot to destroy Zach Polanski. Wait, where have I heard of this before? Anyway, yeah, jump in the raid if you want to. If you're on YouTube, feel free to come over. You have to do it pretty soon. Oh yeah, let me shout out once again my Patreons. If you support me at Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and the ending of every stream. Oh my gosh, let me get back to where I was at so I can actually read those off. Running out of time before the raid happens. Okay, let me read these off now. So, yeah, shouts out to Neil Pergos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverwood, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Xerox. With that, chat, it looks like we're rating out with 30 viewers. I thought we had more than that. Anyway, you know, everybody's got a plan until they get rated into another streamer. But sometimes not. But anyway, thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for keeping us relevant, and thank you to everybody who supports the Corporation for Public Bitching in any way that you do. Believe it or not, the Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you by viewers like you, for viewers like you. And if you think you can't help, just it's as near as your thumb. Just liking the stream on your way out actually means that you are supporting a member of the Corporation for Public Bitching and ensuring that we'll have more public bitching in the future, which should be tomorrow. I will see you then. Until then, I've been Irene Geller, and I bid you good night.